going to tell you the proof is in the pudding every time. If I can find a picture of you from 51 years ago, chained to a black woman, protesting segregation, and I know 51 years later, you're willing to fold your arms, hold your head, and listen to two black girls yell and scream, rightfully so, as opposed to someone who will tell you to shut up after they read their own words. As opposed to someone who will tell you later, when it comes to your children dying in the streets, I know that the only person that I have the conscience to vote for is Bernard Sanders. That my wonderful, beautiful black mind will allow me to vote for is Senator Bernie Sanders. And I want to tell the other side, I know we're going around and shaking hands and hugging these damn black faces in South Carolina. They goddamn funny. I introduce you to the next president of the United States of America, Bernard.
What's the situation in Illinois for Bernie?
Bernie is in Illinois to drum up support. Illinois at one time was believed to be a lockdown for Hillary Clinton. That firewall seems to have eroded because people have had a chance to hear Bernie Sanders, to see Bernie Sanders, to look at his position. And obviously, Bernie is speaking to the core issues that people across the country are concerned about. Tonight, we're at Chicago State University because the crisis in education, in public education in Illinois, this is the epicenter. This is an institution that educates African Americans, Latinos, and other students, and it is in danger of collapsing because the state has failed to fund education adequately. Bernie Sanders will talk about it. He'll talk about the future of college education and what the government needs to do to ensure that everyone who is able to attend college, wants to attend college or other higher education training can do so. That's why people are responding so enthusiastically to his message.
And how big was it that he won the Latino vote in Nevada?
It was real huge because Nevada was considered to be part of Hillary Clinton's firewall. Latinos were believed to be locked down by the Hillary Clinton camp because of the long name recognition, the generally positive association. When people came to hear and to understand Bernie Sanders' message, they said, this is a candidate speaking to the real issues that I'm concerned about. The living wage, job security, education, health care for all. These are things that the American people believe in, and that's why the message is resonating with people everywhere, including Illinois. Illinois is up for grabs. Thank you.
I appreciate it very much. And I also want to thank, in addition to Representative Bamberger
in Chicago.
and
It was last night with Scott and Belinda.
I want to thank
Readers Supported News
advocates for racial justice that have been on our
I'm
team.
just checking everything over here.
Jealous,
Everything sounds around. We've got Scott with us in the background. We've got Janine with us today.
Dr. Cornell West. People know Cornell
Thank you,
West.
everybody, for being here. It's February 26th, and there's an awful lot going on in the news. We just check to make sure things are good with audio. How are we doing today? Jay Vintage 1970, not for sale 2016.
Danny
Sorry
Glover.
for Bernie,
Danny
Jake
Glover.
Literally, Hannah, how you doing? Brenda Brown, Teddy,
Danny Glover on
all
our
sorts of people
campaign.
here. Tor,
But Danny Glover,
Blake,
the actor,
Porter,
is not
hi
just
John,
actor.
thank
I
you for
hope you
being
all
there.
know that he has
Hi Bad Wolf,
spent his entire
Robert Jordan.
of fighting
Wow,
for
lots of
social
people today.
justice.
More than 100 of you already, is from what I can see.
Harry Belafonte.
Okay,
How many of you guys
maybe
remember Harry
80.
Belafonte?
We'll find out.
I've known
I'm always trying to guess up higher than the number I actually see because I know it's not the right
an
number.
example of somebody who's
One
not
thing
just an extraordinary
interesting.
singer and actor.
Yeah, morning, Scott.
But he has been involved
with the Chewy Garcia interview. I've interviewed him other places.
racial and social
But
justice.
this, as soon as he came out in
And
the
anybody
public
here
view,
hear the ad
everybody
that
started
Spike Lee did
chanting
for us?
Chewy, Chewy, Chewy. I think if the elections were held today, that he would beat Rahm Emanuel.
Film producers in America. So many great
yeah.
films.
I don't doubt it either.
Joe Neal and Jerry Alexander.
How many people were there? Do you have an idea?
Well.
It seemed packed.
Look, they said 6,500 is
kind of
what
brief.
the Breaks press release
Our
said after
country
the
today
rally.
faces
Wow.
very,
Wow.
very
It
serious
went back to
That's the truth.
the
Everybody
Raptors,
agree?
but it wasn't as big as
And I
arena
think, and the reason I'm running for president is that I believe that it's just too late for establishment,
amazing,
politics, and establishment economics in the same old,
before him, was it Reverend Jesse Jackson?
Now, I never knew that. I knew about Jesse Jackson Jr., but I never.
Country in
First time I ever saw John Jackson, Jesse Jackson's
when
son.
African American youth
That's who that was. John Jackson. I was trying to figure it out. I'm like, who is this guy?
51%.
I'm getting old.
51%
getting old. Who is this guy?
African American.
So yeah, he was powerful. He had some good words to say. I like
thinking, why hasn't he run for anything? Yes.
When we are living
said that he
in a
tries to
country
avoid
where many of you who are going to college
introducing politicians,
are going to leave
so maybe
school deeply
he doesn't
in
like
debt.
the
Is
limelight
that the case?
that much.
Maybe so.
We got to do something
I don't know what's
about that.
going on with your camera. I'm trying
And
to
not
figure it out
only do
right
we
now.
have to make sure that young people are not suffocated with outrageous levels of student debt,
Swap cameras around real quick on you and see if that fixes it. That might be it. Hangouts today are working fine. Everybody look at Scott this morning.
we should be providing substantial help
The eyeglasses
historically black colleges and universities. We're doing a great job educating
we'll go
young
with
people.
this. Nina over here. Just had to flop some people around everybody.
Campaign
lots of stuff to talk about. So Chicago was amazing. I don't know how many of you saw it, but
priorities.
before that,
When we have
there were so many things that there were so many events that happened yesterday. There was one we were supposed to get that we didn't get, and another one came through that we weren't even thinking of. The Flint,
50%
Michigan
of America, 150
was
million people.
one of the most
Anybody
powerful
think
things I've
that's
ever
right?
seen. It was just,
We got Republicans who want to
it
get
was just
hundreds of
crazy.
billions
It
of
was
dollars in
intense.
tax breaks
It was testimony
to the top
from the people. It was,
1%. Doesn't make sense to me.
it was what I wanted to
So this
see
is what I
when
think.
a presidential candidate
think
or a
for a
president or any
start,
politician comes
That
to a
when we have a
town
lot of people
to
in
fix
this country
something.
working
That was
for $9
exactly
or
what I
$10
wanted
an
to
hour.
see.
People here think
What do
you
you,
can get
and
by at 9 or
Bernie
10 bucks an
did it
hour.
beautifully. He basically said, what do you
think? Think we
tell
should
me
raise
what's
the
wrong.
minimum wage
Tell
to
me what's really
$15
wrong.
an hour?
And then tell me what you want to do to fix it. What would you like to be done?
Now let me
to
say
fix
a word to the ladies.
The problem with this and what's amazing about Bernie and his positioning is that, you know,
women earn
he's
79
got to do this.
cents on the dollar compared
He's
to
got to do
men.
this
African American
and realize that people have to
earn
realize
even
that
less
he
than that.
can't fix
Who
this
thinks
stuff.
that's right?
He can go in there and say, you know,
You're gonna stand with the women
I'm listening
and
to
fight
you.
for
I want
pay
you to
equity
vent. Which
for
is
women
really the point of that. Let the people vent. Let them have a voice. Let them say what's wrong. Don't listen to another talking head go on and on and on about we'll do this, we'll do that.
All right, here's the
I have
story
no
about
idea
unemployment.
why Governor Snyder is even allowed to
We have
continue to do his
too
job.
much
Resignation
in this
is
country.
let me put this in
We need
perspective
to create millions
for
of good
for
paying
everybody.
jobs. Now, how are we going to do
I don't
that?
know how many of you remember
Well, we are
politicians
gonna
discovering
hire
social media over the last few years.
Not
We've had
fire
many of them
teachers.
who have had to quit their jobs simply for posting dick pics or having to admit that they're having an affair or coming out of the closet. Well, if politicians lose their job,
in this
if
country.
their careers are ruined because of dick pics and their sexual
And
choices,
others, I hope,
then why aren't they ruined when they murder children, when they put lead in water, when they burn people's skin?
So that the littlest
I don't
children in this
understand
country
how
get
you
the
can just
thought
call
in
for
life
resignation.
that they need.
I mean,
All right?
Bernie's done it, but it's not
Now, let me
working.
tell you a story. If
I don't know why the federal government hasn't gone in and just hauled this man out on his ass, thrown him in handcuffs, and put him in jail. It's where he belongs.
You don't know what's going on.
I don't understand what he's a white man in a suit and tie protected by the Koch brothers' money. I'm sorry, that's why. I forgot.
Beyond belief.
I'm out of place.
Worse.
Anyway.
I think it is. When you hear what the people of Flint are saying,
the forum last
as I
night
did, you
or
would say,
yesterday
wait a minute,
was amazing.
what country
Watch it.
am I living in?
Listen to the testimony.
really
Listen to what
living
these
in
people have to
United States
say.
of
Listen to the
America
bullshit.
2016.
They send these people filters, but the filters get ruined when they're running through hot water. Some of the things I heard, I could not believe. It blew my mind what was going on. So anyway, that was an amazing day yesterday with that. Very powerful speeches. And Bernie, did we get Scott back in? Looks like Scott's back in, sort of. Where's Scott back? I want him to, there you are, Scott. I want you to
a couple of years ago,
tell everybody, there's been several people who have asked,
outgoing, vivacious.
hang on.
2 years later because of lead poisoning.
Nope, you're over here.
That little girl's intellectual development.
A couple things actually. First, I don't know if we have anybody in comment mod, Janine. I'm not seeing any comments scroll through. For those of you who are dropping comments or chatting, good morning. I don't think we have anybody working the dock, so we won't be showing you anything in the lower third.
Your own baby.
So, sorry for that, folks. But Scott,
people are paying.
I've seen several comments. Several people ask in Twitter and in YouTube, do you think Bernie's message? You've been following him along, but last night, yesterday, in general, the last couple and you made this statement to me. You were like not so sure, but you got a chance last night. Do you think he's gotten more powerful? Do you think he's using more revolutionary words?
Wall Street. To take on the big money.
I'm not so sure about. I did notice that
they are doing so much harm.
Did a lot more to
our country.
Now, let me give you the differences between him and Hillary.
Question. Somebody give me an answer.
One section where he went through the differences. That was new to me.
For possessing marijuana. Okay.
Missed the last couple of Utah and those regions.
If they go to jail, you may get a what? You got a police record, right?
But yeah, I get he's sharpened his message.
Well, I mean, to me, it sounds like more revolutionary fighting words, less I'm going to be cautious because I'm not really sure how these are going to get taken, right? He's started to use words like ripped off. We're getting ripped off by pharmaceuticals.
You got a wage, you got a salary.
That's something I didn't hear him say at the very
beginning. You don't get a jail record.
He did drop a list of those 18 CEOs that he said were the worst, but now he's like literally calling out. He keeps calling out Goldman Sachs on this $5 billion
some kid gets a police record. What happens when you got a police record?
He keeps calling out the Wall Street guys,
right?
And but the thing he said the other day that I thought was really telling was, and I hadn't heard him say this before. Maybe I'm missing it. Maybe you've heard him say this, where he said, "Where's your passion? What is your passion for this country? Are you willing to fight?"
And when we talk about,
and I've never heard him say that, but indicating to us this is a fight. This isn't just an election. You're not just going to vote.
What about that?
Are you willing to fight to change this country? Have you heard that message? To me, that message is what's been escalated.
Why do we have
definitely new
help me out here? Why do we have more people in jail?
I think one of the things that's going on is the campaign's getting a lot of
more people in jail for a number
talking
of
about
reasons.
this turnout. They're saying there's no indication that your revolution is really there. The voter turnout's down in the Democratic races, and
we got over policing. Let me give you an example.
They're wrong. They're just comparing it to 2008, which was.
It turns out that whites and blacks smoke marijuana.
It's been done before in any primary or caucus.
Than 4 times more likely to be arrested.
If you compare it to 2004, 2000,
now you know what I think about marijuana? Marijuana is today part of the federal controlled substance.
Comparing it to 2008 is
a federal crime.
Definitely a disservice.
It's listed right alongside of heroin.
Because 2008 was really the first big change in terms of, I mean, Obama was a massive change. Obama occupied those warm-ups.
We are going to take
and this is different. This one is a slower bill because we have to involve the whole nation.
It is not a federal crime.
As he moves on, as more people see him,
but it should not be a federal crime.
We know that.
Now, what we're also
they're just out of curiosity, they're saying Sanders is likely to lose by 20 points in South Carolina. I don't think it's going to be
by a police officer or dies.
I think it's going to be a lot closer than that. I think they're going to be really shocked.
In every instance, we are going to have a federal Department of Justice investigation.
Yeah, I think the South is a place where Hillary's going to be strong.
If a police officer, and I'm a former mayor,
that's her firewall, and it ends there. It doesn't go north and it doesn't go west.
And hardworking guys.
And if you look at recent polls, even since my article,
that police officer
that he's up in Wisconsin, up in Ohio, and if he wins Ohio, Wisconsin,
we're going to demilitarize
definitely win New York.
Local police departments.
Hillary will claim it's her home state, but she's transplanted
into
New York, and Bernie still sounds like people Brooklyn, so
not to be an oppressive force in the community, part of the community, not to oppress the people.
Thirdly,
what it really comes down to, I think
we need great young people.
Delegate-wise, it's going to be close going into June 7th.
Because we need
and that'll
police
be
departments
a
around
big
the
day
country to look like the
California
diversity of the communities they are serving.
and some smaller, California and New Jersey are on June 7th.
Right, right. That's interesting you say that because I was reading out another article basically stating that
for too
Bernie
long in terms of
probably will be behind until June 7th.
They should have.
Because California really is a late state, and we're expecting a big turnout in California.
In my states, all over America, we have a very serious problem.
And what you said about South Carolina also has been, I concur with you there, not because I know anything about it, but
got
because
to understand is that substance abuse is
basically what you're saying.
issue.
From what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong,
issue.
Bernie can lose the southern states and still win.
People who are addicted,
Especially like the Northeast,
drugs or
for example,
they
don't follow the South.
Get off of that addiction, not to be jailed.
Definitely
That makes sense to people.
Democrat and being more progressive than the South.
And when people
terms I was going to use, but I won't
jail.
use.
One of the tragedies in this country is many of them,
South
when they leave jail, end up back
and then
in jail.
You look
And they end up back in jail
polling
because
ahead
they don't
in
have the job training,
Ohio and
they don't have the education that they need to
Wisconsin,
go out and become part of
if he
civil
dominates the
society.
Midwest, he could be ahead.
We have got
going
to
into
make sure. I'll tell
California.
you a story. I was in Iowa, talked to a guy.
Exactly, and
He was arrested, spent time in jail.
I think what we're seeing here, Scott, and I
when he was
just pulled
released,
the bottom
here's
piece
a
of your
check
article,
for $75.
some numbers
Good luck.
listed here, some different numbers
Well, he
listed.
ended up back in
Those-
jail.
We
We have too many
just
people
how many
going that
delegates the
pipeline
states
in
have.
and out.
Okay.
So we are going to make sure that people have the education and the jobs they need when they go back.
We know what's
into society,
going on. The numbers
so they
they're
don't come
reporting
back
on
into
the
jail.
establishment media are a partial truth. They're not really reporting on the whole truth of what's happening in terms of
When
delegates.
youth unemployment,
As we've said,
school kids,
most
kids are
likely
white,
Bernie will be behind in
33%
delegates
Latino,
until June.
36% African American, 51%.
And
Now,
he
we got
can
two
lose
choices.
all of the southern states
We could
and
either
still win this
build
race.
more jails
And the
and
Midwest,
arrest more
and
people.
here's
That's one
I think
choice.
this is the key.
I think that's a stupid choice.
And this kind of goes
Or
into
else
where we're
we
going to
can
go
put
with talking
money
about
into
media and our
education
group. But
and
as
jobs.
long as we continue to get Bernie airtime on establishment media,
It turns
we
out
continue to wake that 24% of Americans, I'm going to guess a lot of them are in the
send the
Midwest,
kid to the
who aren't
University of
watching
South
the internet, who
Carolina
aren't paying
than it
attention to the
does
internet.
send them in jail. I'd rather send them to the University of South Carolina.
And that's, to me,
Or
that's
any
really the
other
key
college
to
for that
getting
matter.
Bernie Sanders to win, is converting all these people, and we see it all the
What
time.
goes on in this country?
I see it all the time in a very small
we have
amount
a
here
corrupt
with
campaign
Bernie
finance
2016
system.
TV.
Everybody know what I
get
mean by that?
tons of comments.
What I
You have no
mean
idea
by
how
that
many
is
comments
you
come
have
through
one
the YouTube
vote,
channel and
which I
through
hope you will
the email
exercise
posts.
on Saturday tomorrow.
Which is why
You
I
got
don't
one
answer
vote.
but a fraction of them, really.
They got one vote, but you know what else
People
they
say
got?
it all over. I
They have
wasn't going to vote for Bernie
hundreds of
Sanders
dollars to try to
until I
buy
saw this.
elections.
I didn't know who Bernie Sanders
that
was
sound like
until I saw this.
democracy to
I
anybody
had no
in this
idea
room?
what he really stood for
That's not
until I saw
democracy.
this.
That's called
Mainstream media said
oligarchy,
this, but
ruled
then I
by
saw
the
this.
rich and the powerful. Now, one of
And
the
it's not
reasons
out of
we
the
have that is
question
because of a
that
disastrous
Super
Supreme
Tuesday,
Court decision on
It could
Citizens
be 6
United.
states for Hillary,
Together
5
we're
states
going to
for Bernie.
overturn Citizens United.
Right.
One person, one
I
vote.
mean, if we go based on some of the other stuff we've read,
I know
there are indications that Bernie is actually going to have an advantage in Super Tuesday because he's dealing with a lot of white liberal states.
Lovable was that guy Syllable.
And
5.
Back in
5, is that what it is?
1963.
5, at
Long
least.
time ago. I was there
There are 6 that are
for the March on Washington.
pretty
with
diverse,
Dr. Martin
pretty.
Luther King. Okay?
The first time that they had a Southern Super Tuesday,
And all of you know, everybody knows,
the goal was to
what
get
the
a
struggle was about.
Southern candidate.
Was for
And Al
voting
Gore
rights.
was actually in the
Everybody in America,
race. He
no
was
matter what color of
the
his
young
skin
upstart.
in America, has the
They
right
wanted
to
it,
vote.
but it got ruined because Jesse Jackson
President Johnson
ended
signed
up
the
with
Voting
more
Rights
votes
Act.
than anybody
Major
else
breakthrough in this country.
on Super
But
Tuesday.
a year ago, there was a
which
Supreme Court decision
opened the
that
door.
undermined a lot of the
Caucus
Voting
ended up
Rights Act.
winning that year.
And now you have
And
governors and
So the
legislatures all over
DLC,
this
the
country. You know what
Democratic
they're trying to
Leadership
do?
Cup, which Hillary and Bill were very involved in had to wait. They didn't get their Southern candidate. And it was because of the African American vote in the South.
And I will tell you why.
And that's
because they are
as long as
afraid of a free
she
and
continues
fair
to do
election.
well among
They don't want people who might
the
vote
older,
against
more
them
mainstream,
to participate
always
in the
voting
political process.
African American vote.
So I believe
she's going to do
somebody
well in
is
the South.
running for office, or somebody's a governor.
They're not going to be the majority everywhere.
To allow
in a lot of
a
southern
free
states,
and fair
there's a
election.
majority
You know
of the Democratic
I think
vote
get another
because the
job
whites
and
are
get
in
out
the
of
Republican
politics.
Party.
I want to see people waiting on
and I'm just gonna jump in on a quick segue on that. We've seen in some of the polls, and I don't know if you
we know what that's about.
if all of the
My
polls,
view is if you're 18 years of age in the United States of America,
out of
you're a citizen of this country, you have the right to vote.
And I actually grabbed a quote yesterday. It seems to me that a lot of Republican supporters, be they Trump or whatever, definitely are more find Bernie the better candidate than Hillary for numerous reasons. One, because they think they have a better chance against Bernie Sanders. They don't want to go against Hillary. But also, there was a quote last night. We're broadcasting an event, and one guy said, "I'm a Trumper, but you can tell Bernie actually cares, and Hillary doesn't." That was what Trump interest, right?
Well, we have
down to the end in New Hampshire, there were people torn between Trump and Bernie.
4 million individual contributions. 4 million. That's more than anybody in history at this point in a campaign. You know what the average contribution
I'm going to cut into some administrative things.
$27.
I'm looking at the Friday tab in the newsroom moderation document. I keep talking about it, but I don't see any stuff on the tab. That's all.
And
so I don't know if anybody's doing anything
Wall
there.
Street.
And
I think that's wrong. I want to touch on another issue. Trade issue, not a sexy issue.
I forgot to say
very important.
Anyway,
South Carolina.
That was it. I just wanted to talk about the meetings and everything.
Oh
no,
that means
120
plus
people right now.
In
I
this
always
country,
love saying that and finding out what the real number is. That's what I want to say. Thank you for joining us.
15 or 20 bucks an
We're
hour.
talking about Chicago. We're talking about Bernie Sanders' chances to win. We're talking with Scott Melendez here with Reader Supported News, who was there last night in Chicago. And we're looking at his article.
And in fact, it has devastated.
We're looking at his article where he's talking about Hillary Clinton's firewall does not go west or north.
I think it's time for corporations.
Yeah, that's where we're at. Anything more you want to add about that, Scott, about Bernie Sanders and what we need to do to help him right now?
Just pretty much after Super Tuesday, Hillary will rack up some delegates in Texas, Georgia, and other places, and
but let me throw it out.
Mainstream media will say
all of us know that there are terrible crimes.
The path is narrow.
We see it every day in the papers.
But
some lunatic goes out and starts shooting
especially if we win Massachusetts,
Colorado,
I want Minnesota,
executed. I want
Oklahoma,
but I want
and Vermont. Then
I am opposed.
I think you'll still be in great shape.
Penalty.
Good. I'm so glad you said that. The key thing to take away here, folks, is that Bernie's going to win a lot of stuff on Super Tuesday. He's not going to win South Carolina. Maybe he'll come close. Who knows? Maybe he'll win. I'm not even going to say that. I'm not going to say maybe he'll win.
Often people of color.
We got to not listen to the establishment media.
And then we found out
there are so many reasons we need to ignore them, and we need to push the truth.
We have so much
message of the truth.
And so much
truth is getting blocked everywhere by everybody.
I just
we're going to go into talking about
violence.
We're going to play a little Nina Turner to the Shadow of IB, thanks to John Spalding, who's there in Cleveland, Ohio, trying to capture that. You got a quote from Nina Turner.
But vengeance.
We're going to talk about what DTV is doing really quick. We're going to talk about the fan funding and the expansion into the global engagement network and what we're trying to do and why now, more than ever, it's
the government should be involved
when you've got the executive at Twitter scrubbing the net of the hashtag #WhitchHillary because he's got a fundraiser happening this Sunday for Hillary Clinton. He's a big Hillary fanboy.
Very easy.
So we got to make sure we scrub the net. There's over 460,000 impressions
it's a very easy thing
on
to do.
that hashtag. We exploded on the web yesterday. We were killing it. And
we're seeing
censored
Trump telling us that we're supposed to think
that
all
the
understand
Mexico
came into this country
that the web
are rapists,
today
criminals,
is the same as newspapers
nonsense, and we're not going to succumb to that type of bigotry.
The guy on Twitter did. The executive of Twitter, the editor of the newspaper that is
also we're
said,
supposed to
I want
keep
every
Muslims
article
out
about
of
which
this
Hillary
country. And that's what it's
from
always
my
about. We
paper.
play off
Now,
one group against the other. White against black.
he censored
Native born against people.
I want you to understand that. Because
we're
it's not going to be the last time, and it's happened before with other hashtags. And YouTube does it all the time with DMCA bullshit takedowns.
But there was a bill
We are being
called the
censored
so-called welfare
by a
reform
fascist
bill.
government. We are being
And
censored.
the thesis, the idea behind
no
that is
different
that
than when they
poor
burned
people
books.
were
No
ripped
different
off the
than
welfare
when a
system.
Nazi
So they made
government would come into a
major
library
changes in
and
it.
rip out
The
books
end
and
result
burn
of
them.
that legislation
Our government,
was that
our
extreme
corporations
poverty.
are
I'm
acting
talking about
like
the
Nazis,
poorest of the poor.
burning
I'm talking
our
about children
information,
who are hungry.
censoring
Extreme
our
poverty in
truth,
this country. The rates
because they
double.
control the propaganda
Because of that
machines we
legislation.
use.
I
They control the
vigorously
media.
opposed that legislation. Secretary
This is a
Clinton
war.
supported that legislation. That's an
And
important difference.
networks like Bernie 2016 TV, The Young Turks,
thanking you
Democracy
all
Now,
for coming out
there are
and
many
for saying
others.
this. I know that
Networks like that, we are the
friends,
last
your young
bastion
people,
of truth
they
in
think you're
this
crazy to go
world.
to a political event.
We
Am I
are
correct?
fighting a giant monster owned by 6 people. 6 corporations own the information on this planet. And they can wipe any of it they choose, anytime. We have to grow. We have to fight them. We have to band together as independent networks. Or we are not going to be able to take back our nation and our planet.
Sanders anyhow?
Because they are controlling the information.
But I want to say
Let's listen to Nina Turner give a shout out.
I work in
Cleveland,
the United
Bernie
States
2016 TV.
That's
Listen to what she has to say about it. And we're going to just talk a little bit about what we're doing with
If you don't want to leave school deeply in debt, if you want to get a job that pays you, if you're a woman
from Cleveland, she did the
want to
introduction
earn
for Mr.
equal
Sanders
pay,
today.
if you're concerned about climate change, if you're concerned about a criminal justice system, if you don't vote and your friends don't vote, who do you think is going to pay attention to those issues? Do you think that billionaire campaign contributors are going to be worried that women in South Carolina are trying to raise their kids on $8 or $9 an hour? Do you think they're staying up nights worrying about that? Do you think they're staying up nights worrying that we have a broken criminal justice system? They're not. The only people who are going to make the change.
Thank you, Nina. That helps.
The history of America.
I'll be honest, folks. This morning,
whether it is the workers' rights movement, the civil rights movement, the women's movement,
about
the gay rights
some things
movement,
that are going on.
What is it about? It's
not being able to coordinate stuff, about not being able to deliver streams,
and demanding change. It's always from the bottom on up.
Hearing those words from Nina really helped. She knows what we're doing.
This campaign is about,
and she appreciates that.
It is saying that it is wrong in America when so few have so much.
Talk about what
and so many
what the whole point of this
so little.
And in the description, there's a link to a document, a Google document about the Global Engagement Network
to all people. That we don't have paid family and medical
original idea
leave.
for this
that we don't have a minimum wage, which is
engagement broadcasting, which is what
there
we
is
do
a
when
lot
we're actually
of
running
to do.
lower thirds.
No president
which, hey, look, we've got
can
some
do it alone.
Hey guys, thanks for doing
We need a political revolution. Are you guys
like
ready to join in that revolution?
Questions in real time. That's called engagement broadcasting, and I invented it. It's not like a brag or anything. I'm just saying I created it several years ago.
Friends to try to divide us up.
To get businesses
if we stand
to do
together,
with it.
we can do extraordinary
and I've done stuff for the School of Rock and many nonprofit organizations and social media today.
So I want to thank you all.
Created other series before I did anything
revolution.
with this.
Make sure you vote
before Bernie existed.
Thank you all very much.
In my radar, before Bernie was in my life. This is what I was doing. I was trying to work with businesses to create the next level of broadcasting, engagement broadcasting, where we have a conversation. And I had support from the SEO community because in terms of SEO, it's a no-brainer. Thank you for joining us. That was the last minute. Everything's about engagement. No idea that stream was coming. I'm just going to show you the original. Twitter, I believe Bernie Sanders live. This was the original card South Carolina that I had created for it. But the idea is that you start with the internal communication, the roots of an organization, whatever that may be. You bring those people onto the internet. You do PR before whatever event. You have your live engagement broadcast, which is what we do with a Bernie rally or one of our shows. You're resharing that event, and that's what we do when we take like We the People, and we chop it up into small chunks, and we post it out as a playlist so that you can watch individual segments there. And then engaging around all over on the web. That's what we do. That's what this process was designed for. And the volunteers that came into Bernie 2016 TV put this process to work. As a volunteer group, if we find Bernie Sanders, and that's why we were able to do what we did. So each other in conversation, we talk about that stuff. One of the reasons our channels get shut down by YouTube is because we managed to do this so effective. But people waiting for that. So what I really wanted to talk about was the long term. And the long term, this is an older model because it's changed a number of times. But the basic idea still sits. The idea was to create the Global Engagement Network. Right? Actually. And that would be, at the time, we were thinking, and may still be, I don't know, a YouTube channel, an MCN, working just like other MCNs do, except I wanted it to be a nonprofit. And underneath that, we would have the Channel for Humanity, Engage the Music, which I think is rather politicalrevolution.tv, considering. Right? You can see the real newsroom is broken off into its own channel right now. Right now, we don't really have the capability and the resources to do all of that. That's ridiculous. So what we're going to do, and what we've done now, is broken off to a channel called politicalrevolution.tv. And the newsroom will eventually move there again and again. And we'll move other shows there. We the People will stay on Bernie 2016 TV, and Bernie 2016 TV will continue to broadcast Bernie rally. But our other shows will move over to politicalrevolution.tv so that we can better work with other organizations without having the concern of that being on Bernie 2016 TV, which we've heard from a lot of organizations before. That's a bit of a problem. Run this, right? Because they don't want to limit themselves to that, and that's the name of the channel. Not a problem. So just know that it's all connected together. It's the same group of volunteers, the same people here. But the goal is to create new programs like Disability TV, and we had Native Life, and I'd like to start that back up again. And I'd like to do a new show with Dr. Franz Whitfield and maybe Tim Black and some other people on African American matters. And you know the offer I've made to everybody and anybody about this, and we'd like to get more of the politicians that we've had on We the People come back and do regular series for their own states, their own areas. That's the whole idea here, is to create a series of programs for you, for us, about things that we need to know about issues that we need to discuss. Working with Ezra Silk about creating a regular climate series, so we can talk about the disasters that are ongoing, what the establishment media ignores. So that's the long-term goal. And the reason I'm telling you all of this, is because we have to make a shift now. We have to shift our information from old, traditional, closed networks, which are filtering our content heinously, to the internet. But we need to think beyond that, and that's why I make a call to Anonymous, a call to Occupy, a call to coders, to hackers. We need to move beyond that, because even our information, like we've seen on Twitter, can be censored instantly, because we do not control that media. And if the TPP passes, we won't control the internet either. And books will be burned, articles will be trashed, movements of the people that are expressed through social media will be squashed by an executive's decision. We need to fight that. We need to subvert it. We need to find a new way around it. We need to be able to broadcast our message of freedom regardless of, despite the establishment media, despite the owners of the net. So I'm just throwing that out there, that we need to be prepared for that battle. And I think Bernie's words echo that call. I think Bernie's words about what are you passionate, what drives your passion for this country, and are you willing to fight for it? Because we're going to have to. I'm looking at your comments, folks. Sorry to be a bummer. Scott, you have anything to say on that in terms of censorship? Have you seen anything going down at these rallies, or I don't know? Just got me pissed off.
Well, I'm not so sure about seeing censorship, but I see in the mainstream media them just dismissing Bernie and still the spin that Hillary has her firewall and the momentum and the likely nominee. They still say it, and
right, they're going to keep spreading that. They're going to keep spreading that misinformation because the people tapped into the pipeline are going to believe it. They're just going to believe it. That's
and I got to watch the Chris Matthews thing.
How was that? I saw a lot of shit about it, that he was terrible, but that was to be expected.
Yeah, he just kept pushing on well, how are you going to get Congress to pass this stuff? And just the answer, how is Hillary going to get Congress to pass anything that she's proposing? It's
right.
Every Democrat has the same problem.
What did they say to Obama? They asked Obama, said, how are you going to get Congress to pass this? You know what he said? I don't know, we're not. We're going to sit here for 8 years and not do shit. Basically what happened with him. We're not going to pass anything, Chris Matthews. So here, I think that's a great point to make. The bottom line is we're changing our government, Chris. We're going to kick out politicians. This is a revolution, dude. I'm not too worried about it. I mean,
Joy, whatever her name is on MSNBC, she was like, well, Obama had that revolution. That's what OFA was supposed to do, was to push. What the problem with OFA was they turned it over to the DNC, and it was not a grassroots organization anymore. It was the DNC asking people to make phone calls. That's what OFA became. They weren't organizing marches or anything like that. It was the grassroots was out of it, and that's the reason the Obama revolution movement just ended after the election, because they turned the organization over to the DNC.
Exactly. Anybody who thinks, look, we've been bamboozled, folks. Anybody who thinks what Obama did was bring us hope and change has to realize Obama was working with the establishment. Obama is the establishment. He brought us a little hope, a little change, a little, we're going to be happy with this guy, some great talk. And he did try to bring us affordable health care, and we did pass some convoluted, bullshit, watered-down version of the Affordable Health Care Act. Yay! It's no different than the tiny, tiny, tiny incremental changes that every establishment politician has delivered over the years. Just wait. Just wait. We'll get it a little better. Don't be unrealistic. We can only move it this far. Bullshit. This is our government, our money, our choices. The only thing stopping us from making these moves, the big ones, the big giant moves we want to make, are stuffy, rich folk in Congress. That's it.
And then you hear people say that, well, Obama had 60 votes. Why didn't he get all this done and that done? And he never had 60 votes. He had Joe Lieberman. He had Mary Landrieu. He had all these Republican wannabes.
Right. We've been lied to, folks. The problem is we have to wake up the whole country in order to affect change, and we're working on it. It's going to take a while. We hit D-Day with the beginning of the primaries. That was it. That was the beach landing, okay? That was it. We hit 5 beaches, we landed, and now we are moving on the ground. And it's tough, and it sucks. And everywhere we go, we're hearing that we're losing, and we're not doing so well, and we're getting all the misinformation. And this happened during war. We are at war. This is what happens. The enemy, the establishment, will push out propaganda to try to discourage the troops on our side, to try to discourage us from continuing forward. But we must not stop. If you want a planet to live on in the next 20, 30 years, and that was something that caught me last night, Scott, and that was why I asked who was it? Jesse Jackson Jr.'s son, John Jackson? Is that what he said it was? Okay. John Jackson made a statement that I thought was very, very beautiful. He said, no, I'm sorry, it wasn't John Jackson. It was Tim Canova. Tim Canova. Too many events, really, too many events in a day. Tim Canova yesterday, folks, was before the evening broadcast that we had in Chicago, and he made a brilliant statement. It was nice to finally hear a politician make these statements publicly. He said, I'm from the state of Florida. Florida, sea level, Florida, okay? It's like we're looking at the next 20 years, a whole bunch of our coastline. 20 years. 20 years. Tim will be alive. Tim's kids will be alive. Any investment Tim's made in real estate will be alive. Any investments anybody else has made in real estate, 20 years, folks, it's not a lot of time. Tim's like, yeah, a good portion of all that coastline is going to be underwater in 20 years. It's already screwing up our state. We've already got massive problems. The next 10, 20 years, we're looking at huge swaths of real estate, huge amounts of city being underwater. In 20 years. 20 years. With what we know about how climate moves and how we affect it, we know that it's going to take effort now, right now, to stop that. And we're doing nothing. Nothing. Not only are we doing nothing, folks like Ted Cruz, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, Ted Cruz just blocked the bill that would have gone to start helping Flint. Useless, worthless piece of shit that he is, wish somebody would load a bullet, and that is my personal opinion. I'm not advocating violence, just saying. Not sure why Ted Cruz exists, but he alone blocked this bill that would have gone to start helping Flint, or at least gotten federal movement, somebody get off their ass and start looking at it. It's unbelievable.
Ted Cruz.
What?
What do people see in Ted Cruz? He just sounds like he's whining all the time. Everything he says, it sounds like he's whining. Well, I've never understood how anybody could support him.
I don't either. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Robert Jordan, we turn on a dime and put a man on the moon. Yeah, exactly. I'm just looking at some of the comments right now. No one in the MSM talks to financial ties to Hillary Clinton that are literally all failures. Yeah. Sorry, Brenda. People that live in America are stupid. They don't even bother to vote. We are all doomed. Brenda, are you an American? Or are you an unfortunate citizen of another nation who's looking at America and going, what the fuck? I agree. I am sad. But you got to understand that the majority of Americans are victims of their own system. They're victims of the education they didn't receive. They're victims of the information they weren't given. Right? Even the journalists that are functioning as journalists have been raised in that indoctrination. So, for all we know, half of them just believe the bullshit. And they're not able to rise above it. It's an amazing situation that we're in. We have been educated poorly. We have generations of indoctrinated human beings that don't recognize that they're going to vote for their own oppression if they vote for an establishment politician. And it's just, that is why I keep saying, folks, that we will do everything we need to do to get Bernie Sanders elected and beyond. We need to replace Congress. So, Chris Matthews, when you ask, how are we going to get Congress to do that? We're going to kick out the people that don't do what we want, because that's how a democracy works, Chris. It doesn't work by greasing everybody's wheels and fucking and sucking and handing people cash. That's how the establishment system works. But the democracy we're supposed to have is supposed to be for the people, of the people, by the people, and we don't have that. We don't have that anymore. I want to cut to a different article before I get too pissed. This is, I just want to talk about the case for raising a minimum wage, because it really pissed me off the other day that the, what is it, SIEU or SEIU, I don't know their exact thing. They were basically lying. The union guy there, whatever, made made flyers saying Hillary Clinton supports the fight for 15. And Scott, did we ever clear up, is like the fight for 15 tied directly with SEIU or whoever they are?
No, I think SEIU is a part of it, but I've always thought the fight for 15 is a lot more radical than the SEIU.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. And so this whole thing, folks, they're misinforming. Well, the only reason I brought it, the case for minimum wage, we're going to talk about that in a second, but the SEIU basically printed flyers that said that Hillary Clinton was for fight for 15. And she's not. She's made it very clear that she approves a $12 an hour wage because Wall Street can't see it in their generosity to understand why 15 is what we're asking for, but in reality 22 is what people should be making had we kept pace with inflation, had we kept pace with cost of living. We'd be making about $22 minimum wage. So when we ask for 15, you just need to shut up. A CEO today makes 300 times what the bottom worker does. In 1970, they used to make 10 times. We went from 10 to 300. So when we talk about why we can't do a $15 an hour minimum wage, I look at the CEO and I say, it can come right out of your fat ass. Right? That's when people say, why don't we have the money? Where's the money going to come from? It comes right out of CEOs' fat asses. Because you have manipulated our government to work solely in your favor. So a $15 an hour minimum wage is actually too low. And we're going to look at that with this article by Bill Ellis. Some interesting points brought up here about what it really takes to survive in the United States of America. And I'm just going to read a few statements. The current federal minimum wage is $7.25. Colorado's is about $1 more at $8.31. Okay? And that's too lofty for fast food workers, people say. Too lofty, all right? So, if the cost of living, how much is a living wage? So there's MIT professor, the Bill is quoting here, basically went through and did the calculation, all right? For one adult with no children, a living wage in our country is $25,000 before taxes. All right. If you look at the Colorado minimum wage, folks, and this is what Bill's saying here, the Colorado minimum wage leaves short about $3.95 an hour, based on what the $15 an hour minimum wage would do. If you add, what we're looking at here is if you add all of the actual expenses, because $15 an hour is what one person can survive. But they can't even really survive on that, but that's one person. You add a child to that equation, and you're screwed. You add a child to that equation, and it doesn't even work. So I want you to go to that article, read it, look at the math. Look at the math. One child, the MIT calculator comes with $52,000. That's what you need. You need $52,000, according to this MIT calculator, to raise a child and yourself today in the United States of America. $52,000. $15 an hour gives you about, what, 31. $15 an hour gives the single human being about a $31,000 a year salary. That is not enough to raise a child on. Somebody suggested yesterday that Congress be put on minimum wage, and it's I think it was Tim that said, I don't understand how Congress can think they even get it when they're getting a salary of what, $150K, $144,000 a year. Not to mention they're in the establishment machine, so they're all making money on the back end. They're all making money. They don't even need their salary. I think they need a $15 an hour minimum wage. And let's see what they can accomplish with that. Let's see how they live. They wouldn't be able to live. Trust me. I know. I know. I just wanted to cover that because I hear a lot of people talking about the value of that for an hour and the job. And so I want to minimize it by saying this. $15 an hour is the minimum for the easiest job there is. I don't know what that is. I'm just defining it as the easiest, simplest. Anybody can do it. The first job you could ever possibly get anywhere as a person applying for a job that doesn't require any skills at all. The most minimum skilled job at all today should be $15 an hour. Everything else above that should be a higher wage. So if you're a fast food worker, you should be making more than $15 an hour. Right? That's really what we mean when we define that today. We need to redefine wages and redefine work based on a person's value, not what the corporate asshole assigns to the value. All right, done ragging on that. A lot of good comments today. Thank you for being here, guys. I want to run. We're gonna go into Hillary bashing because it's time. And we're gonna play a clip by Tim Black. And this is Tim Black talking about the Black Lives Matter activists that confronted Hillary Clinton and Hillary's disrespectful response, the super predator comments. I don't know how much more has to come out about Hillary Clinton. I don't know how much more voters for Hillary have to see before they recognize that they're voting for a person who just doesn't give a shit. I don't know what needs to happen there to make that happen. What are you guys saying? Talk about the minority vote. We actually have a clip we can run about that. I'll see if I can find it, but let's let Tim Black see what he has to say about the minority vote. Yes, it's time for Hillary bashing. Monetary value is not human value. Exactly. Monetary. It is. As my favorite new tune says, it is the end of the corporate age. We are moving into the age of the people. It is our time. Time to take back this rock, make it better, and remove money as the primary source of existence. Money has become all, and that's we need to remove that. People are all. We are what matter. Together, we are what matter. Without us, money is irrelevant. You don't have a rock to use it on, kind of irrelevant. There's Tim Black about Hillary Clinton, and if you're black and you're voting for Hillary, if you're any color and voting for Hillary, if you're a human being and you're voting for Hillary, you're voting for your own oppression. Doesn't make any sense.
Hey guys, how you doing? It's your man Tim Black. Man, I gotta talk to you real quick, South Carolina. You're not gonna believe what happened. Hillary Clinton was giving a speech tonight in South Carolina. She was talking about, the shooting at the AME church. She was talking about, how much she loved black people. And in came some Black Lives Matter activists. A woman by the name of Ashley Williams and a friend. They paid $500 to get into the event. And they asked Hillary Clinton some questions. Oh, they asked her some good questions. Questions I want to know the answers to. They asked her, why back in the 90s did Hillary Clinton say that young black males were super predators? They asked her, why did she back in the 90s say that young black men need to be brought to heel? Heel, boy, heel. They wanted to know what Hillary meant when she said that. And why hadn't she apologized for saying it? Of course, she didn't apologize for saying it. She said, well, I don't know. I got to think about it. I've never been asked why I called black men dogs. I never thought about why I called little African-American men, little youth, black teenagers, beasts. Never thought about why I called them predators. Slips my mind. You know what should slip your mind, South Carolina? You should slip your mind to vote for her. That's what should slip your mind. Because, see, I don't find any excuse worthy for something like that. It's been burning me up for a month or two. Look it up. You can see it online. This is what she said. Do you realize the damage that crime bill caused people? In that bill, there was 3 strike laws. That sent people away for life. Life. That ain't it. 1996, her and Bill Clinton got together and passed the Welfare Reform Act. You know what that did? Yeah, it helped black people, right? Wrong. It didn't help no black people. You know what it did? It pushed black people and poor white people and poor Latino people further into poverty. Marion White Elderman of the Children's Defense Fund says Hillary goes around talking all the time about all the work she did at the Children's Defense Fund. But she leaves out the fact that when she became First Lady, when she passed that act with Bill Clinton, her husband, they hurt a lot of children. Over 1 million of them, to be exact. No one talks about that. No one asks her the tough questions. It takes people like me on the internet who are not afraid of the Clintons to ask tough questions, to tell you the truth, South Carolina. So when she's up there hiding behind Trayvon Martin's mother, who we love, when she's hiding behind Sandra Bland, mother, which we love and feel for, Eric Garner's widow, which we love and feel for, Jordan Davis' mother, which we love and feel for, it does not change the fact that all she's doing is using people. Using them to get ahead. Because she don't care about you. She don't care about me. She don't care about them. She don't care about no one. White, black, Latino, Asian, nobody. In my heart of hearts, I believe the only person Hillary Clinton really cares about is Hillary Clinton. You got a choice to make Saturday. You can choose Bernie Sanders, a man who believes he wants to be president because he wants to change the world. He wants to make the world a better place. He wants to make America a better place. He wants to help working class people. He's been working to do that for 40 years. He got locked up in the civil rights era for staging sit-ins, fighting against segregation, keeping black folks down. He wanted to fight against that. So you can vote for a man who wants to make the world better, or you can vote for a woman who just wants to be president to become president. That's why she wants to be president. She didn't have a big goal, like she wants to make your life better. She wants to make her life better. What does she know about us? Any of us. Unless you're rich. And I'm talking to everybody when I say that. Tim Black. I approve this message. It's up to you, South Carolina. I hope you do the right thing. And the right thing is to vote for Bernie Sanders. Feel the burn.
That's Tim Black testifying again. I love Tim. Thank you for those words, Tim. Thank you for that. Again, I can't speak to it. I'm a privileged white man in this country. But in my personal opinion, if I were black or any other color besides white, and I was listening to Hillary Clinton and looking up her record, actually I wouldn't even need to listen to, I don't even need to look up Hillary Clinton's record. I just don't understand. What is the deal with anybody voting for Hillary Clinton at this point? I don't get it. Forget the Republican side of the world, which, correction, Ted Cruz dropped his hold on the Flint water deal, but apparently there are other senators that could be holding up the legislation. So, gee, whatever. Thanks, Ted. I don't know that it's going to increase your chances of winning. Chris Christie, gas bag of New Jersey, has supported Trump, which seems fitting. So, yay for them. They can work together there on destroying more things. We're happy about that. There are some good things that have happened in the news. We're going to cover a couple good topics. The whole hashtag on the cover of this was release transcripts, right? Because Hillary doesn't get it. She doesn't understand. I mean, she's the only one holding herself to a standard. The people get to decide. That's an article from Salon we're going to look at, but actually, let's just look at it. I want to read the bottom piece of this article. This is from Salon. Just gonna read what this guy has to say. I really like it here. This is Bill Curry, Salon Mag. And what he says here is the soft corruption of establishment politics is what we mean when we say the system's rigged. It is Sanders' great advantage. On the overarching issue of the election, he has alone among all the candidates wants what we want. An end to politics as we know it. The best place for him to start is with Obama's 2008 reform agenda and end the backroom revolving doors and no big contracts. This is what Clinton does, folks. Clinton knows she can't convince a trade unionist or a single mother that her neoliberal world order is better for them than Bernie's revolution, so she avoids side-by-side policy comparisons and paints him as the other. Okay? You guys, there is nothing that... There's a better way to do it. There's a better way to do it. Let me frame this up. This is awesome. This is, I wanted to run this. This is from SNL. Here's the difference, Hillary. You don't get it. Here's the difference. Let's see if I can make this play right. This is from Saturday Night Live.
During the Democratic debate, Hillary Clinton attacked Bernie Sanders, saying that he needs to be more honest with voters about the difficulty of accomplishing many of his proposals, while Clinton's critics say she has to be honest with voters about all that stuff. And then there's there's more. Okay. Gotta be honest about that stuff.
There. That really sums it up better than I could. How many things Clinton needs to actually be honest about, actually disclose. It's not just about releasing the transcripts, it's about being honest with yourself. You won't even answer the Black Lives Matter protesters' question. You won't even admit that you said these things. When you were talking with him, when you were making sure your Secret Service guy could escort her out the door as fast as possible from your 500-plate dinner to, what? Encourage minority voters to vote for you? I don't even know what was there. What was that in South Carolina? What were you doing there, wherever the hell you were? Be honest with us about one thing. Admit that you said what you said. Don't try to spin it another way. It's obvious what you said. You can't spin the net, Hillary, establishment. You cannot spin the net. This is where you are going to fail. This is why we win. We own the net. We know how to use it. We control it. We control it to a certain degree, folks. Keep in mind, that's why I'm calling out for Anonymous for Occupy. Let's figure out a better way. Okay? When executives at Twitter pull down, scrub an entire hashtag, an entire movement of people in social, we need a way to fight back. We need a way to do something to them. Right? There needs to be repercussions when we are censored. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for global repercussions, or repercussions on that CEO specifically. How do we get him back and uncensor our content? Anyway, it's not about just moving. It's not just about the transcripts. It's about all information, the repression of all information, the burning of books. When a hashtag is scrubbed from the net, it's burning a library of books. It's burning the truth. It's no different than what Nazi Germany did in the 30s. It is no different than what you read about in books like Fahrenheit 451. People, we live in that reality. We have a government that is oppressive and is not interested in doing the will of the people anymore. We have a battle on our hands. Here's a little positive note. Occasionally the YouTube copyright system works in the favor of the people. And Hillary Clinton, I love it how all of these establishment candidates just borrow tunes without asking. I'm going to borrow this tune because that musician's not going to give a shit. Most musicians are liberal, and most musicians see through bullshit. Okay, so Hillary trying to use this tune, Bikini, I don't even know who this, I didn't even know this was going to, Bikini Kills Riot Girl Classic Rebel Girl. To make Hillary Clinton look like she's some kind of a radical feminist revolutionary. I've not seen it, but here's the great part, is that It got a takedown. Happens to us, and all they had to do was go into their content ID system, into the YouTube content ID system. Yes, Hillary's using our tune. We don't want her to be using that anymore. Dink. So fuck you, Hillary. I love the fact that that happened. I think that's great. I think that's fantastic. It's nice. It's nice when the people win occasionally. It's nice. My own self, I agree. That is disheartening to see so many baby boomers that used to be activists, judgmental of the status quo, literally going against their parents head to head. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's really sad how many of the people that were radicals in the 60s or people that understood what was going on in that movement now are stuck with the establishment. They've just become indoctrinated. This is a cycle. We just need to break the cycle with transparency. Transparency breaks this cycle. And we are moving towards a transparent world. The end of the corporate age. The corporate age was all about privacy, about hiding information so that one corporation could be better than another. But we're moving to an age of the people, where we're going to share information openly, like Elon Musk has done with all the Tesla patents. Here, he said, here's all of the technology, all of the work we've done. Make it better. Take it and make it better for society. That is a steward of industry. That is a steward of this planet. I want to work with Elon Musk of the world. I want those kind of people running our government and in politics. I want those kind of people rebuilding our planet. That is the new way. That is the progressive way. That is the people's way. It is the end of the corporate age, folks. The end of the corporate age. So we get to this article just to remind everybody. The reason I entitled the show today, release the transcripts, is because there was a press release from Michael Briggs, the Sanders camp, saying that this was just pushed out. It's an article in the New York Times saying, Mrs. Clinton, show voters those transcripts. Everybody does it as an excuse expected from a mischievous child, not a presidential candidate. Again, I ask everybody voting for Hillary Clinton, why do you see her as a presidential candidate? She is unelectable at this point. She is under investigation by the FBI. The State Department has to release more emails, and every time they release emails, we find out something else. She sold F-15s as Christmas presents and rejoiced over their sale to Saudi Arabia. I don't know what more information we need to provide here, but Hillary released those transcripts, and, we can look at the different things she said. So many people have asked her to release them. Please release the transcript. On February 18th, the man in the audience said, please release this transcript just so we know exactly where you stand. Mrs. Clinton had told him, I'm happy to release anything I have when everybody else does the same. Now she's including Republicans in that. Well, you're not running against Republicans right now. You're running against Bernie Sanders. And I think we should make a big point of that, folks. We need to make a big point of that. Release the transcripts because, and I don't know, I think that should be the hashtag of today until it gets scrubbed by the executive of Twitter. Let's see how fast we can blow it up and then see how fast it gets scrubbed by the executives of Twitter for their party on Sunday. And let's see what we can do about that party on Sunday. I bet we could do something very disruptive on Sunday about that party. Let's find out where it is. Let's see if we can crash it. Let's see if we can bring live camera in there. I would love to do that. I would love to facilitate that if anybody's willing to go there. It's time to fight this war with some better weapons. So I'm asking for help on what we do there. Because I'm tired of being attacked. I'm tired of the lies. I'm tired of having our voice shut down by executives, by suits and ties who want to keep the establishment regime in power. Rah, rah, rah. Told you I was in a bad mood today, folks. Told you I was going to be ranty. Everybody else ran away. Oh no, Scott's there. He's being quiet in the background. Yes, just reading that. What else do I got to cover today? We looked at that. That was funny. Oh, just a reminder. Just a reminder. I don't even need to change the lower third. I mentioned this the other day, but I thought this was just a reminder. This is like audacious. Chamber of Commerce lobbyist Tom Donahoe, or Hugh, Clinton will support TPP after election. He basically, in an interview with from Davos with Bloomberg TV on January 20th, this dude assured viewers that if Hillary Clinton wins the presidential election, she will support the TPP even though she opposes it now. Can somebody just... Everybody, that article link is in the description. Grab that article link and share it in email with anybody you know right now that is still voting for Hillary Clinton, with any baby boomer you know that doesn't look to the internet, but they figured out email. We need to blast them with this information. The same person who says one thing is going to do something different. And here's a dude, a lobbyist, confident, on public television, confidently saying, I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. Hillary's going to back the TPP because we know her record. We know she says one thing, but does what we need her to do because we've paid her millions and millions of dollars to do what we need her to do.
Wait. Did she really say she opposes the TPP? I haven't heard it yet.
I don't think she said she opposes it.
She just said that as far from what she knows, it doesn't meet her standards.
Well,
so
okay, it doesn't meet her standards, so
further research, and it actually does meet my standards. She hasn't come out and said that there's anything wrong with it.
Good point. So, yeah, I'm sorry. So the quote is interesting in the way it's read, though, because this is the quote from the guy, right? Well, actually, there. The chamber president said he expected Hillary Clinton would ultimately support the TPP if she becomes the Democratic nominee for president and is elected. He argues that she has publicly opposed the deal, chiefly because her main challenger, Senator Bernie Sanders, has also done so. So let's get to the real point. It doesn't matter whether she truly opposes it or not. This guy says she's really only doing that or saying that because Bernie Sanders is saying it.
It's just like the Keystone Pipeline. I was there when she finally took a position on the Keystone Pipeline. It was in this elementary school in Des Moines. And all she said was, I oppose it because it's a distraction. She didn't say it was because it was dirty fuel and bad for the environment. She just said it's a distraction.
Right. Yeah. This is. Here, I'll read the last part of this. If she were to get nominated, if she were to be elected, I have a hunch that what runs in the family is you get a little practical if you ever get the job, he said. I'm not even sure what he's insinuating there other than, I don't know. I don't even know what he's saying there, really. That's what he's trying to say there. But I'm not worried about it in that side. He's not worried about it, right? You're right, Scott. She never said, I don't think she ever really did say she opposed it. She just said, what? It didn't meet her standard, whatever the hell it is.
And kept having these three things, like it has to protect jobs and the environment and these three things. And then she said, from what she knew, it didn't meet those standards. So that, and the media, she's opposed to it, but she never really said that she opposes it.
Interesting. Of course not. I'm playing around here with things. So that's Hillary bashing, folks. That's the Hillary bashing today. I don't think I had anything else I want to cover there. Bernie Sanders has a new ad, People Before Polluters. Let's run that real quick. And then, actually, before we run the Bernie Sanders new ad, I want to bring up this. We want to talk about Obama doing things or getting things done. All right. This is the speed of establishment. Right? Now, this would look good. Obama bans U.S. imports of slave-produced goods. Yay! Bill was signed, but it's a loophole that's been around for 85 years. 85 years we've been buying slave goods. And there's all sorts of stuff coming out about this now. Let's not talk about how about Nestle Corporation and its line of Sheba cat food. I think it's Nestle. Sheba cat food, even though Nestle's a piece of shit. We can talk about them anyway. made by children, slave children in Taiwan. But the U.S., they put this information. Obama bans U.S. imports. I think this is hilarious because I don't know how that's even going to stop things. We push a ban on it, nothing's going to change. Nothing's going to change. This is your establishment claiming they accomplish things. Is this kind of shit. We need an overhaul. And this is Obama putting a piece of bubble gum on a rubber tire of our vehicle. Our vehicle needs a new engine, a new body. We got a lot of work to do on the government vehicle that we have that is not really functioning all that well right now. Man, you guys are doing all sorts of awesome comments, and I'm like totally missing them. I've been really you forget the donations after the F-15 sales, right? You're absolutely right. So to make sure we tie that all in together, folks, it wasn't just that the F-15 sales happened and that made a lot of money for the Defense Department sales force, which they actually have one. They actually have a division of the United States government that operates separately on its own. I don't know where they get their funding, probably our tax dollars, but their job is to sell our weapons around the world. And they get cheers, kudos, always be closing, right? Glenn Gary, Glenn Ross, these are the guys around selling our weapons around the world. They just happily sold some M1 Abrams tanks to Iraq for $2.4 billion. I'm not sure where we get any money out of that or what we get back out of that. But, yeah, the F-15. So what happened? This is how the triangle works, folks. Hillary Clinton, make sure we get some sales as State Department person for Boeing. Right? Boeing makes these F-15s. And what happens is right after this deal goes down, Boeing drops a big chunk of change into the Clinton Foundation. And the Clinton Foundation has been busted hiding money away. It's not hard to see the truth. It's just hard to wake America up. We have to wake the rest of America up. We have thieves, liars running for office. We have one man offering us a chance to get out of this alive. One man offering us a chance to survive. And as Tim Canova said yesterday, Florida, 20 years, going to lose a lot of beach property. You're going to have a fucked up coastline in 20 years. 10 years. Who knows what the storms are doing? I know there was a massive storm that outed the power in Janine's area. She was saying the other day, 60 degrees, tornadoes, crazy shit going on down there. You all know the weather's not normal. You all know things aren't right. We have one chance. One chance. I was going to end with our end song, but I want to end with something different. This is from 2011. This is Atari Teenage Riot, Black Flags. This is the WikiLeaks Edit 3 featuring Boots Riley / Anonymous. And this is from 2011. This has a lot of hits. This came out during the Occupy movement. And I bring it up because that kind of effort, that kind of guerrilla warfare is what we need to get back into now so that we still have a medium, an internet, to blast our information to, because they are starting to work on silencing us better. They are starting to find ways of stopping our movements, like Which Hillary hashtags. And we're going to need to figure out a way to subvert that. I don't know what it is, but WikiLeaks, no matter what you think of Julian Assange and whatever's going on with him and that stuff, WikiLeaks is an essential entity when fighting a globally oppressive establishment regime. And without WikiLeaks, without people like Edward Snowden, WikiLeaks, and other entities that help bring the truth, help uncover the truth, without entities like this, we would all be in the dark still. And the oppression would just continue to get worse and worse. And we would not be able to organize. We would not know what's really going on. So I urge you to help support WikiLeaks in what it does, and other entities that are about promoting the truth above establishment bullshit. If we see you later today, maybe, not sure what's going on. The newsroom tomorrow at 9 a.m. noon Eastern for the rest of the world. Thank you all for being here. Feel the burn, everybody. You know what we have to do. You know that we're in a war. And we're not fighting for an election. We're not fighting for the next 4 years. We're fighting for the difference between a planet to live on and slave labor and an oppressive regime on a really hot rock. Those are our choices. Feel the burn, everybody.
I am here to show solidarity with the Occupy London movement. In our experience over the last 5 years, the most frequent attacks on our organisation have not been even by intelligence organisations or military organisations. They have, in fact, been by banks.
Atari Teenage Riot. Anonymous Teenage Riot. No message. No Are you ready to testify? There's a unified axis of government and corporate power. Lawless and unrestrained. That's what we should talk about. Corporations exploit the power of the state to further enhance the power, and the real criminals get away. Are you ready to testify? That's right. Are you ready to testify? Yes, 2 seconds. Are you ready to testify? Get on! Try to defend the system. You have the full weight of law come crashing down upon you. So you don't resist. Surveillance, goons, bosses to be silent. They kill the careers of journalists, so no one can resist. My bones burning like they shut up on water. I got to share nothing before what I say about Obama. My flag is red like a period. I'm a barrage, just like every one of y'all. Take their show to the floor. We gotta be stuck in all the last button, red check. The ball's walking Wall Street with a pin test. People are moving. We need to let the richness. We don't make balls. We don't fish net. It's got endless time to homeland security. We are the prime. And for the health stand, the mob's on and on. And it ain't no soiree, cause it's in my fault. They call me Black Flag, but I'm not an anarchist. I'm also single hammer shit. Connections with vanishing. Over the anarchist. I can let the hammer hit when you collect the damages and handing up on sandwiches.
People cannot wear masks in London. They cannot wear facial coverings in London. And that basic anonymity is denied to people. I say that sometimes it may be legitimate to deny that anonymity. So we should not accept it until Swiss bank accounts and offshore bank accounts are also denied of their anonymity.
Are you ready to testify?
To find out more about WikiLeaks' financial blockade and how to donate, please visit wikileaks.org/support.html.
Huge.
went anywhere. Right? But in this case, you're right. They have economic power because even if it's just 3 people, if they're purchasing all those uniforms, well, that's going to make a difference to their bottom line. And as we know, corporations are amoral machines. It's not to speak ill of them. They're not immoral. They don't have any morals. Their only programming is make every single cent you can. So if in this case they have to throw a civil rights leader under the bus to make an extra couple of dollars, well, of course they're going to. It's an amoral machine. It's designed to do that. It's like getting mad at a computer program. I can't believe you did the thing I designed you to do.
So I get that there's a lot of religious schools, and religious schools tend to be conservative, and they're worried about that. But there's also a lot of liberals, and I'm sure a lot of females who buy stuff from Land's End. Why wouldn't this backfire on them? Why wouldn't the liberals now get upset, and why wouldn't they start protesting and saying, because I'm not going to buy from Land's End now because of this?
Well,
and I had bought from Land's End.
Oh, you have?
Okay, two reasons why. Number one, most liberals got better stuff to do.
Yeah,
okay,
probably.
So they're not going to bother protesting or whatever, right? I'm just keeping it real. You're more strident than the rest, which I think is to your credit, right? I'm still not eating at Chick-fil-A. I think I'm the last one.
I'm not.
Oh, okay, me and you. Okay, that's why we're going to be the Uber door ticket in 20.
That's right. Okay. And I'll go to Papa John's.
Yeah.
That guy.
Yeah. Just on their association with Peyton Manning alone, I apologize. Plus, they have the world's worst pizza.
They have bad pizza.
They do. Their garlic thing is...
The garlic thing is delicious.
It's pretty good, right? It's also, like, made from the most toxic stuff on earth.
I know.
But it's good, yeah. But their pizza itself is miserable. Okay, anyways. The second reason why they're not going to do the counter protests is they don't buy in bulk. So these Catholic schools are buying in bulk, so it makes bigger difference. So if there were a couple of, Howard Schultz at Starbucks was like, okay, now we're not buying Len's End for the baristas' aprons. They're like, okay, no, we make Gloria Steiner's back. Of course she's back, right? So that's how that works.
Yeah. What's also really interesting is how some people are unable to understand that every individual out there is a mixed bag, right? So let's say you are a conservative woman who is against abortion. I hear you. You're against abortion. I think you're against it for the wrong reasons. I think you bought into the propaganda where men want to control you, but whatever. But Gloria Steinem is fighting for your rights and your equality, but they don't understand that and they don't care about that. As long as someone's attacking zygotes, well then we think you're a terrible person. We don't even want to buy anything from a business that has any type of partnership from you. People are just so simple.
You know what else is funny? Yes.
Basic.
What else is funny is, I hope I don't mess this up, but I remember like when Paula Dean happened and she got fired from her TV show, and conservatives would say, hey, why don't you let the free market sort it out? You know, if the people don't like her, they don't like her.
Isn't that the free market, though?
Well, that is the free market. That's what I would have to make that point. No, that is the free market because they're a private company. They think it's going to hurt their bottom line, and they're free market, so that's why they're doing it. And that's...
Okay, sorry, one last thing. I once saw Gloria Steinem speech down about 3-4 years ago, so it's not that far in the distance. And I gotta tell you, I really didn't agree with a lot of it, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, she compared everything in the world to a vagina. Okay, she went on and on about how there were all these symbols in the world that were either vaginas or penises, and like all the symbols were penetrating one another or something, and it meant the patriarchs got. So you don't have to agree with her to recognize her role in this movement, right? And she had an important role to play, and so you got to at least respect that. I didn't get up in the middle of the speech. I don't think everything's a vagina.
And then continue to hate her and despise her over that one thing. Yeah, I agree with you. There's a lot of stuff I don't agree with her on either.
It's tough being a true blue progressive. You know, I can't go to Papa John's, can't go to Chick-fil-A. I had to give up all my hobbies. Because of Hobby Lobby.
Yeah. By the way, Hobby Lobby is like the oldest thing in the world. I mean, who names themselves Hobby Lobby? What do you, 1840?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, anyway, let's
take a break.
Oh, break.
Yeah, there's some drama in the modeling world. Really interesting story about body types and stuff like that. Come back.
Just come back, okay? I have 5 minutes. Explain to Facebook. Go.
TYT Army being so strong. Usually they help us run our show. Now they're going to help us run the country.
Like this.
It's time that we reclaim democracy for the people.
We had a huge victory for Wolfpack.
When Lincoln said this was a country by, of, and for, he said of the people, not of corporations.
Our representatives don't represent us. Whoa! Democracy!
United!
We are!
We are!
Too strong! There's thousands of volunteers, and you can be among them.
With Wolfpack, the mission is so clear.
Money is killing our democracy. 96% of Americans want it. When you get the power back, oh, that feels good. This is just the beginning. Let's go get them, man. Up and at them. Knock, knock. We're coming for them! Wolf-pack.com. Alright, back on the Young Turks. Just one tweet I want to read because we got a lot of stuff to do. Rudy Bouquet says, well, Land's End just got added to my long list of companies to boycott. So apparently we're right there with you, Rudy. But I'm not sure my list is that long, right? I just got Chick-fil-A and I guess Land's End on it.
Chick-fil-A is the most devastating one, honestly.
Yeah, because you like it.
I
Yeah.
love.
Oh, Papa John's. I didn't even ban Papa John's, but I will now.
I don't even go to Jimmy John's.
I actually had one of their subs the other day. I was like, ooh, surprisingly good.
I had a friend who worked for Chick-fil-A before he was a comedian, and he said that every time they sold a Chick-fil-A sandwich, he had to go, touchdown, Chick-fil-A.
Really?
And they made him do that. Touchdown, Chick-fil-A.
Oh, God, that's so annoying. Okay.
That's hilarious.
You should have the people here wear uniforms, and then you could have a little sway over Land's End.
But then I'd have to pay for them. Okay. But I like the idea of running into a Jimmy John's and yelling, I hate your dad! Papa John's.
This is crazy person.
Okay. Alright, by the way, so Jimmy, I was on Rolling Stone the other day. Not a big deal.
Not a big deal.
Anna's in time today.
Not a big deal.
Not a big deal. Okay. But I want you to check out Jimmy's work on TYT Politics. So Jordan's got a lot of videos up there. A lot of our videos during the debate coverages also go on TYT Politics. They don't all go on the main channel, right? So youtube.com/TYT Politics. You get a lot more campaign coverage there, more of Jimmy's pieces, more of Jordan's pieces, and more of all of our pieces. Sounds funny. Okay, and
I like your pieces.
Yeah, thank you.
You got some fries with those pieces?
No, I'm boycotting my own pieces.
Oh my gosh.
Anyways, and also, of course, membership, tytnetwork.com/join. Come support the show. Be part of the family. Okay, next.
All right. Sports Illustrated decided to do something pretty interesting when it comes to its latest cover. They featured 3 different covers with 3 different models. One of them was Ronda Rousey with her obviously very athletic figure. And then they had a traditional model, and then they featured a non-traditional model, Ashley Graham, who's full-figured, and we have an example of what it looks like. There you go. Mm-hmm. And it got a lot of praise because not only did Sports Illustrated focus on one body type, they're trying to make a statement about all body types and how whether you're athletic, whether you're skinny, whether you're curvy, you're beautiful. Okay, I like that message.
Well, it helps that she's beautiful.
Well, she's
Yeah, I was going to say,
no,
not everybody's beautiful, but she is.
Yeah, all three of them are beautiful. All three of the models that were featured are gorgeous, right? Now, Cheryl Teagues, who's the traditional model from back in the day, disagrees. There she is on a Sports Illustrated cover from back in the day. She released a statement about what she feels about the Ashley Graham cover. She actually thinks that it's sending an unhealthy message. So she says the following: I don't like that we're talking about full-figured women because it's glamorizing them because your waist should be smaller than 35 inches. That's what Dr. Oz said. And yeah, exactly. And I'm sticking to it. I don't think it's healthy. Her face is beautiful. Beautiful. But I don't think it's healthy in the long run. Okay, so I just find it so interesting that someone who is a traditional model in an industry that has led to so many unrealistic body expectations that women have, anorexia and bulimia and all sorts of eating disorders, has the audacity to look at a model like Ashley Graham and say, you're not healthy, you're promoting an unhealthy lifestyle. Look, there are women that look like Ashley Graham that are extremely healthy, okay? Just because someone has a high BMI, it doesn't mean that they're unhealthy.
Yeah, in fact, there's one on the set. Okay, I happen to be a guy, but my doctor said, I remember that almost every one of them says, you are morbidly obese, but shockingly healthy. They're always flummoxed by it. They're like, I don't get it. You're way too fat to be healthy, but you are. Okay, so now I know that, of course, in general, obesity can lead to a series of issues like diabetes, and it might come up later, etc. But she's not obese. She's not. I mean, she doesn't have health issues like, oh my God, you don't look at her and go, oh my God, I hope she goes to a doctor right away. I mean, you want to play doctor with her, you want to send her to a doctor.
First of all, if you look at that picture, she has these sexier hips. Like, the thing that turns men on is the waist to hip ratio, and she has a great waist to hip ratio. If you notice that.
No, Dr. Oz says that her waist just isn't small enough. I'm sticking to it.
I know, but they did. And I've talked about this on the show before. They did studies. They took Playboy models from like the 1960s and Playboy models from the 1990s. They're much skinnier overall, but their hip to waist ratio was exactly the same, and that's the thing that triggers men's mind, because they've done studies. Women with a certain hip to waist ratio are the most fertile. They're most likely to get pregnant and carry a baby to term, and that is from millions of years of evolution, makes us want to have sex with them because we all we want to do is procreate. So it's all unconscious stuff. You don't even know what's going on, and that's why she's still sexy to men, because not only is she pretty, but her hip to waist ratio is fantastic. That is a great picture.
She's beautiful. Whatever. These conversations really irritate me. But the thing that I want to bring up about men and what they like and the hip to waist ratio is, look, I feel like women have a lot of expectations when it comes to the way they look, right? And there are some men that like curvier women, some men that like more slender builds, men who like more athletic builds. There's all sorts of things that guys like. But what really irritates me is whenever you have conversations about men's bodies, right? It's a completely different ballgame. So last year there was this trending story about the dad bod and how women are like, oh yeah, the dad bod, man, it's so sexy. Men let themselves go. It turns me on. Men don't talk about women like that. Men don't like look at women and say, oh yeah, she's so hot after she had that baby. You know what I mean? Like it's
well, some guys do, but
very few. Very few. That's like a very specific fetish, I guess.
The problem with men's bodies is that they're disgusting. They're covered with hair.
No, they're not
and
disgusting.
Skunk. And I don't know how women get into guys' bodies because they're gross.
Oh, I'm into men's bodies.
I know. I'm just saying it's good. Thank God.
I had a friend who once told us about his girlfriend. This quote reminded me of it. Oh, she's got a beautiful face. Beautiful face. We were all like,
that's just not.
like, okay.
I mean, if a guy's body was, smooth and waxed and all that stuff, and
I love.
And it had
hair.
Like
I love
really?
chest hair.
Oh.
Yes, I love it. Like I love hair legs.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't even think about you.
I'm back. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah.
It's hot. It's hot. It's like masculine. I don't know. Like hairy chests turn me on. I think they're sexy. So
how about a hairy back?
That does not turn me on.
Damn.
That's where it's at.
The bridge too far.
All right.
Let's go for it.
Let's do it. Whitey Bulger, who's serving pretty much the rest of his life in prison because of 11 murders that he was involved in, just recently got 30 days in solitary confinement. Now, even though he's a deplorable person and he deserves his prison sentence, he got that solitary confinement because he was allegedly caught masturbating. And the question is, should inmates be allowed to masturbate? Should they be reprimanded or punished in any way if they're caught doing anything sexual? Well, let me give you the details. A male corrections officer was making early morning rounds, and the now 86-year-old was reportedly seen masturbating in his cell with the lights on. Okay. So the authorities put him in solitary confinement for 30 days, halted his commissary and email privileges for 120 days, and even took away his personal property for 30 days. Now, he responded to this by saying, "I'm 85 years old. My sex life is over." He denied that he was masturbating.
Okay, he's lying. He said he was applying medicated powder to an irritation on his genitals.
That could be true.
Yeah, no. The irritation needed to be scratched for other reasons, okay? So, are you kidding me? But this actually, like, this is the guy that you least want to root for on the planet. 11 murders.
Yeah.
Okay, that we know of. Right? But this is what we're putting the people in solitary confinement for?
Really?
Solitary confinement is right on the precipice of torture, right? And oftentimes over the precipice, and it usually depends on how long you stay there. And we're doing 30 days like it's no big deal. Like 30 days in solitary is terrible. Terrible. That's because we sometimes put people away for years in solitary confinement because they're in prison, so they don't count. They're not humans, right? And then on this issue of should they be allowed to masturbate, with all the prison rape there is, of course they should be allowed to masturbate. Like you're saying, there's rampant prison rape across the country, right? They're not regulating that. But if you're beating off like, hey, watch it. Get back to raping other guys instead.
It's amazing.
Are you insane? They should be encouraging it. Get your aggression out. Yeah, go ahead. Every guy, you got to wake up in the morning and masturbate. Let's go up and at them. It should be part of their regular schedule so they don't rape each other and they don't get into fights.
They should have threw a party for this guy. There should be a parade. You're like, what's the parade for? There's an 86 guy jerking off.
Yeah, I was actually very impressed by the fact that he has a sex drive at 86.
And he must not have. It was all in his head too. What a great imagination because he's in jail.
Yeah,
it's not like he's got a video.
No, but that's why I always thought I don't understand the whole prison rape thing, and they, all these conservatives talk about, well, if you're on an island, what do you do? Of course, everybody's going to turn gay, right? Like, no, why would I? If I'm straight, why don't they just masturbate, right? Why do they need? No, well, I guess I'm out of options. They're right here. This is your options, right? Use your mind and think about women because you're straight. But they're like, no. Well, let's go immediately to male-on-male rape.
Yeah, look,
madness.
Just because someone's behind bars doesn't mean that they lose human nature, right? Human nature still exists. And so the question is, how do you allow them to do things that are still healthy in a safe way that doesn't harm other people? So I totally agree with you, Jake. If you want to do something about prison rape, if you're actually concerned about this, well then you should be applauding someone who's masturbating as opposed to forcing someone to have sex with him.
I don't even know what's wrong with it.
I don't
like, why do they care? Well, what is you're putting your morals on him? Like, when he committed 11 murders, that's when you put morals on him and go, hey, you know what? I'm judging you. I'm allowed to judge you for killing other human beings, right? But what you're doing to yourself, what is doing it with his 1800s? Was this Victorian England? Who cares that they're masturbating? Like, that's a thing they care about? And you want all those prisoners, like the murderers and all those guys, pent up through jail. I haven't orgasmed in a month, right? Yeah, that's the guys you want walking around in jail.
I can see the signs at that prison in the bathroom. You shake it more than twice, you're playing with it.
No, I'm telling you, mandatory masturbation in prisons, it'll solve a lot of problems.
I'm with you.
Mandatory masturbation is kind of like sexual assault, though.
Yeah.
Right? Like you're forcing people to touch themselves. Like there's something weird about that too. Like you can't.
I force assault yourself,
Your Honor.
No, but seriously, you can't force someone to do something sexual.
Okay.
Right?
Anna, it's not a real proposal.
I know.
wouldn't apply. No, I mean, I would consider it, but I'm pretty sure they won't let me do it.
Right.
Okay.
All right. Anyway, being a good parent could actually take a toll on a parent's health. This is according to a new study by researchers in Northwestern University. And what they did is they looked into parents that are extremely empathetic. And they realized that the more empathetic a parent is, the more likely they are to have inflammation. So let me tell you how this all works. They found that while the children of empathetic parents are better off, both physically and emotionally, the parent cells reveal chronic, low-grade inflammation. When their children suffer psychologically, empathetic parents' immune systems take a hit, which is incredible. So they looked at 247 pairs of parents and their adolescent children on how often and to what degree parents could understand their children's feelings and respond with appropriate concern. They also took blood samples. Empathetic parents and their children were both better off psychologically, but they differed when it came to physical. Children of empathetic parents also showed lower levels of inflammatory markers, but their parents were just the opposite. Their samples revealed the low-grade systemic inflammation.
At first, you read the headline, being a good parent will physiologically destroy you. And you're like, that can't be right. That's crazy talk. But once they explain it out, you're like, oh, I get it, right? And
yes.
And I know when my kids are hurt, like, I don't know what's happening physically inside me, but what I feel is, oh, no, right?
Yeah.
And so can that then translate into something going wrong with you physiologically as well? There's a lot of logic in that.
Well, it's the placebo effect is kind of related to this, right? So whenever you're having an emotion in your head, and it's going to have a physical reaction in your body.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So this made me think of my mom, because my mom is the most empathetic mother imaginable. So if I ever go through anything traumatic or sad, or if I'm depressed, she has like a physical reaction to it. And growing up, I used to think like she's overreacting, she's faking it, like just calm down. But no, it's real. It has real physical ramifications when her child is going through something terrible, right? And it's because you don't want to see your kids going through that kind of pain. When you're empathetic, you feel their pain.
You know what? Apparently I've been doing it all wrong. I should be like, I don't give a damn. Yeah, so I'm not going to let it touch me and bother me, that's for sure. You're on your own, kids.
No, I think the lesson here is don't underestimate how difficult it is to be a good parent, right? Like, I don't think a lot of people think about how much of a sacrifice it is to be a parent, right? Like, I keep going back and forth as to whether or not I want to have kids one day. I read stuff like this, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm cut out for it, because I don't want to go through this. I don't want low-grade inflammation.
I can assure you that it's a minor problem compared to the upsides of it. And there are many downsides that we've talked a lot about on the show, but it's a unique feeling, literally unique, right? There's no other way to understand it unless you have it, and so. But don't get me wrong, also a giant pain in the ass. So you make the call.
There are ways to mitigate this, though, and that's the whole reason why they're doing studies like this. So usually when you take parenting classes or parenting therapy or family therapy, there's this huge emphasis on empathy. Feel empathy for your children, feel empathy for your family members. But what the researchers are saying here is that type of therapy should also focus on self-care, making sure that parents are taking care of themselves and their well-being as well as their children's well-being, right? And I think that a lot of parents are selfless, right? And that's human nature. They want to care for their kids and they forget about themselves, and that's not necessarily a good thing either.
Now that I've had kids, I can't believe parents who don't care about their kids.
There's a lot of them.
There's a lot of them. And I'm like, man, maybe they just don't have the same genes we do, right? How could you not care? It's amazing.
I think it's because they don't care about themselves in a sense, right? I think it's because they have a low opinion of themselves. This kid came from me. He's shitty too, right? I'm a piece of shit. This kid's a piece of shit. That's what I think.
Wow.
I think it might be unconscious.
I never thought about it that way, but maybe that's why my egomania says, I don't know if that's the right way to say it. Since I'm an egomaniac, I probably think like, oh my kids are so important.
Maybe.
I mean, they are worthy of so much love.
Well, in that case, your egomaniacal, behavior is good.
Yeah, we found an upside to it.
Yeah.
Okay, I got to tell you two random stories since we have a couple minutes left. about parenting. The other day we had a play date at my house, and I'm always like, it's the first kind of play date we've had. And I'm like, play date? What's up? And then we had it, and I was like, oh, I used to have play dates all the time when I was a kid, when my parents' friends would come over and they'd have kids. Nowadays we'd call that a play date. No, it's friends coming over and the kids play. You don't have to call it anything. Just invite your friends over. That's it. Like, you know what I'm
yes,
saying?
I know exactly.
But what's the real intention? Is it because the parents want to hang out, or are the parents forcing themselves to hang out with one another so their kids can hang out?
I think you nailed it. I think that's the point of why they call it a play date.
Oh my God, being a parent sounds like it's terrible.
Because you know why? Because, like, for example, you invite parents over from your kid's school. Like, you wouldn't necessarily go find those parents and be like, hey, you guys want to hang out? Right? But since your kids are together in the school, and then you have to bring them together.
Then you're forced to hang out with people that you otherwise would not hang out with.
Right, but as it turns out, they were good people, and I'm glad we did it, and it was a lot of fun. Okay, now, one more random story for you guys. So, Supreme Court opening happens when Scalia dies, right? And a couple of people online said, oh, Cenk, you say they should put you on the Supreme Court. It's obvious, the most obvious inconceivable thing you've ever heard in your life, right? It's just internet comment. And my dad says this.
Oh,
right?
I love this.
And my mom starts taking it serious. Okay? I'm like, Mom, okay. She's like, you're a lawyer. You're a lawyer. Okay, and they're saying it online. I'm like, Mom, they're not, it's not they are saying it online. It's two dudes somewhere, right? Like, my mom thinks that if she sees it on Facebook, in the beginning, she doesn't anymore. Facebook put it up. Like, she's like, oh no, Facebook said you were going to be on TV. That's how important it was. Okay? And so now she's a Facebook pro. But, so she's like, no, people are talking about you being on. So she asked Wendy, like, would you guys move to Washington? Okay? And Wendy's like, I love you, but this is not real. This is not real. And then she turns to me, oh, she doesn't want to move to Washington.
No. What I love the most about this story is that it doesn't matter how old you get. Like, you're a grown-ass man, right? And you still have your parents, like, thinking of you as, like, this up-and-coming teenager. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
they're rooting for you. They believe in you more than humanly reasonable. But it's balanced out by my wife's healthy skepticism. Supreme Court. Which she's right in that particular case, obviously. But I love it. My mom's like, oh. And then I brought it up again another time. She's like, oh, no, Wendy doesn't want to watch. like, we've got that Supreme Court locked up. The question is, should we move or not? To D.C. That's what's holding it up.
That could be on the Supreme Court for life. Changing the world.
She knows.
I mean, I'd like to see you on the Supreme Court, Cenk, but I don't know. Do you think you have the intellect to match a Judge Thomas?
Okay, but can you imagine my confirmation hearings? Now, Mr. Uger, the time that you said these motherfuckers, the tape did roll on me.
Do you still believe that the government, and particularly the Senate, is bought, Mr. Uger?
Well, that I got no problem with.
Yeah.
Yes, goddamn right it is. Okay, all right, we're out of time, guys, kind of. So don't worry, we're back tomorrow. South Carolina election, that's Democrats, Bernie Sanders versus Hillary Clinton. So that is at 6:30 p.m. Eastern is when we're going to start the coverage, tytnetwork.com/live. Everybody check out TYT Politics, youtube.com/TYT Politics. And then, of course, become a member and get all the post games. Today, it's Malcolm in the Middle, totally true or totally bullshit. They're going to do that. Next week, I can't wait to come back and do more post games if there's not a debate every single night. Because I've got a bunch of post games saved up. I want to go through the soundboard. I got in an accident. And then my insurance, I think, is not, they're going to say I'm at fault. And I am in a rage over it.
Dude, when are you going to stop, driving like an idiot?
Okay, see, now she's not on my side.
No, I'm not. I see how he parks on a daily basis.
You're the one who parks too close to me.
You're a mess.
Okay, no, I'm such a good driver it'll make your head spin. So literally, when I hit you, your head will spin.
I called my insurance company because I hit I hit something. right? I had 2 hits. I wanted to combine them. Right? It was my fault. I hit like a wall, like a thing, and
well, it definitely wasn't the wall's fault.
Yeah, it was kind of the wall's fault if you were there. And so I wanted to combine the two, and I just want and so what I said was I actually hit a bus, one of them, but the bus kept going. Like I heard crinkle, crinkle, and I'm like, what? And the bus just keeps going. I'm like, okay, nothing wrong with the bus. So when I called the insurance company, I said I have 2 things. I hit a wall, and my car got hit in a parking lot. I don't know why I just didn't say it was all the walls. Because I never went through this before. I never had to do a claim or whatever. And so I just go, and she says, well, you'll have to get a police report for where was it hit in the parking lot? And I go, I don't know what parking lot it was. I just noticed it when I got home. He's like, well, you have to get a police report. I'm not getting a fucking police report for something that didn't happen.
Well, in that particular case,
that's fraud.
Yeah,
I can't do that, right? That's illegal, isn't it? If I didn't do it. Yeah. I was like, I can't go get a police report. Now I'm really feeling illegal, so I didn't do it. Okay. I still have a dent in my car.
You should probably stop talking about this on a public forum. Because I think it's...
No, but he didn't do it.
I didn't do it.
He didn't do it, so it's okay.
I know, but telling the insurance... Anyway, wish you luck.
Yeah. The insurance company calls you. We watched The Young Turks.
Oh, everyone watches The Young Turks. We're black.
Okay, and then March 9th debate is for members only, so everybody join up, tytnetwork.com/join. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye. No, I mean, that was okay. That wasn't bad. You want to just print it? Okay. We're done. We got people running scared that love money in politics because they know we're coming to take it out. And believe me, man, there is a counterattack coming. The empire is in the middle of striking back. I'll tell you more about that as things unfold. But the beast arises. And not just on the right, but on the left as well. The establishment doesn't really like change. It thinks to stay exactly as they are. And when they see us, you know what they see? The reason they're attacking us? They see real change. They don't like that. They're like, whoa, wait, what are you doing? It looks like you guys are going to change things. Exactly. You got that right, my friend. So what I want you guys to do is to help us in this holiday season in actually getting us that cavalry. Now, we have precious little people that we can employ. You guys helped us hire Allison recently, was our state leader in California. Thank you so much for doing that. We're up to about 3.5 people that are full-time. Everybody else is volunteers, warriors. Well, I've been telling you about those warriors. Now, I want to take some of those warriors and hire them full-time so we can charge. So I'm going to tell you about some of them right now, and the guys we're looking forward to having you guys help us with. And by the way, let me tell you right up front. If you become a member, you wind up helping us hire these guys. That's the whole point of this. So even if you can't volunteer, even if you can't spend your Saturdays or your off time, or you can't make those phone calls, there is something you can do. So to go to wolf-pack.com/new year. Okay, so our goal for the new year is 500 new members. If we get to 500 new members, we get to hire all these people. So who are they? One is Jay Swearingen. He's been going across the Midwest, fighting the good fight, trying to convince state legislators. He used to be not only a state legislator himself, but he's former executive director of the Innocence Project, which gets innocent people off of death row. Now, with a name like Swearingen, obviously he needs a nickname, and that nickname is the most obvious one in the world, Deadwood. So we gotta get Deadwood on our team. Let's go get him. Okay, the more members there are, the more of these guys we can hire. Now, the second guy is a guy you're also looking at right there, Richard Diesel Blake. Now, he is the leader of the Mountain Army in Illinois. Illinois, we've already put on the map largely thanks to Diesel and the great mountain army he has there. I've told you about some of the people there. Doc Daniels, we got a former Marine in Kit. We've got Murray the Merciless. We got a great crew there. But Diesel is the leader of that crew. It'd be great to have him on full time. Wolf-pack.com/New Year. Let's get to 500. I know. You know what people are going to say? You can't get 500 new members. Then by the way, okay, and there's a cavalry of a different sort. I've got a donor who says, hey, you know what? An actual good guy donor. He says he will match the first $10,000. You guys put in $10,000, become a continuing supporter of Wolfpack, become a member, he'll match that. So what every dollar you give for the first $10,000, you're giving $2 thanks to that guy. So there are people who believe, and the more of you guys join, the more they believe, and the stronger we all grow together. One last group of guys that I want to tell you about. It's the Liberati group. They're a group of social media, basically, honestly, geniuses that helped start Occupy Wall Street. Now they're coming on board to help us. Social media used to be just 5% of our traffic. It's now 30% of our traffic, and we want to drive that up higher and higher so that more people can hear about Wolfpack, more people can join, more people can become volunteers and then warriors, and then eventually become part of the cavalry that you're helping to hire. So let's get these guys on board. Let's get the Occupy Wall Street guys that know exactly how to get a lot of attention on our team. Let's get Diesel. Let's get Deadwood. Let's go. So wolf-pack.com/New Year. One last thing. I don't know if this is going to be an incentive or a disincentive for you guys, but everybody who becomes a member in December will get a signed Christmas card from me with a picture of me. There's some chance that I've just ruined everything. But if you're interested in that, I'm going to send you that too. A holiday card, whatever card you want to call it. But it's a perfect time to get together and say, you know what? Here's the Christmas gift we're going to get for the country. Democracy. Wolf-pack.com/New Year. Let's get to 500. Let's go get them. Young Turks. Alright, welcome back to the Young Turks. Okay, so a couple of things. Number one, we've got the debate later tonight. Oh, it's on Fire Talk tonight. Okay, you guys got to know that. So firetalk.com/The Young Turks. It's going to be me, Jimmy, Ben, and Sprinkles. I can't help it. You know that some bitch is watching Star Wars right now?
How dare he?
He should be watching the Young Turks. I hope he's got a little mobile phone that he's watching us secretly on the app.
It's in our contracts. We have to live and breathe TYT at all hours of the day.
That's right, even if I call you Sprinkles. Okay, so yes, the legendary Johnny Pie will join us, though, for the debate. That'll be at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, firetalk.com/The Young Turks. Okay, speaking of which, I'm going to take a couple of comments from Fire Talk. Leanne Davis says about Nancy Allen, the woman who wore the hijab.
Yeah.
Did you see that? In solidarity?
Yes, I did.
Oh, what a lovely woman. Okay, yeah. She says, this woman is awesome. I've thought about doing this, and she's actually doing it. Well, Leanne, that's okay. In fact, other churchgoers there are thinking of joining her. So why not make it a trend? Okay? Hashtag I hijab too. All hijabs matter. I don't know. Okay, those are bad hashtags, but you see my points.
Yeah. I like what she's doing, but it's also kind of interesting because I hate the hijab, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
And so,
I know.
I stand in solidarity with my Muslim brothers and sisters. At the same time, I'm not putting hijab on. So.
I hear you on that, too. Neither am I, but I love them for the ones that are decent enough to do that. Yeah, please stop. Okay, please stop. She wants more memes. One of you took a screen capture the other day.
It was so good.
And she put it on Instagram. She put it on Instagram. Yeah. All right. The Principon says, oh my God, so Christians actually listen to what Christ said to do. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And finally, Julia Mahoney says, I want to give this woman a hug. She's clearly a compassionate woman, and I love that she's brave enough to take this stance. On the other hand, I have money on someone from Tumblr getting offended and calling this cultural appropriation. Oh, please don't do that. Please don't do that. And by the way, she cleared it. She's, of course, being the decent person that she is, cleared it. She went to the Grand Mufti, and he said, this is okay. No. She went and asked her Muslim friends. She asked on Facebook, and everybody was like, no, that's great. That's great. Please do it. Mm-hmm. All right. So, but you know what? I'm on a roll. I'm going to do member shout-outs. So, Vaughn Robinson, member number 2179, and Stacy Holloway, member number 1287. So Vaughn and Stacy, you guys rock the world. Forward.
All right. As many of you know, a number of statewide investigations happened after the supposed sting videos of Planned Parenthood were released. Now, those sting videos were highly edited. It turns out that Planned Parenthood was never doing anything illegal when it came to fetal tissue. They were not selling it for profit. However, some of the authorities in Ohio are trying to nitpick and find other reasons to shut Planned Parenthood down. The recent issue has to do with the way that fetal tissues are disposed of by Planned Parenthood. Now, the Attorney General in Ohio, his name is Mike DeWine, found no evidence that Planned Parenthood made money from aborted fetuses, but his report released Friday instead criticized its facilities for disposing of fetal remains in landfills. He accused the organization of violating a state rule requiring that fetal tissue be disposed of in a humane manner. So let's stop right there. It sounds bad, right? You're thinking, oh, they're disposing fetal remains in landfills. But that's actually what hospitals do. That's what clinics do, non-abortion related clinics. Where did you want them to dispose of it? And the Ohio law says that they must be disposed of in a humane way. So Planned Parenthood does what many other hospitals do. They hire a third party to dispose of hazardous waste, of medical waste. It's standard operating procedure. There are some states that have specific laws that indicate that you must cremate the remains, but Ohio does not have that law. So, again, Planned Parenthood, in this case, is not doing anything wrong.
So let's break apart what Mike DeWine is doing. By the way, Mike DeWine is a Republican, former Republican senator from Ohio. So he investigated, and like 10 other investigations of Planned Parenthood, they all concluded that there is zero evidence that they are selling any fetal tissue, let alone baby parts, as Carly Fiorina and the murderer Robert Deere have said. So all that was propaganda, and even the Republican who desperately wanted to find something on Planned Parenthood had to say, okay, there's no evidence at all that they're breaking the law. So he had to invent something new because he wants to blame Planned Parenthood even if there's no evidence. So he's like, oh, I can't break the law and say that they violated it because they didn't. I don't like the way you're disposing. What do you mean I don't like the way you're disposing it? It's the law says you should do it in a humane way. They've done it in a way that is perfectly acceptable throughout all this time. You have no evidence that they've violated the law or any regulation in any way, shape, or form. I don't care. I'm going to investigate them anyway. Well, what do you want them to do with it? Do you want them to cremate it? Well, if you want that, you should put it in the law, but it's not in the law. Yeah. I don't care. I'm going to blame them no matter what. I believe that's called DeWining.
Yes. I like that. So what the state lawmakers are now doing is they're writing a bill that would force Planned Parenthood to cremate the fetal body parts. Or
bury. But this is absurd. Yeah. But because it's not a person. Now, yesterday we did a story about a late-term abortion that a woman attempted on her own. It's 24 weeks. See, that was a person. It was viable outside the womb, and it turns out it survived. The baby survived. You see, if the baby hadn't survived in that horrible thing that she did, then you would give that baby a proper burial. But before that, it is not a baby. That's why we have said that it is not an independent life form. So you don't have to bury it. You don't have to cremate it. It's fetal tissue. So if you took tissue, when you do a biopsy, you take tissue out of somebody. Do we have to bury that too? Or go through cremation? No, this is an attempt to do propaganda to convince women that, hey, you know what, it is alive, it is alive, it is alive. Oh, look at this baby we're going to bury. And in fact, the law that they want to pass in Ohio, they want to tell the women before they get the abortion, would you, afterwards, no matter how young it is, no matter how early it is in the pregnancy, would you like us to bury it or to cremate it?
Yeah, so part of the reason why they're doing that is because they're pushing this notion that a fetus is a person, right? Like, they want people to think of zygotes, of fetuses that are not viable outside the womb as independent life forms. That way you shame the woman who's seeking an abortion.
That's exactly the
because
point.
She feels like she's a murderer, that she's killing an independent life form, which
that you got to put into a coffin. Now, I know people who've gotten abortions, and a lot of it was early on, and a lot of it was because there was no heartbeat, and something had gone wrong. There was nothing in the middle. I mean, that's the worst scientific explanation ever, but okay.
Wait, there's no...
I know. But there's a lot of different things that go wrong, and what do they have to do? They do an abortion, but it was never a life there in the first place. It was never a life. Now you tell that woman, okay, now would you like me to put this in a coffin? Screw off. Don't put your morality on us. That's an invented morality. It's not even your morality. It doesn't even say it in the Bible. In the Bible, it's pro-abortion. So I don't agree with the Bible. I'm pro-choice, not pro-abortion.
Yeah. Now, by the way, Georgia is one of the states in this country that forces Planned Parenthood to dispose of the fetal tissue through burial or cremation. So there are already states that are really specific about what they want to do. But again, if Ohio lawmakers are upset at the way Planned Parenthood is doing things, A, they're not breaking the law, and B, they're not breaking the law because of you. You didn't write into the law that fetal tissue needs to be cremated. So they're trying to hurry up and do that now. They were trying to take legal action to shut down Planned Parenthood right away, but a judge intervened and said, no. You're not going to do anything to Planned Parenthood for the moment being. We're going to continue investigating this. If we find that they did something wrong, then we can shut them down. But it's unlikely that they're going to find that Planned Parenthood did anything wrong. Because they didn't. They didn't break any law.
You know what they're doing. They're doing the same trick now in Tennessee and Wisconsin. They're now going, fetal remains. We're going to see if you're disposing of them right. Well, where do you want us to put them? We've done this the same way. Hospitals have done it the same way. You know what you're doing? You're trying to block people from having abortions. You're trying to circumvent the law of the land. This country, by law, according to the United States Constitution, is pro-choice. And you can disagree with that decision, but that's a sad day for you. That's the Supreme Court. That's the way this country works. The Supreme Court decisions I despise, like Citizens United. I don't say, all right, that's it, well, then I'm not following it. No, I do politics to try to overturn that. You're allowed to do the same thing. It's a free country. But you don't get to say, no, I'm now changing the law state by state, and I'm going to try to ignore what the Supreme Court said. That's not how it works, okay? You can go ahead and fight back politically, but to come in here and say, I'm going to try to trick you into giving your choice away, even though the Supreme Court says you do have that choice, that is not right. And by the way, last thing, let's be absolutely clear about this. Every single investigation has said that Planned Parenthood is not selling baby parts or fetal tissue. Not. These are Republicans that are investigating who desperately want to do damage to Planned Parenthood. And they're still saying there is zero evidence. So get that through your thick heads. Fox News and all those other guys are just doing propaganda. It isn't true.
All right. Let's move on to something else.
All right. Let's move on to Jesus.
Yes. Many interpretations of what Jesus looked like tend to be wrong. He wasn't this white guy with long, flowy hair and blue eyes. And one researcher wanted to prove it by not only relying on scientific evidence, but also relying on some references of Jesus' appearance in the Bible. So Richard Neve did this really great visual image of what Jesus actually likely looked like. Dude was from Galilee, okay? Around the Syria, Lebanon area. Looked like that, okay?
He looks slightly confused there. What? Jesus?
So,
Jesus, I didn't know I looked like this.
No, I love this because, look, this isn't a new story. This is something that people have been arguing about for quite some time. But I love that this researcher, again, not only used anthropological evidence, he also used the Bible. Read the Bible. The Bible talks about what God looks like, and he's not some blonde dude, okay? He looks like that.
How could anybody ever think that he was blonde and blue-eyed? You really thought that? You didn't think. Come on, you weren't stupid enough to believe that, did you? The guy's Middle Eastern. He's a Jew from the Middle East. Of course he wasn't blonde and blue-eyed. Why would he be that? The idea that he's blonde is just as improbable as that he's black. Mm-hmm. You know, people sometimes say, oh, black Jesus. I think you're a little confused. No, Middle Eastern dudes are not generally black, right? They're also not Chinese.
Yeah.
Right? So, but he's certainly not blonde either. So maybe a tiny bit more likely to be black than blonde.
Yeah.
Right? But no. That's not what Jesus looks like. Jesus looks like me, thinks people across the world. If I thought that, I'd be closer to truth.
Now, let me tell you about Neve's methodology in creating what Jesus probably looked like, okay? So, he's a retired medical artist, okay? I didn't even know medical artists existed, but that's kind of cool. He used science to make the best possible guess at what the founding figure of the Christian religion looked like. Unlike images that depict a Caucasian with flowing hair, Jesus probably had a dark complexion, dark eyes, and dark curly hair. using techniques from a discipline called forensic anthropology, normally used to solve crimes. Neve used evidence like skulls from the time and place that Jesus lived. They then used computer technology to determine how tissue and muscle would have made his facial features look. Using another subtle clue from the Bible, the researchers determined Jesus' hair would have been kept short as opposed to the flowing waves often depicted in religious imagery. In Corinthians, the Apostle Paul writes that long hair on a man is a disgrace. Paul wouldn't have written this, the researchers deduced, if Jesus had long hair.
I know it's a little random, but that's actually my favorite part. Because on almost all the pictures, including in antiquity, he's got the long flowing hair and he's like a hippie and all that. So they're like, no, a disgrace back then. Disgrace.
Yeah.
And they say that he was likely about, and they're taking the average person from back then, because
this is amazing.
Right, the historical in Jesus, if you really look into it, there is an excellent dispute as to whether he actually existed. It appears to be a compilation of ancient mythologies. So there is no guy who that anybody took a picture of or bothered to paint. Remember how incredibly ordinary he was. He was a Jewish carpenter from Galilee. That's it, right?
And he was small.
And he didn't have to, when he left, left the earth, and then came back, he hardly had any followers. So it's not like, oh my God, somebody paint that Jesus guy that's got the thousands of guys following him. He had about 12 guys that were following him. Yeah. That's it. You can argue about, it's a tiny bit more, yada, yada. So, but as Anna was getting to it, he was likely 5'1", that's the average height back then, and 110 pounds.
That's amazing!
So he was a tiny, tiny dude. So you think of like this towering Jesus. No, he was a short little Jewish guy from the Middle East. Makes sense. And the anti-Semites always amuse me. I mean, they're horrific, but they amuse me because they're like, oh, the Jews killed Jesus. Dude, Jesus was a Jew. How can you be mad at the Jews? All the apostles were Jews. It's how insane you have to be. Not, the ones that were with him, not the ones that later wrote, right? Like Paul wasn't originally Jewish, and he wrote the Bible. The guys who wrote the Bible are not the guys who were with Jesus. I know it's a mess. Okay, now let's show you some of the old Jesuses. Okay, these are the ones that are in history. Long flowing hair. Disgrace. Not him. Come on, dude. Come on, dude.
I love the model Jesus. Like, he's giving you that come hither stare. He's kind of smizing.
A little fierce, though. Yeah, all right. I like these Nordic Jesuses. Yeah, that looks like a Jewish guy from Galilee.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, though. Religion is what we put into it, for better or for worse. Sometimes people put terrible things into religion, they get terrible things out of religion. Sometimes they put wonderful things into religion, and they do wonderful actions. Martin Luther King Jr., and the list goes on and on. But they also do that literally. Like, I want Jesus to kind of look like me. I'm from Germany, I'm from Norway, I'm from the U.S., wherever. And Jesus look a little... They don't even think it. They just do it. Yeah. It's all projection anyway. So, but keep it real. The real Jesus probably looked like the one the artist came up with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. A shelter in Kentucky decided to throw out all its women and children because they were concerned that the women were tempting the male homeless individuals into having sex, and they can't have that. Now, this is Emergency Christian Ministries in Kentucky, and according to the director, Billy Woodward, he says, they may want to meet or slip in a room occasionally. We can't have that. It seems like these last days it's getting worse. The ungodly type.
Okay. That sounds pretty good. What's going on there?
Woodward insists that the decision had been made based on teachings in the Bible, but he admitted that women were not completely to blame for the sex problem.
Oh, is he not merciful?
No, keep in mind, this is the incredible thing. They decided to kick out the women and the children. Look, I don't think they should have kicked out anyone. So if you think I'm making an argument that they should have gotten rid of the men, then that's not the argument I'm making. But if they're having a sex problem, which it seems like they were having a sex problem, I feel like there are other ways to mitigate that issue, right? Throwing people out on the streets, especially women and children, is not the best way to go about it.
Well, you think they were having a sex problem. I think they were having a sex solution.
Well, honestly, I agree, but who knows what kind of situation it was?
No,
who knows if they were publicly having sex?
I know.
It's a bad thing.
I know that they can't have it, and it's a church trying to help them, and they don't want them having sex. And there might be kids around. There's a lot of good reasons why they shouldn't be having sex like that. On the other hand, On the other hand, if you're a homeless dude and you got a chance to get some, what are you going to do? Say no? I mean, I don't know. I'd probably say yes. And if she offered the ungodly type of sex, even better.
Oh my God.
What do you want? Godly sex? That doesn't sound fun.
No, but this kind of symbolizes what typically happens in religion, right? So if there are two individuals doing something wrong and it's something sexual, it's usually the woman who gets blamed, right? The woman is tempting you. This is the one thing that drove me crazy about church when I was a churchgoer, okay, when I was growing up and I went to Sunday school. Every time we did communion, we had to wear like a doily on our head, right?
What is that, like a hijab?
No. It was, I say doily because it looked like a doily, but it was just basically this like lacy covering that we, almost like a veil that we had to put on our heads.
Could be kind of hot.
And I never really, it wasn't hot. I was supposed to do the exact opposite of turn people on. The whole reason why women had to wear that was because we didn't want to distract the men.
Yeah.
Okay? And so it's insulting on so many different levels because it places the onus on the woman, right? By the way, I was a kid at that time, right? So if men are like salivating over me as I'm a kid, then we got some issues.
No, it would be your fault. You would be tempting them.
I would be tempting them, exactly. And then also, it's insulting to the men because it makes it seem as though they can't control themselves. They're going to see me without the veil covering my head, and then they're going to, like, furiously masturbate in church. It doesn't work that way.
Well,
at least I hope it does.
I hope not. Probably sometimes it does. But it's the same thing with fundamentalist Muslims. Oh, they think men are the weakest thing in the world.
Yes.
Like, the minute they see a woman, if they see a quarter of her ankle or her elbow, they're like, and they can't help themselves, and they're going to attack the woman. It's a pathetic view of men. But in this case, if it takes two to tango, I mean, he said it himself. That's the last graphic there. He said, it takes two to do that, referring to sex. That's sure exactly right. Well, sometimes more. And he says, we are not biased or prejudiced whatsoever. Well, that's literally not true, because you made a decision to kick out the women and children instead of the men. Why? Because it is the biblical view of, Adam and Eve. The woman tempts the man. It's her fault. The poor guy, what could he do? I'm sure he was just sitting there, and these ungodly types came in and were like, ooh, you want to have sex? Men were like, golly gee, normally I'm not into sex, but now that you've tempted me, okay.
Yeah.
There's some chance that men were slightly more willing participants.
And when it comes to sex specifically, it's interesting how religion will blame the woman for being the temptress, right? But when it comes to anything else where someone's doing something wrong, they don't blame the thing that's tempting the person. They blame the person for giving into sin, right? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's personal responsibility on everything else, but on sex, it's the woman's fault.
Exactly.
Like, if you gave in, you know why? Because men wrote it. And they thought, if a hot woman comes on you, or maybe any woman comes on you, what are you going to do? Well, obviously you're going to have sex with her, and that's not your fault. Yeah. It's her fault for tempting you. Because once she comes on you, it's game over. Well, that's an assumption you're making. Finally, he also said this. If they'd done it right, it would be fine. But, they go overboard with it. I don't know what that means, but I kind of want to find out. There's some apparently ungodly types going overboard with sex there. I'm not into homeless people. I do want to know what the hell is going on in that ministry over there. Emergency Christian Ministry. Emergency indeed. Homeless poor, that's disastrous. What have we done? I said it out loud. Now it will soon exist. I don't know. Probably already exists. See, what was that? Rule number 34 of the internet? Something along those lines. All right. Okay, guys. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, oh boy, Florida administrator, a dean, if you will, the dean of mean, will explain. Alright, back on the Young Turks, firetalk.com/The Young Turks. I'm going to read comments from it, and at 5:30 Pacific, 8:30 Eastern, we're going to cover the debate on firetalk.com/The Young Turks. Okay, real quick, the medalist writes in, I'm so fucking sick of the PP witch hunt, right there with you, medalist. Catherine Santana writes in, I guess we should have a ceremony when someone gets their tonsils removed. Would you like your tonsils in a coffin, or would you like it cremated? A clump of cells, that's what it is. They're absolutely right. Sear sucker motherfucker, I'll read it, says, I do wish PP would show at least a little backbone against all this BS.
Yes, that's my favorite point because the apologies are unnecessary.
Carly Fiorina said it the other day on TV. She's like, they said that they wouldn't charge anymore for the transportation fee, so they admitted they were guilty. That's why we told you not to do that. Such an obvious trick. God damn it, I'm so pissed they fell for it. Anyway, let's keep going. Tesla Ranger makes a good point and corrects us. Mm-hmm. Jesus is ripped, wears a Stars and Stripes bandana, and carries an M16. Okay, let's keep it real. That's the American Jesus.
Actually, he looks a lot like Hulk Hogan.
And he is a real American. Okay. Red Penguin says the only Jesus I follow is rock and roll Jesus. Okay, there you go. That's rock and roll _ Jesus. Okay. And finally, Gabby Marita says, I'd totally get drunk with that Jesus. I bet that dude has crazy stories. It's true. That Jesus looked like, what? I just got off a binger, man. But do I have some fucking crazy stories for you, man?
Yeah, I mean...
I go to do carpentry work in this chick's house. Next thing you know, I'm laying some... No.
Can't that dude turn water into wine and shit?
Oh, yeah. Then all of a sudden, we're having fish. We got wine. Ooh. Laying wood. All right, nice. Okay. I'm a bad man. Okay, hey, everybody, watchable.com. That's another way to watch us, okay? So if you got a Comcast set-top, you get cable through Comcast, watchable. You can do this, watchable. And then, this week, Young Turks is featured as, like, the hot show of the week on watchable.com.
We are a hot show.
Not a big deal. That's exactly what we are. All right, forward.
All right. A dean in a Florida middle school is facing a 15-day unpaid suspension because some of the questionable comments he made to students and staff alike. The man in question here is John Bouchard, or Boucher. Is it Boucher?
Bouchard?
Bouchard.
We obviously don't know.
We don't know. Who cares? His name is unimportant. What is important is that he's facing punishment for some of the crazy things he said. Now, according to Duval County Public Schools investigators, he is the dean of students at Arlington Middle School and has made a series of inappropriate comments to female staffers, including, here she comes with that ugly Jewish face.
Jesus Christ.
And black women in power can be difficult to deal with and like bitches sometimes.
Only sometimes.
Only sometimes. And look, he's really a good arbiter of who's a bitch and who's not because he's such a pleasant person.
Oh, clear.
So he can compare others to himself and really, gauge whether or not they're assholes.
But like Trump, not all the time. Just black women are bitches sometimes. Sometimes, not all the time.
He even told a female colleague, you look like you got some last night. Which, by the way, people have told me that before, and I'm not, really that offended by it, but you probably shouldn't say it in the workplace. It's unacceptable.
Yeah, not probably. Definitely.
Yeah. No, okay, so here's the thing. He has a history of doing this. This isn't the first time he's gotten in trouble. He's gotten in trouble before. And he's not getting fired for what he just did. He's facing he just got a 15-day suspension.
So that was
time to fire him.
I know. So the last time he did it, got a 15-day suspension in February. And now I know what he would tell himself because when a kid got suspended, he told him, suck it up. Okay, so, hey, Bouchard, suck it up. But now, this is what he told other staffers, all the things that Anna told you. He's also said inappropriate things to students, so let me read you that. Bouchard reportedly told one female student, you had to go deep into the hood to get that weave, while mocking another saying, you probably live on food stamps.
He's an adult bully.
Jesus, man.
We have an issue of bullies, student bullies, going after other students, but now we have administrators going after students like this?
Now, look, I get it. Sometimes guys are awkward and they think that they're being cool, or it's almost like that character from The Office.
Yeah.
Right, Michael Scott.
Yeah.
And super awkward, like, oh, you went into the hood to get that weave. Like, I know, I'm cool. Like, please don't. Okay, and then, hey, you got some last night. Okay. No, don't. Michael Scott, don't do that. Right? But this guy's not Michael Scott.
No, he's a dick.
Okay, he's a dick because nothing justifies. Here she comes with that ugly Jewish face. That's not awkward. That's not cutesy. That's not me trying to relate to you. that is just an unmitigated dick statement. Like, Jewish part doesn't matter. You can put in anything. Here she comes with that ugly black face. Ugly whatever face. There's nothing that can redeem that comment.
There's an interesting trend among bigots where they're completely unaware of what they look like, right? Like, you're going to call someone else ugly. Can we go to this picture again? I mean, this dude is going to tell us who is and isn't ugly. It kind of reminds me of Trump, you know, talking about unattractive people or unattractive women all the time.
Trump thinks he's hot.
I know Trump thinks he's hot, and apparently this guy thinks he's hot.
Isn't that amazing, the ability to delude yourself like that? Trump, you're so stupid. They're interested in your money, not your freaking hair, you idiot, you moron. Who looks at that hair and thinks, nailed it? It's your pocketbook they're interested in. And for this guy, he's like, man, I was like getting along with everybody. I called her ugly Jew face. Then I said that one lives on food stamps because, you know, she's a minority. Yeah. Real smooth, dude. Real smooth. Now he's got to go.
Absolutely. All right, let's move on to some lighter stuff. The person behind the Love Tinder robot wants to see whether or not her creation can basically take what you're thinking and have a robot swipe left or right based on whether or not you like that person. Sounds really complicated. We have a video kind of demonstrating what this is. But understand that this robot is being controlled by someone's mind. Take a look.
Ooh.
Let's begin. Look at this person. Swipe right. Judge this person. Swipe left. I can read your feelings. No match here. Determine if this person has any value. Nope.
Okay.
Okay, no, I gotta jump in. That was hilarious. Hey, first of all, why do I need this, like, dismembered hand to do that for me when I can swipe left or right?
Yeah, look, I get that. There's really no real reason to do this other than the fact that the creator behind this managed to successfully create something that can read your body and what
I
you're
don't
thinking.
believe it.
Okay.
Total bullshit.
So, well, it might be bullshit. I don't know.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Okay.
And I'm going to call bullshit. Go ahead.
I love when Jank calls bullshit on something he knows nothing about.
Oh, I know everything about this.
He knows
Keep
everything.
going.
He knows everything.
It's about love.
All right.
I'm the love doctor.
Using a robotic hand and skin sensors, her True Love Tinder robot reads the user's physical response to Tinder profiles and swipes left or right accordingly. It measures... Hey!
Okay.
Let me continue. It measures something called galvanic skin response, which is basically the... Are you a scientist?
Okay, keep going.
Okay. Electrical resistance in your body. The idea is that when you get excited, you get a little bit sweatier, which decreases the resistance. The robot measures this change over time as you are looking at each Tinder profile.
Okay, so this is the oldest trick in the book. This is what the Scientologists do. When you grab that thing, and then it's like, ooh, you're grabbing a little stronger. That means that you're worried about that answer. And okay, oh, you're sweaty. That's, lie detector test. Test these things. Like, how much do you squeeze? Yeah. How dry or wet is your skin? Oldest trick in the book. They guarantee. This is when I was like, I'm done with this. It was right in the beginning of the story. It's a 100% guarantee that you will find your love. Come on, dude. I read this sign in LA that said 100% guaranteed to be the best hamburger, and it wasn't. Okay, so I'm not buying this. This is all typical scams. Well, I have invented a robot to tell you who you will love.
I know, but it would be a scam if this person was trying to sell something. She's not selling something.
Oh, that's nice. That's very cute. She's not trying to sell something. Next thing you know, you will be giving me your money by swiping right. By the way, it was cool that they had a lesbian doing it. It was a chick, and then she was looking at girls. I would have swiped right on all. The computer for me, the robot, is like, you keep swiping right. You are very horny. You are in love with all women. Oh, kind of. How is he going to find the right person for the dudes who are going to keep swiping right?
Anyway, the actual point that I wanted to make about this story, other than being skeptical and unbearable, is that it's interesting because there are certain physiological things that happen to you when you feel things, right? So I read this really great article recently about why it is that we like to be called cutesy nicknames in relationships.
Oh, okay.
So there are real physical changes that happen to your body when someone, your significant other, calls you baby, or what was the nickname that you like to use? Like
Schmoopy Papoopy?
Like Puddin' Pop or something?
Puddin' Pop, yep.
How cute. Okay, so your brain, of course, releases chemicals like dopamine, oxytocin, and so...
bring it.
So the reason why I like this story is because it shows you that, you know, obviously you can swipe left or right yourself. You don't need the robotic hand. It's just proving that your body goes through physical changes when you feel things. That's it.
There's one other physical change your body goes through.
Okay.
Now, they hooked up things down there. Ooh, you are interested, very interested, very interested, not at all interested anymore. That's an old SNL skit. I gotta give credit where credit is due.
Okay, let's move on.
I had fun with that story.
Yeah, you did.
All
A
right.
little too much fun. Okay. A fisherman in El Salvador was trapped after a storm destroyed his ship and he was stranded in the middle of nowhere. Now, he was actually stranded for more than 15 months. He was lost at sea. Isn't that incredible?
It is.
He survived, but unfortunately, his crewmate did not survive. The man who did survive is Salvador Alvarenga. There he is. And in that picture on the side, you see the 22-year-old crewmate who unfortunately did not survive. Now, the guy who survived is writing a book. Unfortunately, it hasn't done so well in terms of sales, but the family of the victim who died during this storm is now suing him for an insane amount of money because they believe, and they are accusing him, of eating the body of their family member to stay alive. The pair survived for several months by catching fish and birds and drinking turtle blood and rainwater. But one bird they ate made Cordoba, that was the guy who died, severely sick, and they found a yellow poisonous sea snake inside its stomach. Think about all the craziness they went through, okay? Mr. Alvarenga befriended the corpse, keeping it on the boat for 6 days and chatting to it until he realized his own insanity, and then he threw the dead body overboard. So he's maintaining that he didn't eat the corpse, he threw it overboard, and of course he was devastated that his crewmate died. This is a crazy story.
So, look, it's really disheartening that the family's suing him. Number one, once you're out lost at sea, I don't know what rules apply. And you would hope to God that they didn't kill one another, obviously, right? So that is a line. No matter how lost you are, no matter how desperate you are, that is a line you cannot and should not cross.
Right.
But assuming that that didn't happen, and they were friends, they had survived together for so long, once their friend died, I wouldn't blame him for eating him.
Yeah.
You got to do what you got to do to survive. That's not a thing that you sue over. I mean, if the positions were reversed, I would say, yeah, of course, you should eat whatever you have your hands on, including, if it's me, the dead person, right? And so for the family members to sue, in retrospect, seems like they're trying to get paid off of it. You know, look, I mean, I don't know, does he have any moral obligation to share any money he might make with the other family? Well, I guess that's up to him.
He's barely made any money. He only sold 1,500 copies of the book. They're suing him for $1 million. So he doesn't have $1 million. I feel like this adds insult to injury. I know they're devastated that they lost a family member because of this tragedy. But at the same time, I mean, think about what this guy went through. He was lost at sea for over a year.
No, look, you can't. 15 months. How in the world did he make it? They got lost off the Pacific coast of Mexico, and then he eventually washed up in the Marshall Islands. It's amazing. He said he almost lost hope many times. His really large ships would actually go by him and not stop.
That's amazing.
And look, I don't know. Maybe they didn't see him. It's very possible that they didn't see him. It's also possible they saw him and thought, we don't have time to stop. We got to bring the shipment in. There's a lot of money on the line. So amazingly, still made it. You got to celebrate the guy. You can't, when he comes back online, you can't sue him. That's crazy. We don't know what happened out there. Luckily, they'll never be able to prove it. Clearly, there were no other witnesses. Yeah. So as long as he doesn't change his story, he's very likely to win.
Yeah, of course.
Turns out there's sharks in the water that he had to watch out for 15 months, but there's also sharks on land.
Oh, good one. By the way, seafood, so good. Who came up with that?
Thank you. No, I didn't. We had the master in the room, Amir. So, but I don't know if it was him. I know we started with seafood and wound up at seafood.
It's so good. It's so good. Okay.
We thought about fine young cannibals, but that's inappropriate. Yeah. I'm kidding. All right. Whoa.
Bill Cosby has filed a defamation lawsuit against 7 women who have accused him of rape or sexual assault. Now, the women that he's going after are the same women who have filed a defamation lawsuit against him because after they came forward with their stories of being sexually assaulted by him, he went in the media and he started to say defamatory things about them. So basically, his lawsuit is a response to their defamation lawsuit. Now, keep in mind that more than 40 women have come forward with very similar stories of him attempting to drug them and have sex with them. But this is his way of handling the situation, by suing the 7 women who have filed a defamation lawsuit against him.
To be slightly fair to him, when apparently there's not good reason to be fair to him, if you were innocent, this is what you would do. Mm-hmm. You would file for defamation.
That's the reason why he's doing this. Not because he's innocent, because he wants to make it appear that he's innocent.
Well, now he's going to have to go to court. See, if I was innocent, this is what I'd do, because I'd want to go to court and actually lay out the evidence. Now, if you're doing it for the appearance of innocence, and then you actually have to go to court and the evidence comes out against you, it might not turn out so well. So we'll see if he actually follows through. It's one thing to file the suit. It's another thing to get into the court. So there might come a time between now and then when he finds Jesus, and it's like, yeah, so anyways, as I was saying about that lawsuit, not so much.
Yeah, forgive and forget. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I'll let it go.
Yeah.
He might wind up in court whether he likes it or not.
Dude, your 2005 deposition where you totally admitted that you bought Quaaludes with the intention of drugging young women. How does anyone recover from that? How does anyone dodge prosecution?
You know why? I think it's because it's possible you get so diluted that you drink your own Kool-Aid. So he might be doing this because he really thinks like, what? I mean, just because I drugged them and they were unconscious, what is that, rape? That's not rape. Why'd they come over? Like, who knows? Maybe he thinks that way. Yeah. If he goes and says that in court, he's in for a world of hurt. Yeah. Okay, all right, listen, here are the couple of things I got to tell you. First of all, look, it's Christmas time. We're giving away a lot of stuff. Now I want to tell you about Monster Superstar. So that's a Bluetooth wireless speaker. In the old days, we used to have boom boxes. No, now it's a small little thing, but it's awesome. Furthermore, indestructible. I don't know if you guys have seen the ad we shot with Shaq, but he dunked it through a volcano, and it still survived. Bit of an ad, but anyway. Okay, now you get to have one because we're just that nice. But what you're going to do is you have to gift it. Come on. It's a holiday season. Okay, don't be selfish. So tell us why somebody in your life deserves a Monster Superstar. You got to tweet it at us, include at the Young Turks and at Monster Products, and use the hashtag MonsterTYT. Okay, and then tell us why you think somebody deserves it. Whoever wins, boom, we give you a Monster Superstar. Okay, now, but everybody gets something. Again, giving. That's how we are. We're giving. Go to monsterproducts.com/TYT. $40. You get $40. You get $40. You get $40. All on a Superstar before the new year. Okay? So monsterproducts.com/TYT. Okay, now, we're going to go out there in a little bit here. We're going to come back at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to do the live Republican debate, Trump versus Cruz. Super interesting. That's going down at firetalk.com/The Young Turks. I know I'm throwing a lot of handles at you, but one last one. If you want to become a member, get all the post games, get all these shows whenever you want, watch the interviews when they're live. We got a new fun handle. It's even easier than subscribe. TYTnetwork.com/join. Gone.
That is pretty simple.
Bye-bye.
It's Pop Trigger time! Yeah! Woo! Start today. Hey everyone, I'm Sam Stalker. Thanks for tuning in. We've got a great show, so without further ado, Grace Baldwin! Yeah. And she's back, everybody, the co-founder and host of What's Trending, Shira Lazar's here! Yeah! Before I move on to Brett Ehrlich, really quickly. Forget about it. Wait. What's going on with Tubular?
Oh, Tubular, we are releasing our top videos and trends of the year. Basically, the video will be in the description below. You guys will add it or annotate it somewhere. And we talk about all the viral videos, the stars of the year, Vine stars. Now, Instagram is part of that. Trends, of course, like the dress trend. So everything that everyone is talking about and sharing, we work at Tubular, and they're a data company. So it's not just about our opinions. It's deeper than that. Before Christmas, we'll be releasing it. So it's probably going to be this week, yeah.
Okay, perfect. And our very own Brett Ehrlich.
Yeah. Woo. Hey. Look for me and Grace on the basketball court because we started playing. We're not in shape. Also, the week of the 21st through the end of that week, so watch ABC in the morning because they'll be teasing the year-end special that I'm in, and you should watch the hell out of it.
Okay, so Shira, thank you so much for being here. Yes. Should we get right to Nicki Minaj slams haters and Gossip, which is a gossip.com, website. Gossip.com. So she slams the haters and Gossip for insinuating that the only reason why she's successful is because of her ass. So this is how it all started. It all took place on Twitter. First, Gossip tweeted, #serious question, why aren't there more mainstream female rappers? Then they retweeted, Gossip retweeted, yep, men are visual creatures. They don't care if you can sing. That's why Nicki had to buy an ass to blow up. #fact. Then we got an onslaught of people tweeting Gossip saying, why would you retweet something so negative? Then Nicki Minaj got in the mix, and she tweeted a lot. So I'm only going to read a few of her tweets. So she says, quote, I've gone toe-to-toe with every one of your favorite male MCs. To undermine my skill and diversity as an MC is actually comical at this point. I saw Gossip retweeting ignorant, so I figured I'd put it out there. LOL. The greats give me my respect. The great journalists as well. She keeps on tweeting. She also says, to imply someone's ass is the reason they got on tracks and hold their own with every great MC who is still alive. Black people do better. And then Gossip started tweeting some of her lyrics, but like in a taunting way. So they were saying things like, oh, and she all up on Twitter with the funny face. And then they keep going, wow, our little question had Nicki hotter than a Middle Eastern climate, violent. And then Nicki Minaj tweets, LOL, are the male rappers only successful because they have a big bulge? And then finally, Nicki gets the last word. Your greatest achievement in life will be attempting to undermine my greatest achievements in life. LOL. Now check that Phaedra voice. I'm assuming Phaedra from Atlanta Housewives. Yeah. Okay. Love Phaedra too. Okay. That's 5 words or less. Gossip. You f***ed up.
Feed the ass, not trolls.
I'm with Nicki this time.
Only ass in question, Gossip. I thought it was pretty up the way that they kept going at her.
I hope that this was just an intern that was given too much responsibility of the Twitter account that day.
Phone is ringing! Phone is ringing! What do I do?
She is known for having a bit of an attitude, right? Like an attitude problem. And we've seen her on the award shows.
She's known to stick up for herself.
So I think
what's good?
Miley, what's good? I don't think it was necessarily interns, but I could so see them all together around you're like, check it out, what's going on? We're going viral, dude. Oh my god, yeah. Get back.
Keep going. They're surfers, right? You're a surfer.
Here's the thing.
Surfing online.
Here's the thing about Gossip is this is the easiest story they've ever had to write.
Yeah.
Because they just kind of sent out the fishing, and they're just waiting for something to bite, and it was Nicki Minaj that bit. Otherwise, they have to go online and look for stories on other sites. They're not doing this hard-hitting journalism, but they have to go find stories and bring them together by doing actual work. This one, they were like, why aren't women famous rappers? And then they had a huge trending story. So.
Yeah. And I've never heard of Gossip. Now I have. So I mean, I'm sure that they're happy that this worked out the way they did. It'd be different if it was a Rolling Stone. This is a Gossip site. They like the salaciousness of it all. So that's clearly what their intent was.
That's what they were looking for. I agree with you. I think that they were clearly looking for just for people. What's up?
No, don't get choked up. She gets very emotional. Great. me speak for Grace. I get really emotional about
I just love her. I love her so much. And it's just so hard for me when people just get down with me and just leave Nikki alone.
Just like you were saying, they were looking to reel something in, and I think maybe they were hoping that, or maybe they thought that it'd just be a bunch of people like, you know, ripping on Iggy Azalea because that's very popular these days for whatever reason. I don't know. Anyway, so. But I don't think they expected Nikki to come in to this argument because honestly, like, they could not have picked a worse person to call out because you know, and Nikki's proven it, that she's gonna clap back to the haters. And she should.
She's also really, really good.
She's a really, really good rapper, and it's insane that she isn't getting the props that she's due. And I think it's good that she is now recently, this past year, been calling out people like. You know, it is the way that women are treated in the rap industry is not fair, and I'm sick of being shafted in favor of all these like male MCs that are just like mediocre. I mean, you can't compare like Drake and Future got all this like hype for their mixtape that they released, and Future's verse, one of them is just jump man, jump man, jump man, jump man, jump man.
Which is a great logo.
I'm not saying that Nikki doesn't have stupid songs, but Nikki has some amazing verses, and every time that she comes out with a good song, we're talking about her body and not the verses and the bars that she's putting out.
And she's because of like Anaconda coming out, and it's just like all booty, you know. And I want her to come out with one video that's like just her in like all black against like in a cool studio.
Pills and Potions. And she had Pills and Potions was like a cool video.
But she's also embracing her body and embracing curves.
But that's the thing. It's like I don't. Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's bad to embrace that.
Right.
I just think you have to say like, yeah, I'm into my body. Yeah, I'm all about embracing that, but I also have talent. So one or the other.
Right.
Yeah.
The reason there aren't so many popular female MCs is because people like Gossip can't let them just have their music stand on their own. They have to go and talk about their butts and their boobies. And that's not fair. We don't talk about Drake's tiny penis.
No, we don't.
Ever.
Brett.
Yeah.
So proud of you, Brett. Okay, Miley Cyrus is dropping her new music video. Lots of people talking about it because she's dressed like a giant baby. Yep. And the music video is called Baby Talk. Watch. Okay, let me repeat that chorus, okay? That chorus is, okay, your baby talk is creeping me out. Me so you stop baby talking. Thoughts, 5 words or less.
Listen to the lyrics, baby.
Baby not trending like twerking.
I want to that baby.
What?
No!
What?
From the bottom of my heart.
Oh, God!
From the bottom of my broken heart. I want to be honest.
What a turn!
This is going to work. My 5 words is TMI Miley, but TMI Miley and Brett. And let me read some of the
I know it's Miley Cyrus. I'm not like just looking at babies getting aroused by them. I know that it's Miley Cyrus dressed as a baby, but when she's in the crib and she's got that like breakaway crotch.
Like a frontal thong?
A prom? Yeah, you're right. She was right. It's a prom.
Can I read some of the YouTube comments because of your?
Because of creepy dudes like you.
There's nothing creepy. She's of age.
Okay, listen to this, you guys. Listen to this. Here's the first comment that I saw, but then it has 107 likes. It says, "What the Miley? Now creepy guys are gonna go around wanting to babies."
I have a fact about porn sites. So there's a company called CC Bill that is like the PayPal for adult sites because PayPal won't do that. CC Bill manages all the payment to adult websites when you like subscribe or whatever. They won't give you your money if you, as a porn star, dress like a child.
Yeah, no
They forbid that to happen.
That makes
sense. That is a big no-no. On the one site that's like, yeah, stick like, you know, a baseball bat in your butthole, I don't care. But they won't let you dress like a baby. So this is actually over the line. CC Bill would not pay her.
I have a question. Would it be funnier if a guy did it? It'd be like, he's so funny. But a girl does it, it becomes like sexualized.
Well, I think the whole video is that she's having this guy baby talking.
It's literal. It's so
and I think what she's saying, I would like to think, let's give her the benefit of the doubt instead of her just being weird. She's saying, look at how creepy it is when you're baby talking. Really, you want to a baby? Like, is this what you want? That's what I would like to think she's going for.
Deep, yeah.
But she also could just be like, hey, let's just dress like a baby.
I think she's like that.
I don't know. Like, it could be either
all
way.
Of her videos, though, to your point, all of her videos are very literal. Like Wrecking Ball song. She comes in like a wrecking ball. We can't stop. It's her party. So literally everything is literal.
I hadn't thought about that before.
Yeah.
And the video that we covered before on Pop Trick about her getting high was just her on a trip. Just like her just like spacing out.
She really was
So maybe it's the literal, maybe it is the literal
It's a great point, because that's a thing that happens in relationships, is frequently you have like your little pet, like, oh, you're so sweet.
Why do they do that as people?
Especially,
it's like we regress in relationships. Like when we evolved because we learn about ourselves and other people, but yet I don't know what happens. I do boo boo. I say boo boo. I'm like, boo boo baby. Yeah, I don't know why, but it's like that's on a turn on. It shouldn't be. But then
you're having sex with the person you're talking to.
I asked my boyfriend, and see, I think this doesn't happen in relationships. I asked my boyfriend, does this turn you on? He's like, not really. How many times have you asked your significant other, does that turn you on?
Yeah.
It makes me feel close. It's not a turn on. And then I'll be like, hey, babe, what's up? And then he'll be like, all right, that's
And he's like, as soon as you just opened up, hey, I don't want that point. Then I was all bored.
Okay, so do you like the video? Do we like the video? Is it, it got so many dislikes. Like, it was almost equal between likes and dislikes, and it got a lot of hate. Are you guys liking it or disliking it?
At this point, to me, it was just another Miley video that is over the top that we're going to talk about. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. I'll watch it once and be like, that is what it was, and then move on.
You lost sleep over this.
I can tell. She does this. She says she doesn't
care. Stop pretending it doesn't matter.
I might now, tonight, after talking about it and hearing Brett's view, now I will be staying up at night and like, what am I doing?
Are you an Instagram husband? Do you have an Instagram husband? What is an Instagram husband? Take a look.
My name's Jeff, and I'm an Instagram husband. Behind every cute girl on Instagram is a guy like me and a brick wall.
My name's Trey. I'm an Instagram husband. I've had to delete all of the apps off my phone just to make more room for more photos.
Oh my gosh, this is so good. And this video went viral very quickly, and it surprised the creator, Jeff Houghton. He's also the host and executive producer of The Mystery Hour, which is a late-night TV show that airs on a Fox affiliate in Missouri, Springfield, Missouri. So good for him. I wish we could have had him on somehow. Thoughts by Brazilette?
This is too real.
Solution, beauty filter selfies.
Worse than being a husband.
Oh. I am guilty of this.
Really?
Yeah.
And
there's a shocker.
And then some. My poor husband, I made him do like my last photo shoot. He killed it though. Like I made him do like my headshots.
But he is a graphic designer.
He's so good.
So that's his passion is the aesthetics.
Yeah, that's why
these poor bastards are like, I work at Barnes and Noble. I don't know, wherever they work.
They're selfie stick.
They're human selfie stick, which is a line from the video. That's in the video.
I love the part of the video where he's like, okay, go, and then you see the woman just running with the American flag, and then you can hear the footsteps, so you realize just how dumb it is that so many of these moments that we see and kind of idolize on Instagram are completely fabricated.
Oh yeah, set up.
And you I know you know that when you look at them, but when you see it, for some reason, seeing it in live action, just hearing you're like with the flag just running by.
Do you use Bart? Do you use Bart to help you with like some of your photos?
A lot of times I do more selfies. I feel like when we take a picture together, he always chooses the pictures that he looks better in.
I look good.
No, I don't look good there. Oh, sure, come on, you look great. He's like, I don't look good there, but I do look good there. I was like, are you only looking at yourself?
Yes, is the answer.
This could create tension in a relationship.
My girlfriend and I just had a discussion where she has been super nice to me because, like, I always take photos from, I guess, the side that I do pop trigger from because that's the side, and that's her good side. And it only came to light recently that I've been getting the good side and she's been getting her non-good side. So now we switch.
Because
I'm a really good boyfriend.
Yeah.
You're going to be a great Instagram husband.
But I understand why the motivation behind it, because you feel the most comfortable with that person, right? So of course you have the downside of like everything's fabricated on Instagram and on social media. But if you're going to have a photo taken, and speaking from my own personal experience, I'm most comfortable when my husband's behind the camera. So I'd rather be him, whether it's just like an Instagram photo, whether it's my headshots. I like it when I'm him.
I'm more comfortable when it's like my best gay guy friend behind the camera, because I know he'll make sure I look good. Is that cliche?
No, I think that's fair.
He'll be like, girl, no.
You want someone that's going to make sure that you look good, and sometimes if it is your significant other, they're going to be like, no, babe, you look great.
Yeah, I see everything.
You're beautiful. You look wonderful.
True.
They're never going to be like,
you
look
guys,
like shit.
Yeah, that's exactly why this is ruining the guys' souls, because they don't know what the good angle is, because we're taught from a very young age to just be supportive and say, you look great. It's not everything is beautiful. Yeah. And so what you're adding to it is you're making the guy do it over and over again without giving any substantial, meaningful feedback as to what he's doing wrong.
It's adding new brain connections.
Oh, and it's impossible because we're men.
They're connections that will never meet up, though. They're never going to link up.
You're not saying, oh, we took one great photo. You're saying, no, we took 100 shitty photos.
That's true.
And I can't get
harder when you take that many pictures.
I know. But Brett, you're in the entertainment industry, so have you ever utilized your girlfriend to take pictures of you?
Have I ever utilized her to take photos of me? No, not in this way. Not in the way where it's like, so she knows like to do a bunch of photos if she has.
Nudes only. Nudes. Only nudes.
I put on her skirts and we just shoot right from the bottom. We get the underbelly. No, I don't feel like I do that because I don't use Instagram that often. And when I do, it's like I want to do this photo and I'll do it.
Do you take pictures of a lot of you guys together? Like,
there have been photos that I've had to take of her for one reason or another, and she doesn't trust me with them. That's absolutely true.
She could call Mark. Mark be stoked.
That's it. Yeah, I'm sure he would.
Behind the camera. It's great.
We know why hoverboards keep exploding. If you haven't seen them, hoverboards are two-wheeled devices that use gyroscopic stability to make you look like you're hovering around the mall. Well, everyone wanted one. A lot of Jews already got them because of Hanukkah.
Wow.
Suck it, Gentiles. But here's the downsides. Talk about the Festival of Lights. They started to explode and shoot fire everywhere, either while they're plugged in or while they're in use. This has happened in Louisiana, New York, at a mall in Washington. They have been described as looking like fireworks. This is not just smoldering. This is fire flying out of the entire apparatus. And there has been an expose on why this has happened, and it should come as no shock to you. Much like the lithium-ion batteries in phones that have exploded, they have large lithium-ion batteries that have impurities in the divider between the two sides of the battery, and it just shoots and short circuits everywhere. A little bit of information for you. If you have one of these, you cannot put it out with water. You need a fire extinguisher handy. So if you're going to hand someone a hoverboard for Christmas, you got to give them a fire extinguisher as well. Thoughts? 5 words or less.
Brett's Jewish, not anti-Semite.
Jews are the biggest anti-Semites.
I wiped out on one.
No more douchebags on wheels. Yay!
They're not hoverboards.
They're
okay?
not. Yeah.
That's something that pisses me off. They're calling it like, well, I might as well call my Ford C-Max a flying car. It's not. You've done it?
Mark, my boyfriend has one. And we go around
on the douchebag.
He's my favorite douchebag.
Right. Like a douchebag you just use over and over again without throwing it away.
What I was going to say is the funny thing is he'll go beyond them and then I don't have one. And so he'll be like holding my neck as he rolls around. And people are like, why doesn't she have one? Like, how dare you? You're not a gentleman. Like, I'll be walking and he'll be on it.
Grace, you fell off one?
Yeah, so I work at a restaurant, and I like to become very, like, friendly with some of the regulars. And there's this one guy that comes in, and he's a regular, and he's a comedian, so I've seen him around at a bunch of different places. And he came in one day with a hoverboard, and I was like, oh, that's so cool, I should try it out. And he had, like, a big table of people that he was meeting with, and he's like, oh, yeah, this is Grace, like, see her here all the time. Like, Grace, you should try out the hoverboard. I didn't know
I thought it'd be I've seen every asshole on hoverboards. I was like, how hard can it be? Like, I have a good sense of balance. And so I was like, sure, like, I'll just go get your drinks. Like, I had the drinks. Oh, no. And I was just like, and I'll just, like, scoot on over on the hoverboard. So I, like, hopped on it with the drinks, thinking that it would, like, take me forward. No. And I literally just wiped the fuck out. And they, you know, honestly, I have not seen them back since. I think they just felt so terrible. I don't understand why people ride them, because they look really slow.
No,
you go faster.
Walking is like 4 miles an hour.
Yeah, so it's faster than walking.
Yeah, and you jam. And I saw a guy
jamming. You look really cool. Come on.
It was like because your head is like just.
And it's a conversation starter. You know, everyone's like looking at you like, check that out, man. Look at that. It's like the adult present. It's like an adult toy.
Yeah.
Like every dude, it brings them back to their childhood.
How much do they cost? What's the price?
They can go from $169, which will explode,
to $1,000
to like $1,000 to $1,200. And the reason, and it's just because the manufacturers are buying cheap batteries.
Yeah, they're selling. There's a lot of copycats, and I think that's what's happening. But I wouldn't be surprised if they just blew up or something happened.
Yeah. Would you guys want to own one though? Now that you know that they could catch on fire, I want to take that chance. Oh, definitely. I need redemption. I need to prove that I can do it, because now there's a group of people and an entire restaurant and my manager that think that I just can't do shit. So I need to get one and master it and become like a skateboarder for hoverboards.
Whole new talent.
Yeah.
Sam, would you want one?
I would definitely want to ride one and try it out, because I want to see how fast they can go.
Wear a helmet.
Okay, I'll wear a helmet.
And a fire retardant suit.
Fast. Yes, but I wouldn't want to own one, because I immediately thought about my animals. What happens if, like, I had it in the house and somehow it blew up, and then the animals, and then
not all of them blow up, but they're
not worth it for me.
But enough of that, like, you can no longer take these on planes.
I know.
Like, that's
Marty says Bart has been taking them on a plane, in the airport, but he's rolled over my foot before. That's what I think is more annoying.
If a plane goes down because of your boyfriend in his fucking hoverboard.
Yeah, right.
So how do you spot a liar? We may have the answer. A new study from the University of Michigan attempted to provide that answer. What they did is they studied 118 video clips to establish the language and gestures used by people who they found out were dishonest. And what they found was those that were lying had animated hand movements, they did not break eye contact, if you have a scowl, and if you nod your head a lot. Thoughts, 5 words or less. I guess I'm always lying.
Yeah. Jews and Italians are liars?
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Someone should inform politicians, because they look right in the camera and they always know. Yeah, and it's all,
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
so we need more politicians to look down, mumble, and just keep their hands to themselves. Like, I promise that I'm going to do the
But I
best
guess the shy people are the more sincere ones. It's like they don't feel the need to be overt about their body language. I had an ex-boyfriend that was always looking, and he does that with other people, not just me, just like staring you in the eye, and it was scary.
Trust in me. Was he a liar?
He was trying to be someone he wasn't in a way. He had his own insecurities. So.
Yes, that's the thing, because a lot of this overlaps, because I think the reason that liars are more likely to shut up. The reason that liars are more likely to do this stuff now is because word got out in the past.
Word got out.
Just like everyone says, like, look me in the eye and tell me you didn't break the lamp. And so, all right, liars they don't want you to know they broke the lamp, so they will look you in the eye.
Yeah.
And that's what they've decided to do. That said, on the other end of the spectrum is people growing up and someone tells them, if you want to respect someone and you want them to take you seriously, make eye contact, which is now all I can think of doing right now. And I think it distracts everybody.
I think it's important. When I met Russell Brand once, he was so about staring you in the eye.
He's intense.
Yeah, very intense.
That's like an intense persona. I've met people with that intensity, and they're drawn, and you're drawn.
And then I feel like I can't move. I was like, and then you feel like you're like the dumb one if you look like away. Yeah. You're like, drive issues? I have issues, right?
There's something weird about someone who you can tell as they're talking to you, they're just thinking, I'm going to look this person in the eye.
Yeah.
That's what Dale Carnegie taught me to do and how to win friends and influence people. Shira, then they say your
name. So it's not authentic. In the end, I think lying is more, it's about authenticity.
Well, I think that part of this also has to do with a liar. A good liar is trying to
convince you and themselves of the lie that they are telling. So I think to be as clear as possible, they're like, Brett, I was not at the strip club with you yesterday. And you have to, and instead of being like, I wasn't at the strip club, it's like, we need to be clear that this is that the lie that I am telling is the truth that you will know. Almost like a Jedi mind trick. Like, I was not at the strip club with you yesterday.
And Jedis, when they try to convince people, they do the hand wave.
Yeah.
These aren't the droids you're looking for.
Maybe liars are Jedis. Yes.
Which is really impressive, and I'm not mad anymore.
There's an amazing woman that we work with on Dr. Drew. She's a former, she used to work with the CIA, and her job with the CIA was interrogating people.
Oh, God.
So my husband and I went to she did like a seminar where she teaches you how to see people's tells. Some of the things she said, like, that they'll shift in their seat a lot. So they'll shift away from you. They'll look something like when they're telling the truth and they're thinking, they look to the right. When they're telling the truth or when they're lying, they look down and to the left. And then one other thing was that they won't use accountability. So they won't say I. Like, I went to the strip club. They will not take accountability. So those are some tells if you want it.
Awesome show for you tonight. We really do. Oh, we make light ones, we make heavy ones, we make fireman's crotch ones. You'll see that. You'll see it in a second. There's a brawl in the Ukrainian parliament. I'm going to show you in a second. Don't worry about that one. There are gay prostitutes with priests. So don't worry about that one. I'm going to show that to you in a second. But the story you cannot miss today. Trump's doctrine. Wait till you see the story of Trump's doctrine. Sometimes it's just too good. The news is too good, too fun. Too fun, Drill Sergeant, too fun. Okay, second hour, we got a crazy beatdown in Alaska between teenage girls, and none of it involves the Palin family. It's really weird. I got a story about Japan's justice system. Is there justice in it? The stats, though, are startling. The difference between crime in Japan and America is unbelievable. And then a hilarious story about solar panels. That's in the first hour. And how they apparently suck up all the energy of the sun, which I did not know, but I learned from conservatives. And then Cruz versus Trump, a catfight for the eggs. Okay, without further ado, let us begin. Oh boy, we got another priest and a sex scandal. These are always fun. So, let us immediately tell you what this is about. A Catholic priest in the Bronx is being accused in a new lawsuit of stealing over $1 million, whoa, Jesus Lord mercy, from two different churches over a number of years and using the money to pay for a male prostitute. Say it with me. Of course! But it's about to get much better. First of all, it's Reverend Peter McKelly, and he apparently stole, allegedly, from St. Francis de Chantal's Church in Reichstag and St. Francis Cabrini Church on Roosevelt Island. Okay, now, but what did he use that money towards? Well, there's a lawsuit now that's trying to recoup that money. And the suit explains, it's filed by some of his parishioners, says that McKelly paid the prostitute $1,000 a session to act out his sexual fantasies. And apparently part of that involved BDSM, slave/slave master role-playing. Oh, boy. Okay, now, believe it or not, that is not the worst part. First of all, let us show you the body of Christ. Keith Christ. That is allegedly the gay male prostitute that was used. Although, whether he's gay is a matter of question. Perhaps he's bisexual. I don't know. I don't know anything about this gentleman except for what you're about to find out, which is amazing. His ex-girlfriend got involved here and explains. Keith has been Father McKelly's gay-for-pay prostitute. More specifically, Father McKelly is Keith Christ's toilet slave. Oh, no. Oh, this is about to get good. This is about to get good. The ex-girlfriend of Chris says, if you don't know what that means, Cardinal, she sent a letter to the Cardinal, Timothy Dolan, okay? If you don't know what that means, Cardinal, I will break it down for you. Oh, Tatiana, please do. Please do. Have at it, Hoss. So here we go. Everybody buckle up. She explains, Keith Christ uses Father McKelly as his toilet. And Father McKelly drinks his piss during their weekly 3-day get-togethers when they take off to Father McKelly's house in Brick, New Jersey, far away from prying eyes. And she adds, just for an extra little bit of spice, by the way, the good father has a, quote, full-blown dungeon. But you don't want to go with a half-ass dungeon. If you're going to be a toilet slave, you got to do it right. Priests! Religious leaders! You kidding me? Come on, man. Who still believes that you should bow down to authority? Oh, no. That's the Holy Father. Right? Oh, that's a mullah we should respect. A rabbi. Right? That's a guru. Whatever. Come on. Next time you want to give undue deference to a religious leader, remember the toilet slave. That should be the new chant of the atheists. Remember the toilet slave! Full-blown dungeon. What other kind of dungeons are there? Hypocrites. All of them. Yeah, some of them. Okay. Oh, we're off to a strong start today. Okay. Stealing from parishioners to feed your gay sex habit illegally is always a strong start to the show. And believe it or not, that happens fairly regularly. Alright, another strong start is when politicians fight. Let's go to Ukraine. Recently, there's a bit of a dust-up in the parliament of Ukraine. Prime Minister Arseniy Yatsenyuk was in the middle of a speech when Ole Barna, who's obviously an ally of President Petro Poroshenko, came up and gave him a fireman's carry. That is not a good... Oh, shit! What are you doing? Give me the video. Why go for the crotch? What you're doing is already insane. What are you doing down there, man? Oh, man. The most amazing part of this was how calm the Prime Minister was. He's like, well, obviously someone's trying to carry me away by the crotch. So that's what's happening now, so I shall remain calm. And hold on to the roses. Dude, put the roses down. On the other hand, how would you react? I have no idea. I've never had a man give me roses and then try to carry me away by the crotch. Have you? Well, do you know for sure how you'd react? But that was the calmest dude in the Ukraine. He's like, well, now this is happening. His allies were not as calm. That fight took a while to simmer down. All right. That is pretty insane in the Ukraine. This story's too good. The show is too good. Come on. We're still having fun. And who doesn't enjoy my pronunciation of the names? Yes, the guy who lifted him up is Ole Barna. Hence the Ole. Okay. So, now we move forward. We go to Trump. I'm going quick, man. I'm going to take a break quick, and then I'm going to come back with a doctor. Oh, catfight. Catfight. Oh, this catfight's a doozy. It involves Trump and Fox News Channel. Oh, we always love that. Okay. So, first of all, we're going to go to Prince Alawid bin Talal. He is a very wealthy Saudi prince. And among his investments is Fox News Channel, ROMs. So he sends out a tweet about Trump. He says, Donald Trump, you are a disgrace, not only to the GOP, but to all America. Withdraw from the U.S. presidential race, as you will never win. Now, like I said, fairly relevant character here because he owns big percentages in a lot of News Corp. Alawid's Kingdom Holding Company owns 1% share of News Corp and 6.6 shares in 21st Century Fox. And that used to be one company, and they split. Before the split, Alawid bin Talal was the second largest shareholder of Fox News. So as Fox News is like, oh, Muslim, blah, blah, blah. You never hear them talking about Saudi Arabia. Oh, we got to keep out the Syrian refugees. We got to keep out that. We got to do that. We got to go attack Iraq. Wait. Well, the overwhelming majority of the 9/11 attack terrorists were Saudi. How come you're not talking about that? Oh, that's because one of your owners is Saudi. So now Lou Dobbs is going to come in. Lou Dobbs has defended Donald Trump on his total ban of Muslims in America. He had a debate about with Bill O'Reilly about that. But he's going to try to moderate because he's getting paid by Fox. So he says, no, Prince, not a disgrace, referring to Donald Trump. He's a disruptor, certainly. That's one polite way of putting it. But that's part of his appeal. You'll get along. Well, how would they get along if he can't even enter the country? If Donald Trump wins, he's going to have a total ban on Muslims. I'm pretty sure that would apply to Prince Alawid bin Talal. I'm fairly confident of that. So I guess Trump would have to go over there for them to get along. So now you think Donald's going to take this line down? Of course not. Don't be Prince, he writes back. What a child. Alawid bin Talal wants to control our U.S. politicians with daddy's money. Can't do it when I get elected. Trump 2016. Okay. Now, did bin Talal get money from his daddy? Of course he did. He's a Saudi prince. Kind of in the title. On the other hand, did Donald Trump get money from his daddy to bring him to where he is now? His dad gave him so much money that if all he'd done was put it in an index fund, he'd right now have the same or more than he does today. So all that, I'm a great businessman. No, your dad left you money, and if you just put it in the stock market, and the simplest thing in the world, in an index fund, you'd have the same amount of money. You did nothing special. Bin Talal is at least one of the few princes in Saudi Arabia who's actually doing something with the money rather than sitting on his ass. Now, that doesn't mean that it excuses. I mean, look, I don't know what part he has to do with the Saudi government. Nothing excuses what the Saudi government does, and it has done some atrocious things. So there are no winners in this fight, only losers. All right, I'm telling you, do not miss the story about Donald Trump's doctor. We might have a caveman doctor on our hands. You're gonna love it. Come back.
And they all busy trying to tell me about myself when I'm just here filling it out. Sit back and relax and enjoy the ride.
All right, back on the Young Turks. I'm gonna read some tweets today. Heather says you should play holiday music during the breaks. Heather, I couldn't agree more. I am a holiday music fanatic. I would have called myself a holiday music enthusiast, but Ben Mankiewicz won't let me. Check out episodes of Old School to find out why. Bitchy Gay Guy says Catholics are into the weirdest shit. Now, hey, wait a minute. Let's not generalize, okay? Some Catholics are. Usually ones that repress their feelings the most, which oftentimes, unfortunately, happen to be the priests. Max Richards writes, the Ukrainian Prime Minister looked like, well, it's Wednesday. All right. Glenn Wilkin writes about the last cat fight. A man who persecutes other religions and cultures, and a misogynistic people oppressor, and a Saudi sheik. That's what the fight is over. Okay, I bet you, gay guy, I cannot read that other tweet. That's too much. If you want to know what it is, though, you can follow all the tweets on hashtag TYT Live on Twitter. Okay. Excuse me. I still have the cough, but we're going to do serious stories. We got the climate change story coming up, too, and light stories mixed in the next two segments. And we start with my favorite of today, the good doc. Donald Trump is apparently a person who brags about not eating healthy. Yet there's a doctor's report out today that tells us that he's actually in very good shape. You're going to love that report. First, let me tell you what Donald Trump has said on the campaign trail. When asked what does he normally eat, he said, I love steak and hamburger and pasta and french fries. All the things that we shouldn't be eating. How about any guilty pleasures? He feels bad about eating some things. Yeah, bacon, eggs, steak. You hear a report that comes out and it says you can't eat it, and then you can, so I eat what I like. Okay, now that sounds like the Donald Trump that I know. Okay. Don't worry, though. His doctor, Dr. Harold Bornstein, came out with a report today saying he's in great shape. So let me explain. He says, over the past 39 years, this is the letter he wrote and released to the public. I am pleased to report that Mr. Trump has had no significant medical problems. Well, a pretty good 39-year run he's got. He says, Mr. Trump has had a recent complete medical examination that showed only positive results. Now, so far, nothing too out of the ordinary. I mean, it's a glowing report, but fine, no problems. Then he says, actually, his blood pressure, 110/65, and laboratory test results were astonishingly excellent. Uh-oh, here we go. Oh, yeah, this is Trump's doctor. This is Trump's doctor. Who says that in a medical report? His blood pressure was astonishingly excellent. Okay, you sure Trump didn't write this? All right, we're not anywhere near done. I love this book. His physical strength and stamina are extraordinary. Now, if you think that's funny, wait till you see the good doctor. This is Dr. Harold Bornstein. No, dude. No. You gotta get a better hairstyle than that, man. What is this? Like caveman doctor? What is this, an SNL skit? Are you kidding me, dog? What is that? The only guy who's got a worse haircut than Donald Trump. Okay, alright, we continue. Dr. Bornstein says, Mr. Trump has suffered no form of cancer, has never had a hip, knee, or shoulder replacement, or any other orthopedic surgery. This is beginning to sound like a Kim Jong-un kind of report. You know, because all the guys around him, they all do propaganda, right? They speak like he does. His spokespeople get on TV and they're like, Mr. Trump is fantastic. He's extraordinary. Next thing you know, they're going to start putting out things like, he has bowled nothing but a 300 his whole life. Every game of bowling. He once shot a 17 in an 18-hole golf course. Okay, so his doctor continues. His only surgery was an appendectomy at age 10. His cardiovascular status is excellent. He has no history of ever using alcohol or tobacco products. Really? That seems amazing! I can't quite believe that. It goes on and on. Here we go. This is the conclusion. You ready? Buckle up. If elected, Mr. Trump, I can state unequivocally, will be the healthiest individual ever elected to the presidency. How would you know? That's crazy! Which doctor would say that? Did you also evaluate Obama and Bush and Andrew Jackson? How do Ulysses Grant seemed like a dude, you know what I'm saying? Kind of won a war. How do you know what kind of shape he was in? Alright, if you're wondering what his specialty is, you're gonna love this. He is, Dr. Morrissey turns out to be a gastroenterological specialist. What is that? Don't worry, we looked it up in Wikipedia. Gastroenterology is the branch of medicine focused on the digestive system and its disorders. Diseases affecting the gastrointestinal tract, which include the organs from mouth to anus. Oh, he is Trump's doctor. Only Trump could have a doctor like this. What a lunatic, man. The cult of personality. All the sycophants around him. Like, he's extraordinary. He's wonderful. Now, I have no idea what his health is, because this guy can't be trusted at all, this so-called doctor. And then Trump put out a statement saying, Dr. Jacob Bornstein gave a great result for me. Wrong doctor, that was his dad. This is Harold Bornstein. He's not even paying attention. Okay. This report was Kim Jong-unbelievable. Okay. Alright, I'm done with that. That's too much fun. I told you it'd be fun. I think I kind of delivered there. But I didn't. Mr. Bornstein, or Dr. Bornstein. Okay. Alright, we move forward to yet another cat fight. Give me cat fight. New Donald Trump versus Ted Cruz, round 2. Fun for everybody. New poll out nationwide. Here comes Ted Cruz. I say with no joy at all, actually. I mean, I like the cat fight, but Ted Cruz is the only guy in the race who might be more dangerous than Donald Trump. NBC News Wall Street Journal poll out. Donald Trump is still in first place nationally, 27%. but Ted Cruz with a giant gain, up to 22%, now solidly in second place. Rubio's at 15. Carson dropped 18 points all the way down to 11%. And Ted Cruz right now in the latest polls winning in Iowa. So Donald Trump jonesing to pick a fight with him, because that's what he does. He diminishes opponents by mocking them and goading them and eventually steamrolling them. Now the problem is that Ted Cruz hasn't given him any ammunition, meaning that he hasn't attacked Trump at all. The minute you attack him, that's it. He's going to go full bore. And in fact, Trump has said earlier, like, if I can't attack first, but if he says anything, I'm coming. I can't wait, he said. So it turns out Cruz did say something behind doors. He told donors, you look at Paris, you look at San Bernardino, it's given a seriousness to this race that people are looking for. Who's prepared to be commander-in-chief? Who understands the threats that we face? And then he went on to say in that same meeting that he questions the judgment of Ben Carson and Donald Trump and wonders whether they're up to that challenge. Oh, no, here we go. Donald was like, oh, thanks God. Throw the gloves off. Let's go. Okay? So he attacks him, questions a lot of things about him, including his Cuban heritage. Classic Donald Trump. Then he says, I was disappointed that Ted Cruz would speak behind my back, get caught, and then deny it. Well, welcome to the wonderful world of politics. Then Ted Cruz says, no, I'm not going to fight. He's been running from Donald Trump the whole time. Maybe he was playing rope-a-dope with him, which would be appropriate. He said, the establishment's only hope, Trump and me in a cage match. Sorry to disappoint. The real Donald Trump is terrific. Hashtag deal with it. Yeah, but no, wait a minute. We didn't make you guys fight. Donald Trump is the one attacking you. You're the one who attacked him behind the scenes. We didn't put those words in your mouth. You did. We didn't put these tweets out. Trump did. So please, spare me with the blaming the liberal media. It's so tired and trite. So in case you're wondering if it really is Trump attacking him, then Trump comes back with this. He says, you look at that way that he's dealt with the Senate, referring to Ted Cruz, where he goes in there frankly, like a little bit of a maniac. You can't walk into the Senate and scream and call people liars and not be able to cajole and get along with people. He'll never get anything done. Now, that sounds like an attack to me. But by the way, it also describes almost perfectly what Donald Trump does. But nonetheless, putting that aside, he's right about Ted Cruz, and calling him a maniac, clearly on the offensive. So Ted Cruz still like, oh, no, please, I would not like to fight. And he puts out a tweet in response saying, in honor of my friend, real Donald Trump, and good-hearted hashtag maniacs everywhere. And he puts a link to the video from Flashdance. Okay. Oh, he's so clever. But he actually, in terms of politics in this case, is. Because today Rush Limbaugh came out saying, oh, wait a minute now. This is the first time that I've had a problem with Donald Trump. This is a red flag. Because everybody knows Ted Cruz is a good conservative. Rush Limbaugh says that because Ted Cruz is a maniac. So Rush Limbaugh's like, oh, I like that guy. He opposes all progress. While Donald Trump's talking about banning Muslims, last week, Ted Cruz introduced three separate bills to ban different kinds of Muslims. So he's actually doing it. And he's going to obliterate taxes on the rich, etc. He's as insane right-wing as it gets. So this Cruz strategy of like, oh, me? What? I didn't say anything. Oh, look at Donald Trump. Oh, he's attacking me. Oh, I'm the victim again. And getting Rush Limbaugh and Fox News to defend him. Not a bad strategy. We'll see how it turns out. Now, meanwhile, like I said, he's just as crazy as Donald Trump. In fact, when asked, what would you do to fight back against ISIS, he has said repeatedly this same quote, we will carpet bomb them into oblivion. Now, Donald Trump has said we'll kill their families. Carpet bombing is actually a little bit worse because you maybe kill ISIS and their families and then random families that have nothing to do with it. Carpet bombing is indiscriminate. You kill civilians left and right, and you drive the civilians into the arms of ISIS. It is preposterous. It is incredibly stupid. It's just said to get the Republican base to be, yeah, kill them all, yeah! So Cruz is no different than Trump in that regard. And if you don't trust me that it's not a good idea, well, let's go to Major General Robert Scales, retired military historian. He says, quote, about that quote from Cruz, that's just another one of those phrases that people with no military experience throw around. To which I say, damn. both horrific. They're both maniacs. And so I fear who's going to come out of this cage match. There is no good answers here. If Trump comes out, oh boy, you know his fascist tendencies. If Cruz comes out, he might be the only guy worse than Trump in terms of his fascist tendencies. So, God help us all. Am I rooting for Marco Rubio in this mess? I don't know, man. There are no winners on the Republican side. It is a holy mess. But right now, they are ripping each other to shreds. Okay. Now, we go to interesting news. I'm going to categorize it as good news, but you'll see it's a little bit more complicated than that. We had climate talks in Paris, and it has reached a conclusion. This Saturday, they came out with an agreement, 31-page report as to the action they're going to take on climate change. A lot of the leaders were very bullish on it, including the leader of France, François Hollande. He said, quote, "The decisive deal for the planet is here." Wow, that is strong language. Let's find out what's in it. Let's go to a report from Huffington Post. For the first time, rich and poor countries across the world have agreed to take steps to limit and adapt to climate change, from reducing their emissions of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases to helping one another adapt to rising seas, devastating droughts, food shortages, and other impacts of global warming. Well, that's a great start. So this is the first time they've got all the countries to agree. In fact, let me give you specifics about that. Nearly 190 countries, representing 96% of global emissions, have submitted intended nationally determined contributions, a significant improvement compared to the Kyoto Protocol's coverage of 14% of global emissions. So that is terrific. They're also very clear about what the real problem is. They explain that climate change represents an urgent and potentially irreversible threat to human societies and the planet, and requires the widest possible cooperation by all countries. This is very heartening to see that they have very clear language in this and everyone is participating. Now, more details as to how they're going to take action. The final agreement, which spans 31 pages, sets a cap on global warming at well below 2 degrees Celsius, above pre-industrial levels. Any greater rise, scientists have warned, could trigger catastrophic climate change. The text also adds an aspirational commitment to aim for even greater reductions, enough to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, and thereby help protect low-lying nations most threatened by sea level rise. Now, that all sounds very, very good. There is a however coming up, and it's this. The current set of emissions reduction pledges submitted by participating countries would only limit global warming to roughly 2.7 degrees Celsius, leaving a substantial gap. So, even though they have good aspirations in this agreement, a lot of people are concerned that in reality the numbers they put in there gets us to 2.7 degrees and above what we need here. And 2 degrees, scientists have said, is the max. Well, if that were that far above the max, obviously that is a point of concern. Now, more good news. Rich countries have been called to provide $100 billion a year to support poor countries in their transitions to clean energy and their measures to adapt to climate change. Now, part of the reason that you need that is that going to clean energy requires a bigger investment. But if the country is poor, they have trouble mustering up that initial investment to go towards solar energy, wind energy, etc. Plus, oftentimes the poor countries are the most affected by climate change because they get hit with severe storms, often bigger either droughts, floods, etc. in terms of the weather events. So there's at least a little bit of parity here where the richer countries are saying, hey, we're causing most of the climate change, so we're going to help ameliorate some of the effects of that for the poor countries, and we're going to help them get to cleaner energy as well. There's a lot of good there, but there are a lot of environmental activists who are a little concerned. Bill McKibben, who's a co-founder of 350.org, was one of the guys who helped defeat the Keystone XL pipeline here in the U.S., said this agreement won't save the planet, not even close. But it's possible that it saves the chance of saving the planet if movements push even harder from here on out. Michael Mann, who is a legendary scientist in this arena, says the global commitments get us, quote, roughly halfway, And then James Hansen, a former NASA scientist, another legendary scientist, is much harsher. He says it's a fraud, really, a fake. It's just bullshit for them to say we'll have 2C warming target, then try to do a little better every 5 years. It's just worthless words. He continues to say there is no action, just promises. As long as fossil fuels appear to be the cheapest fuels out there, they will continue to be burned. Now, he goes on to explain, he said, look, still the fossil fuels are the cheapest. If you put a significant tax or a fee on those fossil fuels, well, they will no longer be the cheapest and you would have a real effect. But right now, there is no significant push in that direction. And he's saying we can't get above that 2 degrees Celsius mark that we've been talking about. We weren't kidding about that. That is a real number, and it's going to have real devastating consequences. So we've got to act quickly. So that's his take on it. Now, Senator Bernie Sanders weighed in, obviously running for president here in the U.S. He says, while this is a step forward, it goes nowhere near far enough. The planet is in crisis. We need bold action in the very near future, and this does not provide that. He goes on to say that the Republicans here in the United States, of course, are working with the fossil fuel industry and blocking all change, which we'll get to in a second. But there you saw Hillary Clinton also weighed in. She's also running for president on the Democratic side. She called it a historic step forward. She's a lot more bullish than Senator Sanders is. And now finally we go to the Republican reaction, and of course this is going to be good. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell of Kentucky said Obama is, quote, making promises he can't keep, and should remember that the agreement is subject to being shredded in 13 months. In other words, if you elect a Republican, all this is for naught. We're not going to do any of it. So the whole world agreed, 190 countries agreed, who cares? We're Republicans. And we, as the United States of America, are now signing on to this, an international commitment, we don't care at all. We're going to shred it. So that's what the Republicans in America believe. Bernie Sanders is right, that they work for the oil companies. They get private donations from oil companies to fund their campaigns. 95% of the time, the guy with more money wins the election because they use that money to buy deceiving political ads. So which is what Mitch McConnell did in Kentucky recently. He gets a ton of money from the fossil fuel industry, not just oil companies, but coal companies, and he works for them. Isn't that amazing? If you don't live in America, it's a little hard to believe. We have legalized bribery in this country. Insanity. And not only do they get the bribery in the form of campaign donations and independent expenditures to make sure they could win the race, if at some point they'd like to retire, they immediately get hired by one of these lobbies. And then they get direct cash. Legalized bribery. Insanity. Now, luckily, the Democrats do not agree. President Obama and Senator Kerry, our Secretary of State, pushed this forward, and they believe it's historic as well. Now, it's hard to know who's right about this. I know the Republicans aren't right that we need to shred it, but is Bernie Sanders, James Hansen right, the critics, or are the people that are enthused about it right? Well, I go to Robert Stevens here, Harvard Environmental Economics Program Director, and I think he had a really good point. He said, this is a broad foundation for meaningful progress. Anyone who suggests this is a success or a failure is only speaking based on ideology, not reality. Only 10 to 20 years from now, when we look at the implementation of all this, will we really know? So, now, of course, that seems wise. On the other hand, James Hansen might be right. We don't have 10 to 20 years to see how it turns out. That bolder action today would have been better. So, I'm split. I agree. Bolder action would have been better. No question about it. But it is not an easy task to get 190 countries to agree. Countries that oftentimes disagree wildly on different things. Russia, U.S., Arab countries, China, you name it, Europe, they all agreed. So it is a step forward. It is a step forward. How much of a difference it makes? Only time will tell. All right, we'll be right back. All right, back on the Young Turks. Way too many tweets about Trump's doctor. I'll just go through a couple here. Zinni says, hoping all that celebratory tequila over the weekend helped Jank get over his cold. Seems to have. Hashtag moving right along. Thank you, Zinni. I did not have any tequila. I was on antibiotics. But I am not anymore. Okay. Chris Mann says, I'm sure the doctor is well qualified. All that ass kissing gives him a great view of Mr. Trump's anus. He did say he was an anus specialist. Monkey with a Spoon says, so Trump's doctor's a specialist at ass to mouth. He's so good at ass to mouth, it'll make your head spin. I don't think I want that, but I am amused by it. No more donations writes about the Paris Agreement. Problem is that the Paris Agreement isn't binding for rich polluters like USA. Language changed from shall to should. Well, the language does matter, and I'm glad you brought that up. Obviously, the devil's in the details here, and in particular, in the implementation. So if you get a Republican, you know what they're going to do. In fact, Thomas Coyne says, GOP is threatening to shred an agreement to save civilization. What else is new? Now, if you get Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders, will it make a difference in implementation? It certainly could, right? So we'll see how that shakes out. All right, now let's go forward. I got a couple more stories for you guys. Unfortunately, a couple of serious ones here, and then we'll end on a fun one. Okay. Another day in America, another shooting. This one from Linwood, California, happened a little while ago, and it involves Nicholas Robertson. He's 28 years old, according to the authorities. He did have a weapon on him, a .45 caliber handgun that was loaded. You're not going to be able to see that in the video we're going to show you, but that is what they say. And they say that witnesses saw the suspect point a gun at deputies before the shooting. Now, again, you're not going to see any of that in the short tape that we have. That's about 30 seconds. This, as usual, was taken on a cell phone from a witness nearby. So, if in fact he was armed, obviously that is a mitigating circumstance. And if he had pointed it at cops, hugely mitigating circumstance. We all understand that. Nonetheless, the tape does not look good. So, again, here you're going to see someone die. So I'm giving you a warning. But this is what's happening in America far too often, so we can't avert our gaze. So let's take a look. Hell no. Holy hell, forget that. Don't be back. So that happened this Saturday. Now, look, the tape isn't the clearest thing in the world. You got to reserve judgment. I wish we had a clean justice system which we can trust, where you go, okay, look, they're going to look at it. They're going to look at it from every angle. Maybe they've got other tape on it. They're going to listen to all the witnesses that were nearby, and we'll get justice one way or another. Now, we don't really live in that system, so it's hard to trust the authorities. And if you really had a loaded gun, everybody gets that. At the same time, you saw it with your own eyes, as we did. They shot him from the back. Is it too much to ask not to shoot people in the back? And then, as he was lying on the ground and crawling away, they kept shooting and shooting and shooting. Now, I'm sure the cop's justification is going to be, the guy's got a loaded gun. I'm not going to wait for him to turn around and shoot back at me. I already shot him. I got to finish him. And by the way, they're taught that, and that's, I think, probably part of the problem in our training. In the U.S., the cops are shoot to kill. In Europe, it doesn't have to be that way. In Europe, they're shoot to disable. So if you can shoot their legs out, shoot their legs out. Do not continue to shoot if they're writhing around on the ground. They are taught not to kill. So completely different training. If you don't kill, you are taking a little bit more of a chance. On the other hand, if you kill, that's a human being you just executed. So here in America, though, executing people in the streets, we haven't put a lot of emphasis on it. Let's just put it that way. Now here, this is not one of the more outrageous cases because there's so many shootings just like this where the person is unarmed or has a small blade or is not listening to directions in exactly the way that people want or had their arms up. There was a guy who was naked and unarmed. They shot him anyway. There was a 12-year-old with a toy gun. Shot him in 2 seconds. There was Laquan McDonald in Chicago. Shot him in 6 seconds. So even though to most people, especially if you don't live in America, that tape is outrageous, it is not among the most outrageous things cops have done recently. So now you have all the facts that we have, and then, you can do with that what you please. And I hope that the justice system brings us real justice either way, whatever that might be. Okay, now we go to more stories about police abuse of a different sort. So there's a lot of police shootings in America, and unfortunately the country is often split on those because they involve human beings. Well, the first story we're going to tell you involves a dog, so the country is not at all split. So we had a Missouri police chief, Andrew Spencer. He found a dog and decided to kill it. So he thought it was a wild dog and that it was problematic. And he had another call, to be fair to him, he did, and he had to rush that call. So instead of bringing the dog to a vet or to a shelter where he thought he'd be put down anyway, he took the puppy to a firing range and killed it there because he did not want to deal with finding its home. So it is a puppy, and they did put it in a cage. If you don't wait now, here's the part I don't understand. You got to rush to another call. Okay, I get that. That involves human beings. I get that. But you already have the cage. Why not just keep the dog in the cage? And you had time to go drive over to a firing range, put the puppy in the cage, and then shoot the puppy to death. You had time to do that before you went and took the next call. The report said that he had planned to go to the cheapest vet to destroy the dog at the cost of the city. However, the report continued, due to higher priority call and the imminent destruction of the dog, I decided it was best to destroy the dog and respond to the accident. Now, if you're not already enraged, wait for the last part. If Spencer had just had a little bit more patience and compassion, as explained in Ross' story, he would have found that the family of the lost puppy was looking all over the town for him. In fact, the family, of course, unsurprisingly, is enraged. I saw their Facebook post. I'm not sure they're enraged enough. What did you? Why? We were looking for him. We called later, and then you said you didn't have him. And then, after repeated calls, the police chief admitted, yeah, I put him down. I brought him to a fire range and shot him. And then I buried him in a sludge somewhere. If you want, go try to dig him up there. They went and tried to dig him up from the sludge. They couldn't find him. And then finally he took him out in a garbage bag. Oh, it's just a disaster, right? So everybody's furious. Now, I'm furious. I wish people would be equally furious when we had unarmed people shot in this country, actual human beings. But that's where you go, well, a puppy's innocent. I don't know about the people that were shot. Yeah, one of them had a switchblade and had turned his back to a cop. You can't turn your back to a cop. That's disrespectful. Another one had a toy gun. Another one, well, actually, dozens of them were unarmed. But, maybe they smoked drugs at some point in their lives. Let's analyze that. But for puppies, they're all innocent. Now, wait a minute. There's a baby here in the graphic next to me. So what's that about? Well, adults are one thing. Apparently, Tamir Rice, a 12-year-old, still cause of controversy whether he deserved it or not when the cop shot him in 2 seconds flat when he had a toy gun. Well, how about a 19-month-old? Well, this is unfortunately a story that we've covered before, but now there's a conclusion to it. This is about a botched raid in Georgia. They had a no-knock warrant. They go to the wrong house. Of course, ready to come in with heavy weaponry. And one of the things that they did, well, here, I'll let Ross Story take it from here. Deputies burst into another relative's home where the 19-month-old boy and his family were staying temporarily and tossed a stun grenade into a darkened room, and the explosive device landed in the toddler's crib. The boy suffered severe chest and facial injuries that will likely require multiple surgeries to repair. So what happened today? A jury acquitted the former Georgia deputy of all charges. You lead a botched raid, they throw a stun grenade into a baby's crib. It's just a baby. Well, it's 19 months old. That's not even a baby, that's a toddler. Acquitted. Now, to be fair, she resigned just like the officer in the dog killing. I think there should be a little bit more consequences than just resigning in both cases. let's treat the humans well too. Now, how about the guy who threw the stun grenade? The person who was charged didn't even throw the stun grenade. Well, prosecutors said no other officers, including the deputy who threw the flashbang grenade, would be charged in the case. Apparently, it's too much to ask in America that you look before throwing a stun grenade. That perhaps there's a human being in the room. Oh, there could have been a dog in the room, and then you'd be in real trouble. But instead, there was a 19-month-old toddler, and you threw it into his crib. Acquitted on all charges. Cops can never do anything wrong in America. Not guilty by definition. Puppies, adults, babies, it doesn't matter. They're in charge, and we're not. Really sick. Okay, now, those are depressing stories, so I gotta end it on a high note for you guys. Let's switch it up a little bit, and give you a different story with a different result. Okay. Now, there's a lot of new forms of energy that are actually growing all across the country. Wind energy, solar energy, and to be fair to Woodland in North Carolina, they've actually done this several times. They have 3 solar farms that they approved in the Woodland Town Council so far. Well, a 4th one had come up. Well, that's where we ran into some issues. Some of the constituents came in and argued, to be fair to the legislators in Woodland Town Council, they didn't make these arguments the constituents did. Let me quote the Roanoke Cohen News Herald here. Jane Mann, who is someone who's lived there for 50 years, said she's a local native and is concerned about the natural vegetation that makes the community beautiful. She's a retired Northampton science teacher, oh boy, and is concerned that photosynthesis, which depends upon sunlight, would not happen and would keep the vegetation from growing. She said she has observed areas near solar panels where vegetation is brown and dead because it did not receive enough sunlight. Almost made a whole hour without the cough. Hold on. Almost done. Okay. Here's what I'm sure of. There's no brown vegetation near the solar panel because the solar panel is sucking up the other photosynthesis from the area. They go, oh no, you sunlight, you're not going over there. Solar panel's grabbing. The solar panel's for the sunlight that hits the solar panel. Jane Mann continues. She also questioned the high number of cancer deaths in the area, saying no one could tell her that the solar panels didn't cause cancer. Well, scientists could tell you, and you're a former science teacher. Doctors could tell you, I could tell you, but apparently you wouldn't listen. So maybe we shouldn't waste our breath. Bobby Mann, another family member, came with her, and Bobby had a different theory. He said the solar farms would suck up all the energy from the sun, and businesses would not come to Woodland. Now, those are 2 different theories, to be fair, put bizarrely in the same sentence. I don't know why businesses wouldn't come to Woodland if there are a lot of solar panels. I don't understand that at all. They also claimed, other constituents, that the solar panels were driving the young citizens of Woodland away. I didn't know millennials were anti-solar panels. Had no idea. I didn't know the young of Woodland were perhaps vampires and did not like solar panels bringing in all that sun. But the first part of his theory, I'm fairly positive about. He said the solar farms would suck up all the energy from the sun. I'm sure the sun's going to be okay. Company representatives had to come in. Now, this is Strata Solar Company that's arguing for the 4th solar farm. And they had to bother saying this, quote, the panels don't draw additional sunlight. They only draw the sunlight that falls on them. Okay, now, they heard from concerned constituents who appear to not have their science exactly right, and they heard from company representatives, to be fair, right? But also the science on this is not overly complicated. I'm pretty sure the sun has not been drained of all its energy because of all the solar panels around the world. And so have the vote come out. I mean, this is a reasonable town council. They had other solar farms in there. The vote on the solar panels, this time around, 3-1 against. Sorry, no more solar panels in Woodland County. Or Woodland Town. Those arguments were persuasive. God Woodland Town did not put up any more solar panels, otherwise none of us might be able to use the sun anymore. Thank you, Woodland. Young Turks. Alright, we're back on the Young Turks. Jake Huger, Atticus Kasparian. Okay, I got a lot of fun tweets for you guys and a poll result. So we had asked on Friday's 10-hour live streaming extravaganza, what's a better nickname for John Iderola, Johnny Pie or Sprinkles?
Come on.
It's a thriller. I had to report it because we're waiting for Cuyahoga County here to break the tie. Johnny Pie at 49%, Sprinkles at 51%.
We're not calling him Sprinkles. Now I feel bad for sharing my dulce de leche versus vanilla with sprinkles story.
Yeah, I hear you. But once that beast is out, I don't know that you can reel it back in. I'm with you. I'm not going to call him Sprinkles.
Yeah, it goes too far.
Jimmy Dore, I can't speak.
Right. Jimmy's so funny.
Okay, Omi writes in on hashtag TYT Live, I can't believe they all ignore one important thing, referring to the shooting here in the LA area on Saturday. They kept shooting to kill, 30 frickin' bullets. David writes in, what is their standing order? Keep shooting regardless of what is downrange? They stopped and started again. They did, and that is their order. I mean, that's what I'm telling you. They're trained to keep shooting until the guy is dead, no matter what. And so the problem is in the training. I've said it a million times. Okay. On the puppy story, Mr. Red Penguin has a strong opinion. I smell total fucking bullshit on this puppy story. This sounds like a dude who enjoys killing things with guns. I believe that you stand an excellent chance of being right. Because he says he's too busy, like I said during the story, but he has time to go to a shooting range, put the puppy in the cage, take a bunch of shots at it, kill it, and then go to his second thing.
Yeah.
Right? So you want a police chief that enjoys killing small animals? I don't think that's what you want.
Yeah.
That sounds dangerous to me. A Derpy Panda says, if a banker was hit with a flashbang, remember the 19-month-old that was hit with a flashbang? Oh, Jesus, those cops and their descendants would be done for and exiled. Banker or banker's kid with a flashbang.
It's incredible.
Holy hell to pay. Holy hell to pay. But you're a random family in the middle of Georgia, you ain't got no power. So, acquitted on all charges. Alright, finally, David writes in about the solar panels. These are the people that think that climate change is bullshit, but think solar panels can take away all the sunlight energy.
It's incredible. It's amazing.
I mean, how do you have an argument with these people? How do you have a conversation with people when you cannot get them to acknowledge the same set of facts on this planet? That was a former science teacher. Oh, that's so sad. That's so depressing. Okay. All right, we move forward. Excellent hour for you guys here.
A woman in Scotland was placed on the sex offender registry after she found video evidence of her boyfriend cheating on her with an 18-year-old woman and then proceeded to share the video with the mother of the girl and the girl's boyfriend. She also shared the evidence with her own friends, and that goes against the laws in the area pertaining to revenge porn. Now, earlier this year, she had found a pair of knickers, as the article says, and a sex toy under the bed she shared with her 37-year-old boyfriend, Willie Crawford. A court has now heard how she then found pictures and videos of him with his 18-year-old lover, who has not been named on his Facebook account. So, Donna, you forward them on to 6 of her friends in private messages on the social network, and to the woman's mother and boyfriend with the message, "Here's your girlfriend." I should also note that she was cheated on while she was pregnant with her boyfriend's baby, and she's since had the baby. She also found some evidence, some communication between him and the mistress, I guess, indicating that he was planning on leaving the girlfriend even though she was about to have their baby.
So there's plenty of drama here. She confronts Mr. Willie here, and before she gets to free Willie and kick him out of the house, he kicks her out of the house with their newborn baby. Says, "How dare you?
How dare you go through my stuff?" And,
right.
I mean,
and he says it didn't happen. So now she does something else that's questionable. She knows his Facebook password, goes in, and then she finds even more messages of them. And he says in the messages don't worry, baby, to the 18-year-old. I'll pick you over the newborn child. Oh.
He sounds like a winner. He really does.
Oh, yeah. And then the 18-year-old starts sending taunting messages to her.
Right. Now, despite the Jerry Springer style of this story, the main thing that I want to focus on is her getting placed on a sex offender registry because she broke the the revenge porn laws in the area, right? Mm-hmm. So we have revenge porn laws popping up in various states in the U.S. right now. I don't know whether or not there's ever going to be a federal law, but in certain places in the U.S., you're not allowed to do this without consequences. And now you're seeing it happen on an international level as well. But does it make sense to prosecute someone or to list someone as a sex offender if they did something like this? Now, I should note that a sheriff has decided, you know what, we need to take her off the sex offender registry. She doesn't belong there, okay, which I agree with. But also, I think what she did was wrong. Look, getting cheated on is a terrible thing. I wouldn't want anyone to have to go through that, especially if you're having a baby with the person who's cheating on you. But at the same time, don't post naked pictures or videos of the other girl or your boyfriend engaging in sex acts on the internet. I know that she did it in private messages, so it's a little different, but you don't know where it's going to end up. I'm against it no matter what, okay? I'm against that no matter what, and I want to be consistent on that.
Yeah, so I have rulings. So number one, it's definitely different if you are sending it in private rather than putting it on a website for everybody to see and go, okay, now go ahead and watch this for the rest of your lives. Mm-hmm. Now, on the other hand, could the people she sent it to take it and put it on a website? They could, and so that's why you shouldn't send it. It's illegal, and she should have been punished for it.
Yes.
So it's and the same standards as if it was a guy. Even though guy or girl doesn't matter, your heart kind of goes towards her because she got so wronged, and then they're taunting and teasing her. On top of it, so I mean, saying here's your boyfriend, here's your girlfriend, and sending it to the boyfriend seems like what a lot of people might do in that moment of anger. And again, you reverse the gender roles here. I still think you come to the same exact conclusion, but it is illegal. It should be illegal. So her getting placed under supervision for 15 months. Mm-hmm. Okay, I hear you on all that. Putting her on a sex offender list is a different matter altogether.
Right, she's not a sexual predator. We need to, look, this is definitely true of the U.S. I didn't know that Scotland also had an issue with this. But we need to stop putting people who aren't really sexual predators on the sex offender registry. It's now become a catch-all for anything that someone might consider a little shaky.
Anything that involves genitalia.
Anything.
Here in the U.S., you can wind up on the sex offender list if you take a leak in public. Well, there was a penis involved.
Indecent exposure.
Indecent exposure, that's it, you're on the sex offender list. You can't live near schools, yada, yada, yada. Now, come on, guys. If you're going to have that list, which is questionable to begin with, it should be for, child molesters and people who committed sexual assault and rape.
Yes.
It shouldn't be for a woman who was pissed and sent an email to friends she shouldn't have sent.
Yeah.
Right? So that's an offense in and of itself, but it's not an offense that's worthy of being put on a sexual offenders list.
Yeah.
Let's get real here.
It's also interesting how more and more of these cases are popping up where it's not necessarily a guy who gets in trouble for revenge porn. It's women who find that their significant other is cheating and they want revenge, so they post those images and those videos online. Just don't do it. I get it. I mean, I just think about what I would do if I were in her position, and I'd be so tempted, right? I'd want to destroy their lives in every way possible. But don't do anything that's going to ruin your life, okay? Do things that will only ruin their lives.
So, look, she's devastated by it. But now, on top of that, she's got this criminal record.
It's terrible.
So that didn't help matters at all. It only wound up hurting her. But, I mean, how are you going to take revenge in this situation? I know you'd put a lot of thought behind it. But, the ship has sailed. I mean, it's in guys, with the 18-year-old, you want him to come back and help you raise that kid? I don't think you want him to come back.
I know. She shouldn't want him to come back. And I know it sounds cheesy, but honestly, the best revenge you can get is living a good life without that person. I know it's cliche and it's cheesy, but it's true. Find someone who's worth your time, have a good relationship with them, raise your child, live a good life, focus on yourself. Who cares about this guy and his 18-year-old skank?
Okay. Well, I'm sure the 18-year-old won't leave him. And I'm sure that if they stay together, he'll be really decent to her.
Oh, definitely. They'll have a great, healthy relationship.
Right.
Yeah. All right. A woman in Tennessee has been charged with attempted first-degree murder after she attempted to do an abortion on herself. She was 24 weeks pregnant, and Anna Yoka apparently filled a bathtub with hot water, got in the bathtub, and then used a coat hanger to do the abortion. When she started bleeding profusely, she got scared, and her boyfriend took her to the hospital, and that was when authorities found out what she did. Now, her boyfriend took her to the hospital where doctors delivered a 24-week-old baby weighing just 1.5 pounds. Doctors told investigators the child will need medical support for the rest of his life because of the injuries sustained. He has severe injuries, including damage to his lungs and his eyes. It's a devastating story in so many different ways. So, of course, this made me want to look into the abortion laws in Tennessee. Obviously, they vary state by state, and a lot of these red states are becoming more and more restrictive when it comes to reproductive rights. And Guttmacher Institute, which does great studies and data on this, found that in 2011, 96% of Tennessee counties had no abortion clinic. About 63% of Tennessee women lived in these counties. A woman must receive state-directed counseling and then wait 48 hours before the procedure is provided. Counseling must be provided in person and must take place before the waiting period begins, thereby necessitating 2 separate trips to the facility. So if there are few clinics in the state and you have to go through a 42-hour waiting period, well, for people who are in a lower socioeconomic status, you just don't have the resources for something like that. I'm not making excuses for her. Honestly, at 24 weeks, what she did was horrendous. I don't know if she should be facing murder charges for that or attempted murder charges for that. But this is a very complicated story, and this shows you what the consequences are when you start making reproductive rights more and more restrictive.
So, I hope to God that didn't deter her from going earlier. But that's part of the point of the laws is to deter people from going in. That's why you got to wait 48 hours. You have to go back several times. That's why 96% of the counties don't have abortion clinics, because they don't want you to get one. And sometimes it causes people to wait and get indecisive. Now, having said all that, none of it excuses her actions. At 24 weeks, it's illegal. It's illegal according to Roe versus Wade. It's illegal according to our laws, and it should be. That baby survived. The reason why late-term abortions are illegal is because at that point, they can survive. They are independent life forms. They can survive outside the mom. So the cutoff is never, perfect. And sometimes a 24-week-old baby might not survive outside the womb. But we have to have some cutoff. It's a reasonable cutoff that we have. And if you try to do an abortion after that, well, that's not really an abortion. That's, killing an independent life form.
Yeah.
So, we often talk about early term abortions. Well, that's a clump of cells that hasn't become a human being yet.
It's not viable outside the womb. And,
right.
for me, that's really the thing that's in question. And so one of the things that kept popping up with Republicans during the last presidential election is they wanted the cutoff period for abortions to be 20 weeks. And I didn't think that was unreasonable. The only thing that I didn't like about that is usually Republicans are trying to scale back on reproductive rights as much as possible. They're not really being genuine or sincere when they're saying, oh, we just want to cut it off at 20 weeks. They just want to do away with abortion completely. But at 20 weeks, you get into the murky waters, and you know that life form could be viable outside the womb. And I don't agree with abortion in those situations unless the woman's life is in danger.
So that's a gray zone that is worthy of debate. 24 weeks is not a gray zone.
Yeah.
And so what she did was a crime. And I think it's fairly clear. There's a reason we have those laws. You don't get to have a choice after the baby's viable outside your body. So, unfortunately, it's a total tragedy.
All right, let's move on to another tragedy. Teens in Anchorage, Alaska.
Several potential styles can be spotted.
Teens in
all of
Anchorage,
which have a
Alaska,
more modern,
uploaded a
clear look
brutal
than
video of them beating up one of their
Can we load
14-year-old
our Pokemon into
classmates
trucks?
during a
It
sleepover.
certainly appears that way.
Now, the
We see a
mother
fusion
who
of
hosted
Pokemon's
the
vehicle
sleepover is facing a civil
functionality,
lawsuit.
and what
But this
exactly
incident
is
happened
chance
last
doing
July,
back on
and keep in
pickup
mind
for
that the girls
Blastoise
involved
perspective
are
what
not
looks
facing
like a
criminal
firefighting
charges,
truck.
and the school that they go to has
This
decided that
possible
they will
modern gym
also
concept art shows a palm tree
neglect
as part
to
of the
do
landscape
anything about this
pointing to a
incident.
tropical
Now, the video that we're about to show
You can
you
also see
is
one of the pickup
very,
trucks
very
parked in
graphic.
front of
It
a
shows
building
you
in
just
one of the
how
smaller
brutal the
parks.
beating was. But the victim here
Pokemon
has
centers in
been
Sun and
taken
Moon
out of
seem
the
to have
school,
an
and now
almost
she's being
mushroom-like look
homeschooled.
about them.
Take a look at what
In
happened
fact,
to
they have
Naomi
the
Johnson.
classic shape of a V cut, which lends a little more evidence to the idea that the Pokemon are here we can see a wireframe rendering of an unnamed version. The animation sequence simply shows the Pokemon flapping its wings and its head tilted to the sky. Those are 5 things we saw. What did you notice? Let us know in the comments below. And for all things Pokemon, you're in the right place.
Again, this happened in July. No criminal charges have been filed. The authorities are saying that they're still investigating it, not buying it for a second. And look, you hear stories like this, Jenk, and I can't help but juxtapose this to the story we did last week of the 4 teenagers in Tennessee that were arrested for wearing saggy pants. Okay? Think about our priorities in this country, right? Where you have a video that clearly shows acts of violence and it gets a pass. And then you have cases of kids wearing clothing that makes adults uncomfortable, and then 2 of them were actually sent to jail because of their saggy pants.
Yeah. So the part that actually drives me crazy about this story is the fact that the school didn't punish those girls. It's on tape. They have the tape. Instead, the girls got beat down and had to leave school because one of the girls apparently, this is all alleged, but they've had plenty of time to investigate. Told the girl, "Oh yeah, if I see you in school, I'm gonna stop." And still, there's no punishment for the girls who were beat down at all. You know what that tells me? They're all part of the community. They're connected. I don't mean connected as in like you're Wall Street bank or anything like that, but they just in that community, their families probably know a lot of the other families. Know their administrators. Super facts. So they can do whatever they want. And new girl, well, that's just sad days for her. She doesn't have power even that small town. It's not even a small town. It's connected. Now they have a whole established. I mean, I think we over-criminalize liar to begin with. But if you're going to make anything criminal and obvious and clear corporate results, you can think that it's criminal. And if you're not going to make it criminal for God's sake, and this happens to go to the public school, that should have been expelled in those schools. I mean, can we get a suspension? It's preposterous. So they told you to take them out, and the people who did the girls
The school administrators are refusing to just suspend them, right? So there are no consequences. And think about what kind of message that sends. First of all, you look at that video, and I don't know, maybe I lived in some weird hippie bubble where I didn't get exposed to crap like this, but I couldn't imagine any of my classmates getting this violent. I just can't, right? Maybe they would say terrible things time to time, but they would never beat the shit out of another classmate like this. But, you look at that, and if there are no consequences for it, why wouldn't they feel emboldened to say terrible things like, "Oh, I'm going to stab you the next time I see you"?
I don't know if this is an Alaska thing. You remember Sarah Palin's family got into a huge brawl in Alaska.
I don't know. Maybe it is.
So, and then I don't think there were any consequences from that brawl either.
What did I say about us living in a hick-ass country?
So here, look, they stomped in her face. They stomped in her stomach. Outside of what you saw for yourself with the video. So if there aren't consequences for this, what are there consequences for? So now the lawsuit is saying the mom provided them with alcohol and then didn't break up the fight. I don't know. The mom's not in the video, so they'll have to go to court and figure that out. She vehemently denies this. I didn't give them alcohol. I didn't know about it. Couldn't intervene. They'll have to have witnesses, etc. But it doesn't look good for the victim because it seems like a lot of people in the town might be on the aggressor's side.
That's incredible. It's incredible. Just think about the stereotypes that certain people in this country face just because of the way they look, right? They're the ones who are immediately cast off as violent because they might be dressed a certain way. Mm-hmm. But then you have stories like this, and you have 4 innocent-looking white girls, and it's totally fine. Yeah, they beat the shit out of someone, and then they boasted about it online by posting the evidence. It's incredible.
Well, she's wearing a pink hoodie, so it's okay, and she's a 14-year-old white girl. Now, imagine it's a 14-year-old black male. all of a sudden that becomes something else entirely.
Well, in that case, you don't even have to punch anyone. All you have to do is wear pants that make people uncomfortable.
Right. And I mean, if he's wearing the hoodie, he looks like a thug. What can you do? I mean, if 14-year-old black guys did that to somebody, do you think they don't get arrested? We have video of it, and then they say, "Oh yeah, we'll stab you if we see you again." They don't get arrested, and they don't get any penalty at school. You really believe that's even remotely possible?
All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, Serena Williams is causing some dramas in the magazine industry.
Wake up in the morning.
Back on Young Turks, Jane Canana with you. So, for the members, we got a special treat for you today.
We do?
At 6:15 p.m. Pacific, 9:15 Eastern. Only the members get the interviews live. Yeah, we gave you a live interview that day with Quentin Tarantino. Today we'll be with a Grand Wizard of the KKK. Yes, David Duke. David Duke's going to be live just for the members at 9:15 p.m. Eastern today, and then we'll put up the video later on YouTube.
I just have to make this point. How are you going to call yourself the superior race when you're referring to yourself as a Grand Wizard? That's all I want to say.
Well, back in the day, Grand Wizard was scarier than it is today.
Yeah.
Now it's a little more Harry Potter, you know.
Yes.
I know, it does feel a little goofy.
Yeah, it sounds like a ride at Disneyland.
Yeah. Now, former Grand Wizard, we'll find out if he's still wizard. So that is a little bit later today. Tomorrow at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, right after the show, we have another debate. So we haven't done a debate in a while, so we'll be covering a debate, and don't miss it. Oh, tomorrow it's going to be on Fire Talk. Firetalk.com/The Young Turks. So that one you should check out there at 8:30 p.m. Pacific. Firetalk.com/The Young Turks. Now it is the holiday season. Obviously, everybody go. If you're going to use Amazon, please bookmark the link from our website, TYTnetwork.com. Before you do your holiday shopping. Okay, now member shout out super quick. Member number 2399 is Lubomir Nikolov, and member number 1686 is Natalie Baruch. I feel like I've read Natalie's name before. Hey, Natalie.
I feel like you've read Nikolov's name before.
Is that right?
It sounds familiar.
Okay, it's possible. All right, the Chris Lopaco tweeted in, global warming is caused by the sun. Solar panels steal the sun's energy. Solar panels will solve global warming. That's a conversation Edwin and I had during the break, Chris. You read our mind. So maybe these conservatives are onto something. The solar panel cures the global warming. That's, by the way, not at all true. Okay. Fan of Stuff says, bitch, don't share people's sex tapes. Don't care why, just don't. So glad this falls under the revenge porn legislation.
Okay.
Okay, Fans of Stuff says, it's not playing.
I mean, it is revenge porn when you think about it.
It is.
Yeah.
All right, people can't get over the puppy. I've got tweet on top of tweet about the puppy. I'm back to the puppy for 1 second. Susan Lancaster says, also regarding the puppy, the cop was required by the city statute to take the pup to the shelter for 5 days before destroying it. So he's, got issues all over. He did resign. Whether you think he should be arrested for animal abuse is a different and very fair question, given that he caged it and shot it at a range. I know, this is wrong with a lot of people. Alright, speaking of which, that leads us to our next story.
Yes, alright. Sports Illustrated has just named the 2015 Sports Person of the Year, and it happens to be Serena Williams. However, some people are upset that it's Serena Williams, a human athlete, as opposed to a horse, an animal athlete. So there's the cover, she looks banging, she's a badass, I love it. And I also love all the tears that all these little bitches are crying on the internet. They can't handle the fact that a black woman won this honor, okay? By the way, I'm consistent when it comes to these, ridiculous magazine awards. Who cares about them? But the fact that it's making all the racists cry is making me a little happy. So let me tell you what people are saying. One person, actually it's a columnist named Brian Zips, from HorseRacingNation.com. Look, this guy likes horses, so I can see. I don't think that he's racist. I think he just really loves this horse.
Yeah, just before you read that, let me be clear about that. Some of the people who are objecting are obsessed with horses. God bless their hearts.
Yeah.
Some happen to be racist, and you'll see the tweets from the racists that are obvious.
Yes.
So those are distinct ones.
Yes. This guy, I don't think he is. I just think that he has a fascination with horses and racing. Okay, he says, but American Pharoah won the Grand Slam, and Serena Williams did not. Once again, thoroughbred horse racing has been denied by mainstream sports media.
Well, sports media is notoriously anti-horses, and everybody knows this. They actually saw the races towards horses, and so.
Are we really going to compare human athletes to animal athletes? Is that what we're doing right now?
Yeah.
I would be more outraged if there was a horse on the cover of Sports Illustrated as opposed to a human. Now I get it. Serena Williams didn't win, the tennis thing that she was supposed to win. I forget what. Yeah.
Grand Slam.
Yeah, Grand Slam. Whatever.
She was this close, and she won an extraordinary number of tournaments in a row. And look, I know every year everybody's waiting for the Triple Crown. This year could be, right? And it never is, and this year it was. And so for the horsing dudes, this is their apex. It doesn't get any better than this. They're going to wait another 18 years for another Triple Crown winner. So the horsey guys are upset. I get it, but he's just human. So I say save the humans.
Man, people have nothing better to do if this is what they're upset about. I actually envy your life, right? Because it means that your life is so hunky-dory that you're going to literally cry over a horse.
Now, again, the guy works for horseracing.nation.com. If he doesn't get pissed about this, though, what is he going to get pissed about?
I don't know, man. Find another hobby. Okay, let me give you
I know it sounds like he's getting on his high horse, but I'll give him this one.
All right, so let's now go to the racists, okay? One person on Twitter
wrote...
From the
racist to the racist.
Yeah. One person says, I'm so tired of Black America. Flush Serena down the toilet without a wipe. That's from Joaquin Gonzalez.
Okay, but Joaquin, how do you read Sports Illustrated at all? I got news for you. A lot of athletes are black. Right. He's like, oh, there goes LeBron James. They put him on the cover. Yeah. Black America again.
No, but
yeah, he's pretty good. I mean, how do you pick up any of the Sports Illustrated and not get frustrated if you're a racist?
Think about how frustrating it is for black athletes, or just black people in general, right? Where you do incredible things, as Serena Williams has done. Her athletic ability, I mean, how are you going to question her athletic ability? And then even after you win awards, because of your athletic ability, people point to you and say, you see that? They just gave her the award because she's black. think about
look, I don't know about anything about tennis, but I think she won 15 tournaments in a row. With the other opponents, they were like, oh, she's black. No, let's give it to her. I'm pretty sure that's not how it went down.
All right, we have more. Okay, by the way, let me give you some more context, by the way. So Sports Illustrated had an online poll, as many of these magazines do, to see who their readers think should win this award. Now, recently we did the Time Magazine Person of the Year. Who won it again?
Angela Merkel.
Yeah, that's right, Angela Merkel. See, that's how much I care about this.
Yeah, no, but I was pissed, actually, because I thought a horse should have won.
Okay, so Angela Merkel won, but of course Time Magazine had a poll, and they asked their readers, who do you think should win? And Bernie Sanders overwhelmingly won the people's vote. Now, with Sports Illustrated, American Pharoah won the people's vote. And so all the supporters for the horse are upset about this. They said, American Pharoah overwhelmingly won online poll, and yet you pick someone else. It's not someone else. It's a horse versus a human. What a joke.
Okay, I know, dude. They do online polls, and almost every time they don't pick the person who won the online poll. Let's collectively get over it a little.
Okay, another person writes, ha 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 ha. They chose Serena, a.k.a. Jack Williams, because she's black. Only reason, none other. American Pharoah winner.
I got bad news for Holly. American Pharoah, also brown-skinned.
Maybe that's
why they let her win the Triple Crown. Let him or her, whatever, win the Triple Crown. Yeah, affirmative action and racing. You didn't think about that. Where's the white horses? Where's the white horses? This is all racism.
And then one more tweet from Holly. Thanks to her massive steroid use for decades, she is more Jack than Serena. Liberals also like that. Confused genders.
Oh, okay,
Lots
great.
of classy people out there.
Way to discriminate against her for several different reasons. Well, Holly, you're so, great. I mean, I know that racists believe that they're from the superior race. Why don't you play tennis against Serena Williams, see who's better? I mean, you're from the superior race, right?
Just find something else to do. If magazine covers are making you upset, you have nothing going on in your life. You got to figure out what you need to do to keep yourself busy.
I'm not sure I've ever looked at a magazine cover and was like, "Ooh, the race of this person."
I don't think I've ever looked at a magazine cover and cared. Except for when, they have those hot shirtless Latino men on it, then I care.
Well, and you care about their race. You see that? We found you out.
Maybe I'm racist. I don't know.
All right. Everybody Tiffany, bring it down, bring it down. Everything's going to be all right. She's an amazing athlete. Just calm down, please.
All right.
Okay. I know she's getting no love. Okay.
I don't get that.
Love is a tennis term.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. All right, guys. I'm going to skip the next story for now. We might come back to it later, but I'm going to move on to Japan.
Okay. All right.
All right.
You're sir.
Japan has extremely low crime rates. However, there is a dark side to their justice system. Recently, The Economist looked into that justice system, and here's what they found.
Kazuo Ishikawa was convicted of murder in 1964. He signed a confession statement after 30 days of interrogation, even though he was illiterate at the time.
私はサインしたことに、私はサインしなかったら犯人にならなかったんですから、それに対してはもう24歳になってるんですから、いかにその取り調べがきつかったとしても、無実の者が、自分がやりましたというはずがないので、その言ってしまったっていうことに対しては、自分を含めて国民の皆さんにも申し訳ないと。このことに対しては、今でも、それは心の葛藤があって、自分を常に責めております。
Okay, so I'm going to give you some more information about their justice system, some stats that'll blow you away. But before I get to that, I just have to make a comment about Japanese culture. It's incredible. He was forced or coerced into confessing for a crime that he didn't commit. And in that interview, he's like, I must apologize to the people of Japan. No! The justice system of Japan should apologize to you! They took years away from your life for a crime that you didn't commit! Japanese culture is so fascinating.
It really is.
Yeah.
And the power of culture is interesting. We're so much more individualistic here in the U.S. We feel like, well, the system did us wrong. He looks at it and goes, I'm sorry for letting you guys down. And there's a really interesting element to that, which is that you're not going to catch the right guy if he confesses to the crime.
Right.
Now, it's not his fault. They definitely coerced him into it, almost tortured him into it. So it is the fault of the prosecutors, the cops, everybody who was involved. But they should also realize that every time they do that, they let the person who actually did the crime get away with it scot-free.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right. So what usually tends to happen is if someone gets convicted and accused and prosecuted of a crime, more than likely that person is going to confess to the crime even if he or she didn't commit it. Okay, so according to The Economist, some suspects will falsely admit guilt just to end a stressful interrogation, and interrogations in Japan can be very stressful. Police and prosecutors may hold ordinary criminal suspects for up to 23 days without charge. Interviews can last for 8 hours or more. Suspects are deprived of sleep and forced into physically awkward positions. Now again, confessions underpinned 89% of criminal prosecutions in 2014. 99.8% of prosecutions end in a guilty verdict.
That's unbelievable.
It's an incredible stat.
And that's part of also, I think, goes to the culture of a community, which is if these respected leaders in the community, including the prosecutors, have brought this person forward as a defendant, well, he's very likely to be guilty. So it's, a lot more authoritarian in that sense. We must do right what's for the community, yada, yada. Look, there's great upsides to being more communitarian and caring about one another. But to give up your individualism to this degree and your judgment to this degree is deeply problematic. So I can guarantee you that 99.8% of the defendants up there were not all guilty, but they got convicted anyway. So, and look, this whole idea, and we did it here in Guantanamo Bay, let alone Bagram Air Base and all the other places that we did it, of not letting the defendants sleep, and then some physical force was used against them, like they would hit their feet, they'd hit them with a table, and they do all these things as we did. Obviously, the U.S. in its torture of detainees took it a whole other step. But it leads to false confessions. So if you actually care about justice and you're mad at what happened to the victims, you're not doing them any favors by doing this kind of torture and coercion, because you're likely to get the wrong person.
Exactly. Yeah, the guilty person's out there free, probably harming other people.
Now, I think that the homicide rate of Japan it is not necessarily related to these tactics.
Right.
So some people will use that as a justification for this, when in fact there are a great number of factors that go into that. But the homicide rate of Japan is incredibly low. Intentional homicide rate was 0.3 per 100,000 people. In America, it's 4.7 per 100,000 people.
Amazing.
0.3 versus 4.7. I got one more for you. And this is another huge factor. Japan's gun homicide rate was 0.01 per 100,000 people. In America, it was 3.5. That is a difference of 350 times. So
the problem in
our rate of gun homicides in America is 350 times greater per capita than Japan's.
Yeah, I mean, the great thing that Japan did is they ensured that every single person living in the country had a firearm. And that actually decreased gun violence, you know?
Oh, right.
In the U.S., we just need to increase the number of firearms and we'll be fine.
They did the opposite. They have very strict gun control. They don't let people have guns. And guess what? People don't die in gun homicides. We let everybody have guns, and our gun homicides are 350 times greater than Japan's. It's not rocket science to figure out what the real issue is.
All right. Is the air you're breathing making you fat? There are a number of studies that have been done by researchers in Canada, the United States, and Europe that show that heavy pollution could have a correlation between bad air and being overweight. So what they did is, of course, there are a number of different studies, and the methodology was different in all of them. But again, they found a strong correlation, although they didn't find causation yet. What one researcher says, Hong Chen, is that we are starting to understand that the uptake and circulation of air pollution in the body can affect more than just the lungs. After he did one study, and what they realized with the mice that they were studying is when they had mice in a healthy environment, they were likely to be thinner, healthier. When they took mice and they put them in a highly polluted environment, they gained weight, and they gained weight pretty quickly. After just 10 weeks, the effects were already visible. The mice exposed to the air pollution showed greater volumes of body fat, both around the belly and around the internal organs. At the microscopic level, the fat cells themselves were around 20% larger in the mice inhaling a fine mist of pollutants. What's more, they seem to have become less sensitive to insulin, the hormone that signals to cells to convert blood sugar into energy, the first step towards diabetes. So there are more studies that I'm going to get into in just a second, but this makes a lot of sense. If you guys can remember, we talked about this one other study that compared people in the 1980s to people today. And they specifically compared people who had the same diet and the exact same exercise habits. And they realized that even if you're eating just as healthy and exercising just as much as the people in the 1980s, you're still likely to be 20% more overweight than people in the 1980s. So if it's not diet and it's not exercise, what other factors play a role? We hypothesize that it might have something to do with prescription drugs. Prescription drugs are more available now than they were in the 1980s. But pollution could also have a lot to do with it.
So my answer usually is high fructose corn syrup. But in this case, look, they did the study with this particular issue in mind, and it obviously had an effect. The one fact that led me to really getting a little bit more convinced here is that the one that Anna just read, the fat cells themselves were around 20% larger in the mice inhaling a fine mist of pollutants. Well, that's pretty damning evidence.
Yeah.
You do more studies, but one of the studies that really shook me, again, totally unexpected, was the study of lead and how much it caused the violence in America in the 1960s and 70s and into the 80s. And it turns out that once we started taking the lead out of especially out of the cars, the pollutants that the cars were putting out, crime rates started going down all across the country. And when you studied all the different factors that go into crime rates, turns out lead had a shocking effect on us.
Yes.
I shouldn't be that surprised because chemicals affect our bodies in a lot of different ways. Mm-hmm. So, can chemicals lead us to become more violent? Well, apparently yes. Can they cause us to gain weight for all the reasons that the scientists explain here? Yeah. I mean, it shouldn't be that surprising.
Yeah. So, let me give you some more of this mounting evidence. This is graphic 27A. The tiny irritating particles may also unleash a flood of inflammatory molecules called protokines to wash through the blood, a response that also triggers immune cells to invade otherwise healthy tissue. Not only does that too interfere with the tissue's ability to respond to insulin, the subsequent inflammation may also interfere with the hormones and the brain processing that govern our appetite. Right, so this pollution might actually have an impact on our appetite. It might make us more hungry. We might eat more as a result of it. Now, there are a bunch of factors that, of course, they have to take into account when they do these types of studies. A lot of these studies took diet into account as a control factor to make sure that diet's not the thing that's kind of throwing the results off.
Of course, I'm going to take that into account.
Of course, yeah. So I just want to make sure that you guys know that that was taken into account in the methodology. But another thing to keep in mind is, you know, when you are living in a densely populated area, when you are living in the city, you do have more access to fatty foods, right? So people living in urban areas are more likely to be overweight because of that.
Yeah. So I felt better after the study because until I was 8, I grew up in Turkey where there was more pollution. See, it's not my fault.
It's not your fault.
It screwed up my metabolism. It put my energy off of balance, like this explains. Which also explains why I had the banana pecan pancakes for lunch.
I know, the pollution just made you crave them so much.
What can I do?
You couldn't help it.
LA also has bad pollution?
We do.
That's right.
No, but it's frustrating because even if you do everything right, there are factors that are outside of your control that contribute to weight gain. Now, in this case, again, there was correlation. They haven't found causation yet. But nonetheless, it's a factor that could play a huge role. Another thing to take into consideration is the drugs that we take and the antibiotics that are in our foods. All of those things could contribute to weight gain. And so even if you do everything right, sometimes certain things are out of your control.
I want to read the last two graphics here, 28 and 29, because I found them very interesting too. The risk of developing diabetes rose by about 11% for every 10 micrograms of fine particles in the cubic meter of air. A Swiss study saw similar signs: increased insulin resistance, hypertension, and waist circumference in a sample of nearly 4,000 people living among dust pollution. So that's also an interesting finding. Now, in Asian cities, some of the Asian cities, the pollution is as bad as at least 500 micrograms per cubic meter of air. If 10% leads to 10 micrograms lead to an 11% increase in diabetes. Oh boy, what does 500 lead to? So if all of a sudden there's a huge rash of diabetes in China, we might have our answer.
Right.
So, I mean, 2222, I hope that doesn't happen, but at least the scientists are on it. Hopefully a hashtag science for the win.
Yes. All right.
By the way, to be fair to me, I also had turkey bacon. Okay, not regular bacon.
Turkey bacon? I just have regular bacon. Turkey bacon's gross.
No, I don't think so. Really? I kind of like turkey bacon.
I'm kind of starting to like regular bacon.
You know what happened?
What?
I had egg whites, and I was like, egg whites not so bad.
Oh, egg whites are terrible.
No, I don't agree. I thought egg whites were for, like, vegans, which, by the way, makes no sense.
No sense at all. No sense at all.
Okay. But I was like, egg whites. It could also be for fat people.
So you had egg whites and turkey bacon in addition to pecan pancakes.
Now, to be fair to me, I didn't finish the whole egg whites, and I only had one pancake.
Okay.
Come on. To be fair to me.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
That actually sounds really good, but the pancakes, not the egg whites.
Okay. Yeah, you see all of a sudden. Yeah. But it's not me, it's the pollution.
It's the pollution.
It's the pollution.
All right, I want to leave you guys with one last fun story.
Last fun story. Here we go. Before you do that, I've got to clear my throat. Everybody thinks there must be pollution in here. Okay. Let's proceed.
We'll do it live. All right. The Mystery Hour, a talk show, just recently put together a fun parody video titled Instagram Husband. It's the men behind those popular Instagrammers who have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of followers. Look at the torture that they have to go through.
Hi, I'm Nate, and I'm an Instagram husband. I love my life so much. What are you doing in here? Taking a picture of all your stuff? Yeah, this is a good moment. I support that. Oh, wait, just a second. I should probably comment on this. It helps me out if I'm the first one to comment. You
video, you have to watch the full video. We'll include a link in the description box. I highly recommend it. It was a lot of fun. But he was my favorite character out of this entire video because he was just like so sweet and trying to be so supportive while his girlfriend or his wife is doing ridiculous things on Instagram.
Do you have an Instagram boyfriend?
Not really. And usually when I take Instagram pictures, it's like at work and someone will take the picture of us on the set or whatever, something like that. I'm not really like one of those blogger types who's like, oh my god, I totally went shopping and you should see what I bought. Like, I'm not into that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can they tell that, oh my god, in the picture in Instagram?
Yes.
That tone of voice you can tell?
Yes.
Okay, I got it.
No, it's incredible. There's like this new, it's not even new, it's been around for a while, but Instagram famous population. Like, it's a thing. It's a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Yeah.
I'm not among them. I took 3 pictures and then gave up.
You need to post more pictures. They're fun. You guys should follow me on Anna Kasparian TYT. That's my screen name.
Okay, not a big deal. So, there's this talk of how in the past there's been like articles, maybe even books written about how women need to support their husbands if their husbands are famous.
Yes.
And there's like a whole cottage industry about that. So I like that they flipped it around here and how husbands have to be supportive of their wives as they take goofy Instagram pictures.
Yeah. So, look, I'm going to be real with you. This is just a fun story, and I enjoyed the video, and I didn't take anything serious out of it. But Tracy Moore from Jezebel wrote this, like, long piece about how, like, well, you know, the roles are reversed for one time, and everyone's freaking out about it, but think about all the shit that women had to go through with all their popular and famous husbands, all that shit that they had to do. Just calm down. Everything's fine. But she did mention something interesting about, like, the wives or the girlfriends of bandmates, right? And, like, the crap that they have to go through. And there's this weird blog called The Band Wife, and they talk about how, like, you can't complain too much while he's away, and you need to fuck out, do whatever you want.
Well,
like,
no, I go the reverse direction.
Right.
Maybe that should be for all wives, not just band wives.
Oh my god, I would.
I didn't say that, Jezebel. I didn't say that. Okay, I like how Anna's reading voices into every part of this story.
Yeah,
like, Tracy got an angry voice.
Yeah.
The Instagrammers got a this voice.
Not everything in life is serious, right?
No,
like,
that's
this is
true.
just a fun parody video, and it's true. Like, you look at these Instagram pictures of the most popular Instagrammers, and you do wonder. At least I do. I wonder about the person behind the scenes. Like, who's following this person around and taking pictures of them? And I actually have a fun story. We had there was like an industry type event a few months ago at the Palladium in Hollywood, and so I go. I'm thinking, all right, it'll be a good networking thing. And there's like a bunch of bloggers and like public figures there that I'm not familiar with at all.
Give them a voice.
Oh my god, I'm like totally a famous blogger, and that's why I got invited to this.
Do bloggers talk like that?
I don't know, I'm just making it up. Okay, so there was this group of girls who were gorgeous, right? They were beautiful girls, and we're just sitting and we're getting ready for the show to start. There was going to be like a little concert thing. And as we're sitting and waiting, one of the girls was like right in front of us, and her boyfriend, husband, I don't know who it was taking pictures of her. And I kid you not, for at least 15 minutes straight, she was like,
that doesn't sound so bad.
Right? And then, like, she's not, here's the thing. No, she was.
What's her account?
But here's the thing. You look at her picture, later on I clicked on the hashtag for the event to, like, see if I can find her pictures. I did find her picture. She had hundreds of thousands of followers. And her life seemed so fun, right? It seemed like she had the best life in the world. But she looked miserable at the event because the entire time she's like, oh my god. No, do it again. Do it again. Do it again. And she and then she left. I mean, that was it. That was the whole event for her. Anyway, just don't believe everything you see in social media.
I like this new hashtag, do it again. But there's a lot of truth to that, and that's actually true in everybody's life, not just famous Instagrammers. Which is that how much of my time should I spend actually enjoying what we're doing?
Yes.
And how much of my time should I spend hashtag doing it again?
Yeah.
Like spending time on the pictures and trying to get the kids to say the cute thing they said a minute ago, but on video so we can send it to their grandparents.
Yeah.
Right? And that's a tough balance, but you're absolutely right. One of the lessons to take away from this is keep it real. Like the people who look like they're having fun spent most of the day taking those pictures and had no fun whatsoever.
Yes. It happens at Runyon Canyon all the time when I go for hikes. You'll see like women decked out in like high-end workout apparel. They're not working out. They're just there taking pictures. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Okay, I want to try it again. Here, come to me, Al. Do it again. Do it again. Did it work this time?
Yeah. That was good. Okay. That was good.
All right, that was kind of fun. All right, that's it. We're done. Now, post game coming up. Here's the rest of the schedule. So tomorrow, like we said, debate after the show, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. So buckle up for that. Live coverage. FireTalk.com/TheYoungTurks. That's where you're going to see tomorrow's debate. Tonight at 9:15 p.m. Eastern, just for the members, a live interview with David Duke, former Grand Wizard of the KKK. And right after the show, of course, as usual for the members, a post-game. So we will hashtag do it again.
Yep.
And discuss what's going on in our lives as we always do. Okay? That's TYTnetwork.com/subscribe. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Nerd Alert, everyone! We have another week of exciting stories for you. I want to first introduce our special guest this week. She is a returner, and she is rightfully so because we love her so much. Her name is Jessica Villarreal.
Hello! Hi!
Hi, everyone!
It was got to be real. The realness. Yes, thank you for having me back. I'm excited to be here.
Back. Jess is a host of many things, notably Best Game Show Ever, which we are working on right now, and many other projects coming up that we're not necessarily supposed to talk about yet. So please follow her at JessV to learn all the news that's coming up. But first, I want to jump into our first story, which I think we're both excited about, or maybe not excited about. But what it is the Final Fantasy VII remake. So we were all pretty enthused out of our minds when we saw that at the E3 announcements 2015. And we're learning more and more about it as we get further along in the development process. So what we've learned is that it will be episodic. It will be split into pieces rather than maybe one disc that you would get, and many people are not pleased about this.
Yeah, I don't agree with that at all, because what they're touting is that, splitting it up into episodic content, they'll be able to keep all of the original pieces of the game within it. However, they say they wouldn't be able to get the entire game onto one disc if they did do it that way. But the original game was on 3 discs. So it's like, the original wasn't on
You're setting
one
yourself
disc.
up for failure with that statement, which is it was never on one disc.
Right, so that makes no sense to me. One of my biggest concerns about having it as an episodic piece is, sometimes these games take quite a while to come out, and the Final Fantasy series is so gigantic, and you can do so much in it, and there's so many stories going on, that by the time the next episode comes out, there's a very good chance you're going to forget what you played.
I would probably, unfortunately, have to wait until almost all of them are out and then start playing. Otherwise, I'd be seriously hung up and upset about waiting. And I don't know how long it's going to be. It might not be like Telltale, where it's a reasonably fair amount of time between episodes. I'm guessing this would be quite a long time in between episodes. I mean, it does sound nice that they're saying we need to cut this up because we don't want to edit out any content. Because there was a massive amount of content in the first one. So they wouldn't be like, oh, sorry, we're cutting out the golden saucer stuff, or cutting out this one mission that you loved that was weird.
Which there were a lot of them.
All those weird missions will still be there. We have seen pictures already of Barrett and Cloud. They look a little bit different, but that happens over the years, I suppose.
Barrett looks a little bit like Wesley Snipes from Blade. That's something I noticed. But another thing that sort of concerns me is the cost. So, if it was just one game, it would be, $65 with tax, just like all the other AAA titles out there. If this is going to be episodic, depending on how many episodes they actually release, could you be paying $90 to $100 for all of the episodes, when if they just put it as a whole package in one, box, we would be paying the, normal price of $65.
Well, see, I think that's what a lot of people have a problem with here, is we have a modern day selling plan for games of, Let's tack on a DLC. Let's add whatever skins and whatever extras extra on it for an extra cost. Normally, we don't get it all bundled up in one package anymore. A lot of times, we've been missing like the true ending or the ending of a game due to DLC sales techniques, and a lot of people are very turned off about that. I mean, that's to be expected. We have this game that people have a lot of history with, and they have fond memories of it, and it just seems like it's clouded with this marketing.
No, I mean, obviously this is like the very beginning stages of all these announcements and all of this news, so we're really not going to know until later on. But yeah, just me personally, I don't agree with episodic. Again, if they're using the excuse of we can't get it all into one disc, it's not on one disc anyways, the original, and this series already has such loyal fans, and it's like, if the formula isn't broken, don't try to change it. Oh, with the combat system, it doesn't even look like it's going to be turn-based, and that's
a key element.
Right, yeah. So
probably one of the most famous turn-based RPGs of all time.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. I think maybe I'd like to see a season pass kind of system where it's like you get everything for maybe $59.99. That would be okay with me, at least.
I agree.
But maybe it won't work out that way. Audience, what do you think of this? How will it go, and how should it go? Let us know below in the comments, and please like and subscribe for more. We have an update in the story in Turkey right now about an epic battle between Gollum and the courts. So basically what has happened was a doctor, I'm just going to refresh you on the story, a doctor shared a meme that compared President Erdogan with Gollum from Lord of the Rings. And it's been going back and forth a little bit about, it's been in 4 cases so far, and now 5 experts are talking about this damn meme, because it's such a big deal in Turkey. And basically what had happened is they needed 5 experts to come and comment on this, on whether Gollum/Smeagol is evil or good. So they're deciding if this is an insult at all. And Lord of the Rings writers Peter Jackson, Fran Walsh, and Philippa Boyens have responded to it with the following quote: "If the images are in fact the ones forming the basis of the Turkish lawsuit, we can state categorically none of them feature the character known as Gollum. All of them are images of the character named Smeagol. Smeagol is a joyful, sweet character. Smeagol does not lie, deceive, or attempt to manipulate others. He is not evil, conniving, or malicious. These personality traits belong to Gollum, who should never be confused with Smeagol. Smeagol would never dream of wielding power over those weaker than himself. He is not a bully. In fact, he is very lovable. This is why audiences all over the world have warmed to his character." This seems like a ridiculous thing to be talking about. And I don't know if maybe it's something I picked up, but there's a little bit of shade at the end, which is, he is not a bully. He's lovable. He would never dream of wielding power over those weaker than himself. Possibly, I'm reading into this myself. I don't know their own meaning. I'm just extrapolating, okay, making that clear.
Right.
But the way I'm reading it is, this is ridiculous, and you're being a bully by threatening this poor guy with 4 years in jail over sharing a friggin' meme, which is funny, by the way.
Yeah. No, first of all, this doctor has an amazing lawyer to be able to pull all these other tones out of this meme and be like, no, this wasn't an insult at all. Like, this is the lovable Smeagol, not Gollum. I wouldn't go as far as to like throw someone in jail. Of course, it would be like a little bit like, oh, that sucks. But I do think it's funny that this is a conversation that they're having, saying like, you trolled me, so now you're going to jail.
It's so lame. It's not like when celebrities have to do defamation cases, which, okay, some of them are stupid, but some of them are like legitimate character-destroying lie or some things that aren't statements not supported by fact. This is just, oh look, he looks like Smeagol Gollum in these pictures. Isn't that funny? Ha ha ha. They're both eating meat. They both have an impish smile. Oh, it's so damaging. It comes off as really ridiculous, and I hope I'm reading it right to see that the writers of Lord of the Rings agree with me on that.
No, it absolutely does sound true, but I do think it's funny that, yeah, the writers and the director of the movie are having to get involved in this, what seems to be a very big deal in Turkey. because this guy might be going to jail because of this. But you know, it's just I think it's funny.
I think it's a testament to a ridiculous system that needs to be fixed. If I were the judge in this, I would probably not agree. And also, come on, this is so dumb. Throw a man in jail for 4 years because he shared a meme, not even like particularly cruel meme. This just shows how weak and insecure you are if you do this. It's ridiculous. So we won't know for a while.
Until February.
What will happen?
February 23rd.
Solemn's fate will be decided in court on February 23rd. So we don't know what's going to happen until then. But before then, audience, what do you think of this case? Let us know below in the comments. And please like and subscribe for more. If you're like me, you are deep into Netflix's Jessica Jones, and you already shot right through Netflix's and Marvel's Daredevil, because they're creating this really interesting universe of the Defenders. And we know we're going to get Luke Cage next. We've already seen him in Jessica Jones. And there is news that Iron Fist is definitely happening, though it hasn't started filming yet. So we have this whole world where they'll eventually join up and form one season of the Defenders, at least. But how do they fit into the larger Marvel Cinematic Universe? Could they possibly appear alongside the Avengers? Well, that's complicated. Would you like to see that, though? Do you think it would work?
It's so hard to say because crossovers and verses, it's almost like there's so much going on and there's such a big story there already. It's like, it seems like it would take multiple movies to get all of these characters just to sort of mesh into one together. And it's already happening with, like the Netflix series and all of that, but what if, like, I haven't seen Jessica Jones yet, but what if...
Oh, you should.
Yeah, but what if this movie is already out? Would I have to go and watch the whole Jessica Jones series to understand the movie and all of that stuff? So there's just so many parts.
Oh, I see, because some of these characters are more relatively obscure as opposed to the ones we're seeing in the Avengers films. I mean, Guardians is kind of obscure too, but now everyone knows who they are.
Like the Avengers have already had multiple movies to sort of establish, who they are as characters, and it's been years since those movies have been out. But something like Daredevil and Jessica Jones, they just came out. It's hard to play catch up with a lot of these storylines. And for them to merge into one movie.
They also have distinctly different vibes, which is, it seems like that the Netflix world, the Defenders world, seems to be more gritty and dark and more violent and less rooted in magic and more rooted in straight up violence. It is a little bit different. I do think they could mesh with each other. But when we get to the studio level of how they could work, you think, it could possibly work. We have Spider-Man coming in for Civil War, and we actually don't know if he'll be in Civil War. I think he'll be in Civil War, but we have actually Infinity Wars coming up, which he will definitely be a part of. And, the theme of that is everybody gets together to take on Thanos. Why wouldn't these heroes who have, they've been hinted to be in the same, they are in the same world, but there's just a few hints dropped here and there. Like Jessica will bring up Hulk, and Daredevil will bring up Thor, and it'll just be like a passing joke, but it does indicate they're at least rooted in the same universe. But on that topic, Anthony Russo recently spoke about the possibility of them all joining up together. It's complicated when we start to serialize the telling of stories. It's difficult. You have to have a lot of control and focus on the course of history. The films are controlled by a group led by Kevin Feige, so they function as a unit. Other products, even if they are from Marvel, are controlled by others. Then there is the possibility of a crossover, but it's more complicated. It's a smaller scale version of the problem that exists when remembering that Fox holds the rights to some of Marvel's most popular characters, as does Sony and others. As storytellers, we have control over what happens in Marvel movies, but everything is possible. Spider-Man became possible.
Yeah, like 9 times.
Well, okay, what they mean is Spider-Man in Marvel's world, not necessarily on his own thing.
Sure.
And we do have that coming up with a recast Spider-Man, and presumably he'll be in a smaller role, and there are certain stipulations to this agreement, but it did happen. And we do get to see it, and that's exciting to behold. But, we famously have problems with the, who owns Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, or Wanda and Pietro. It's a little bit, and then we have two versions of one guy, and it's a little bit muddled. But I think it could work if they maneuvered, and they certainly can. They're powerful.
Yeah, no, it definitely could work, depending on, you know, who in the studio is trying to get their hands on the story, because, you know, like a script could be written a certain way and it could be brilliant, but then as soon as it gets in the hands of the studios, like there's so many revisions and so many changes, and then just like all these weird things happen with the story, and it's like, before you know it, it's nothing like the original concept. So I see what he means when he say it's complicated, and I think that also means it's because Hollywood in general is complicated.
Well, even the Marvel structure is complicated. We saw the change with Kevin Feige reporting directly to Disney as opposed to the Marvel head of studios, which I don't know. I mean, presumably that gives him more creative power over what's going on as opposed to being in a chain of command or having more opinions in. But I don't know. It is. I guess the answer here is it's complicated. It might happen. It might not happen. But if it does, it will be very much more so complicated. Audience, what do you think? Would you like to see Netflix's cast of the Defenders into the Marvel Cinematic Universe at large? Let us know below in the comments, and please like and subscribe for more. It is with a sad heart that I have to tell you that Captain EO, a staple of Disney Parks traditions, has been shuttered probably forever. Unless there's another revival for some reason, it seems likely that the attraction is done. And that its current spaces will be used for more current attractions and theme areas based on their movies that are currently doing much better than Captain EO. But Captain EO was an incredible moment for Disney parks and cinema, and if you can believe it, it was produced by George Lucas and directed by Francis Ford Coppola. And it came about in the 80s, and it was finally released in the 86. But I want to talk a little bit about some little-known facts about the Captain EO attraction show. You can read much more in a very long article on the oral history on Yahoo Movies. Very good. It's very long, though. Have you ever been on Captain EO?
I have. I actually saw it in the 80s in Disney World.
As a kid?
As a child in 3D.
Well, yeah. I didn't get to see it till I was an adult.
Oh, man, no. Well, it was so long ago that I don't remember half of what it was that I was even seeing. I was just a kid watching it in 3D and just being like, whoa, okay, cool, it's Michael Jackson. Oh, there's a Muppet. And, you know, like, oh, okay. That's really what my mind was doing as Muppet. Like, yeah. Pretty much. I think. Yeah, no, so back when I saw it as a kid, I thought it was awesome. Doesn't really hold up in 2015, you know. It's awesomely 80s, though, I will admit. Like, you know, the electricity coming out of Michael Jackson's fingers and turning, like, the bad soldiers into, like, these awesome 80s, like, breakdancers, and they're, like, super tight, like, colorful orange, red, and yellow suits. Yeah, no, it's like I said, awesomely 80s.
They were working on this starting with the Michael Eisner years. So what they wanted to do was, this was a time where maybe Disney parks weren't doing as well as they are today. They were viewed as kind of hokey and for babies, like kind of not great, and no one was viewing their special effects as the go-to for special effects. Like no one outside Disney wanted Disney special effects for their features. So he decided to combine engineering or Imagineering with parks, with entertainment into this one massive project. It's estimated to be costing between $17 and $30 million to produce what was essentially a 17-minute long music video. So we had Francis Ford Coppola took the job. This was not Michael's first choice. Michael wanted Steven Spielberg, but he was unavailable at the time. So George Lucas did his buddy Francis Ford Coppola a solid, because he was coming off of two big flops at the time, which I don't remember because they were flops. And he got him this great job, and apparently, according to the oral history, he was pretty proud of himself for being able to help him out like that. And then Francis Ford Coppola viewed his job as director as more of like putting pieces together, which was like, well, Michael has this idea, and George has this idea, and Disney has this idea. Originally, they were working off two different concepts. One was like a Music Man in Space type deal, which is what it became, which is like, you know, this guy is bringing light and whimsy and color and music to this otherwise drab environment. The other idea was based on Michael's love of the attractions and characters, because, you know, he famously loves Peter Pan. Apparently he was a big fan of Pirates of the Caribbean. But they kind of went more with the first option, but kind of laid into the second option a little bit with the fun Muppets, which are my least favorite part of the attraction, if I'm being perfectly honest.
No, I thought they were really cool. You got one that looks like Bicentennial Man.
You got a flying elephant,
the elephant.
wife beater.
Yeah, and then you got the little, like, butterfly, like the furry butterfly.
Is adorable.
Yeah, no, that's like the part I remember the most is at the very end, that butterfly comes and waves at the screen. That's the part I remember, like, as a child seeing. I'm like, oh, there's a little furry butterfly saying bye to me. It means the movie's over.
He's a hamster
like,
butterfly.
Yeah.
Best pet ever.
Yeah.
Actually, Angelica Huston was not the #1 choice to be the evil queen character. Originally it was Shelley Duvall. But she could not handle Michael's idea for the queen, which was that she would be incredibly scary. He thought that kids gravitated toward really scary things. Read into that what you will. Because he liked Snow White's Scary Adventure. He liked Alien, like these scary movies.
Right.
He was insistent that the queen be terrifying, and Shelley Duvall was claustrophobic. She couldn't deal with all the makeup, so they went to an actress who wasn't as famous at the time, Angelica Huston. Is it Houston? I've been saying Huston. It's Houston. Yes, my mistake, everyone. She was little known, but actually in production, after they hired her, she had won an Oscar that year, so she suddenly skyrocketed in fame. Everyone wanted to get her, and they think they couldn't have gotten her if she had won the Oscar before approaching her for this, because it's kind of a lot to do, and she was available, and she took the job. She actually had a dream that she and Michael were like together in the desert, raised in the air, and elephants were stampeding under them, and they were like in love.
Wow.
And then when she got to the set, she was like, oh my god, it's happening. My dream. Look at this stupid elephant. It's real.
It's an amazing piece of makeup, and Rick Baker.
Does she look beautiful though?
She does look amazing. Like, that face is all fleek.
You think me beautiful?
Yes, and then she wanted to turn all the puppets into trash cans, which that made no sense to me. Like, they get turned
whip warriors. The idea of a whip warrior, if everything is metal.
They get changed into trash cans, and Michael Jackson gets 100 years of torture. Like, that was the deal. That was a little off, but no, her makeup was amazing. She looked phenomenal.
Before she was cast, though, they were going to have Shelley Duvall transform into a different woman altogether for the end, where she's like a beautiful princess.
Wow,
lovely.
That's like
rainbow. It was going to be a good-looking black woman, but then it made no more sense once Angelica Houston was cast in the role. So they're like, you know what? We'll just put the makeup on her and give her the nice dress, and she'll be the same person. But originally, that was not the concept.
Okay.
So that's interesting to see how that turned around. This is a great history. I'm just saying, there's a lot of fun stuff going back there. A little less negative than Doug Benson's account on Doug Loves Movies, if you know about that. He filled in as a dancer in the last day. There's a lot going on with this crazy attraction, which makes it more appealing to me and makes me sad that we're no longer going to be able to look at it anymore. But, you know, you never know. Disney, they could have a resurgence someday. It closed in 96, came back in 2010, of course, after the death of Michael Jackson. I really don't know what could make it come back after that besides massive fan uproar, but that might not even work considering some other choices they've made.
Right. I mean, you can just find it on YouTube now. Like, just watch it on YouTube.
I do watch it on YouTube.
Yeah, you don't need to go all the way to Disneyland to see it in 3D.
My goal is to learn that dance.
I know.
It's pretty
hard. Yeah, it's a pretty amazing dance. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's, I noticed there were...
crotch grabbing.
I didn't see any crotch grabbing.
Well, there was originally more crotch grabbing, and then Disney saw the crotch grabbing, and they went, oh, no. And they did their best to work on tight shots, edit around it, but it's very much ingrained in his dance routine.
They do realize this is Michael Jackson.
That's one of his things. Yeah. They originally wanted to dub over Michael Jackson's speaking voice when he was speaking as EO, which was, yes, but without a key to unlock it.
Yeah.
but because they thought his voice was too high, which is another thing, like, how do you not know what he talks like? He is a major superstar. So they wanted to redub him with a deeper sounding voice, but then they were all worried that they would offend Michael, and nobody approached him about it, and they never did it. So sheer awkwardness brought us what we have today. Thank you for listening to us talk and reminisce about Captain EO and crotch grabbing, Shelley Duvall, and some other things that were weird. What moments did you like about Captain EO? Let us know below in the comments, and please like and subscribe for more. According to new research, about 9% of Kickstarters fail. And I don't mean that they're not funded. I mean that they are fully funded, but fail to deliver whatever promised perks were supposed to be given to the donors. So that means that the donors are screwed when I say failure. So basically, this comes from the research from the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania, specifically from Ethan Mollick and his team. So they surveyed more than 450,000 randomly selected backers about their experience using Kickstarter, and about 50,000 of them actually responded to that. So the responses represented about 30,000, a little bit more than that, projects across the site's categories. So all categories across Kickstarter. And about 9% of all the projects failed to deliver any product whatsoever, or eventually deliver a product that's not at all what they were promised. And about 8% of all the money spent on Kickstarter does go to failed products. So only about 65% of respondents said they agreed or strongly agreed that the reward was delivered on time and what they wanted. So Mollick and Kickstarter together say that the failure does not indicate a systematic problem associated with failure or fraud on Kickstarter. Of the projects that completely fail, backers got at least a partial refund roughly 13% of the time. You may remember the number 13 as being particularly low and indicative of failure, at least to me. So I'm just saying, if you're only getting a refund 13% of the time, that's not good on a completely failed project. So they have to go back and forth on what defines a failure, and specifically, was it never delivered? Was it delivered poorly? Or you promised something that you never got? Are you still waiting? So a lot of people were actually still waiting. So I guess there's a large percentage that is unknown between this is good and this is horrible.
Yeah, it's a really interesting business model, because it's like you donate money to a product to see this product come into fruition, but at the same time that company's promise you is to give you like an item as a thank you. And so I say it's weird because like you're donating something but you're getting something in return. So technically, aren't you sort of like half buying the gift that they're sending to you, and then you don't get it? So it's kind of like, well, where's the product that I paid for?
See, that's where Kickstarter gets a little sticky, actually, which is that they specifically say, we want everyone to understand exactly how Kickstarter works. It's not a store, and that amid creativity and innovation, there is risk and failure. So what they're saying is, in the broadest terms, you're not buying something, you're supporting something, and you get this gift. Right. Which seems like mainly a really broad way to cover one's own ass, which is the legal term, in case someone wants to sue or file a complaint about not getting what was promised at all or on time.
I also think about that too, like the companies don't necessarily have to, or correct me if I'm wrong, maybe they do have to, but they don't have to, send a reward. Like they don't have to put that list down saying that they'll give you something if you donate to them. I thought that was just a courtesy, really.
It's more of like an incentive, let's say. And then what's funny is this happens this happens to projects that are overly funded, like resoundingly funded. They are not able to deliver whatever goods were promised to backers, at certain levels, because there's just so much in there, which seems counterintuitive to something that was a resounding success.
Right. Yeah, I don't know how I would feel personally in that situation, because I mean, I don't have a lot of money to, you know, donate and give, and so like if I were to spend, you know, $20 on something and I didn't get my t-shirt or something, I wouldn't be too heartbroken over it, because I would be supporting something that I truly believed in, and it's the cause that my money is going to that is more rewarding, in my opinion.
It depends. I mean, we have a lot of different views on like what you expect and what you're, you know, some people might actually expect nothing. You know, maybe you're supporting a web series and you're just like, I love this web series, I want it to happen. Right. And maybe you're supporting a technology project where you're like, well, where's mine? I gave you $200. Where is it?
Exactly. So, I mean, understand. Like, if you were giving like a chunk of money away from your personal account and you're promised something like that, yeah, I would be, you know, disappointed. But you know, if it was like a $10 donation or a $20 donation or just, you know, whatever you could give, I wouldn't sleep over it.
Justin Kaslark, who was a spokesperson for Kickstarter, had something to say, which was, we're here to safeguard the system against bad actors, not against ambitious ideas, which I support that idea. But it's, you know, he also says failure is not the same as fraud. A lot of conflation between fraud and failure pops up. It's, did they create the film but fail to deliver the DVD? If not, did they deliver the DVD but no one liked it? You do get kind of into the definition of, you know, what is art, what is a, you know, how do we consider this a failure, a success, and what are we supposed to deliver? It gets very philosophical. But I think at least from Kickstarter's end, it's vaguely or deliberately leaving vague and low expectations so that people don't get mad, but people do get mad, and I think they have a right to do so. Audience, what do you think? What is your expectation when you back something on, say, Kickstarter or Indiegogo? And if you don't get whatever you were promised, how do you respond? Let us know below in the comments, and please like and subscribe for more. Alright, you either are one or you know one. Knuckle poppers. People who are always constantly cracking their knuckles, hearing that pop sound. I personally don't like it, but maybe you feel some level of relief or catharsis from cracking your bones. Like, gross. Anyway, this is something we've been trying to figure out for a long time, actually. Scientists have been trying to figure out what exactly that pop is since the 1940s. We still kind of don't know what it is. Let's take a look at an ultrasound image of that action actually occurring.
Shaq's pronunciation.
Rudy, Theo boy.
Okay, wait.
We got boys.
Oh man, that's happening in your body. Right. So we're looking at research from the University of California, Davis, where 40 subjects were supposed to pull their knuckles a total of 400 times. 62 of those pulls resulted in cracks, pops, snapping, other serial noises. Turns out the sound of a person cracking his or her knuckles is accompanied with a bright flash. That's what that was. At the knuckle base, at the metacarpophalangeal joint, which is just at the right here, at the bottom of your finger. So that's a pocket of air, but there's two theories as to what's going on. One theory is that is the formation of a gas bubble due to decreased pressure around the joints. The other one is that cracking your knuckles actually causes the tiny bubbles to burst. So is it creating them or is it destroying the bubbles? Either way, there's a bubble. And we're still trying to figure that out, actually. Man, there's been a lot of evidence to support both theories. Right. It's not crystal clear which one it is.
Right. I don't know what the bubbles are doing exactly and how the bubbles are relieving.
They're related to your joints.
Yeah, like they're relieving like some sort of stiffness or pressure. Like how does that help you, or how is that, you know, remotely healthy? I mean, I don't know. Like I always thought bubbles in the body was a bad thing.
Not necessarily. I mean, we've got a lot of. You actually do have a lot of air in your body, right? In various places that you may be disgusted to find out.
Yeah. It all just sounds so weird to me, and obviously I'm not a doctor, so I don't know.
The ultrasound video we looked at did lend credence to the theory that it was forming bubbles as opposed to destroying them, but still not crystal clear what's going on.
Sure.
There are some famous anecdotes about people cracking their knuckles and their mothers or significant others saying that would cause arthritis, and there was a doctor who proved that it does not cause arthritis. So we don't really know where or what is causing this air bubble explosion to occur. We don't know why this needs to happen, and I specifically don't know why people need to do this at all hours when they're near me, because I do not like it. Audience, do you crack your knuckles, and what do you think is going on? Besides disgust in my heart? Let us know below in the comments, and please like and subscribe for more. There haven't been a ton of advances for the bandage. I wanted to say Band-Aid, but that is a brand name. But there is a new product that could actually help people who may suffer from infection. Instead of me telling you, let's take a look.
This prototype glows under UV light if the burn is infected. This would give a clear signal to doctors that the child needs to be treated for an infection.
As bacteria start to colonize a wound, and they form a dense mat called the bacterial biofilm. In the biofilm state, the bacteria are protected from the immune system. They also start to switch on their production of toxins and of enzymes which break down the tissue. But our dressing contains the small artificial cells which are broken down by these very same toxins and enzymes, and they're broken down, they need to die. This gives a colour change of our dressing from a dull yellow colour to a bright green fluorescent colour.
The team has been awarded £1 million by the Medical Research Council for the next stage of the project, where samples will be taken from real-life wounds and used to test the responsiveness of the dressing.
So basically how this works is each bandage has 3 pathogenic biofilms, which will act normally unless they're coming into contact with pathogenic bacteria. Normal harmless bacteria won't affect it. So what would happen is when it comes into contact with that pathogenic bacteria, there are tiny fluorescent capsules that basically they're caused to burst by that bacteria in specific. So there you go. When you're glowing green, you should probably go see a doctor.
Science.
Yeah.
That's all I can say about that. Like that is so beyond like anything that I've ever even thought of or imagined, and the fact that the medical field is really looking for different ways to really help, people who are in pain. I know one of the main examples that they used are like, were burn victims, like children who are burn victims. And, I admire that very much because, burns are some of the most severe injuries that you can get. And so to be able to detect infections earlier in those kinds of victims may help save them from certain types of scarring or even more pain, or just like having to
see, the problem with burn victims is you're not able to know if those burns are infected until much later. So what happens is doctors will preemptively offer antibiotics, which may or may not be a good idea because that builds up unnecessary antibiotic resistance. It opens up a whole other host of problems. So this could be a great, this has far-reaching effects from just this Band-Aid glows green when you have a gross infection. This could prevent many other problems. The problem with infection is you don't know until it's probably at least a little bit too late.
Right.
So this would be able to help us combat it earlier.
No, that's super cool. I don't even know how, they would think that, why don't we make a bandage that glows through little capsules that burst inside of it when it's reacting with certain harmful bacteria. Like, that's just mind-blowing to me.
So it's essentially an early warning system for doctors to be able to treat for infection or leave it alone and let the person heal in their own way. So this is still in the prototype stage. It has not been tested on humans yet, or thoroughly tested on humans yet, though I did see one person was in that video. That's not the same as testing. So this is being done by the University of Bath. as you may have noticed in the video, and they have £1 million to help make it happen. This has so many effects that I think could help so much through branching through many different veins. I'm sorry to say, use that word specifically, veins in the medical field, because infection is a big problem that leads to a lot of preemptive death, or at least amputation, leading to other problems. It's just something that's hard to combat. But with an early warning detection system, there's so much we can do. So it's great. This would help us enormously, especially if we get into a period where, maybe there's something going around. Maybe there's some kind of infection going around. I'm not saying zombies, but I am saying zombies. Audience, what do you think? Would you use this early warning detection glow bandage? Let us know below in the comments. What else would you use it for? And please like and subscribe and more. This is something that has boggled my mind for years, because I've worked in news for a number of years before my career here, which is every year NORAD tracks Santa, and this happens on the newscast every single year. How could this possibly get started? Whose idea was this? Well, actually, it started with a mistake. It all goes back to 1955. Yes, around the time Marty McFly went back near the end of the year, if you remember that. And it went back to a Sears ad. Let's take a look at what it looked like. So there's this Sears ad that appeared in the newspaper that says, "Hey kids, call me direct on my phone number, just dial this number." But actually that number didn't go to Sears sanctioned Santa Claus. It actually went to a secret military line for Colonel Harry Shoup. He had a secret hotline in the Continental Air Defense Command, which is now known as NORAD. And this was not a number that was widely released. This is something that only top-level military advisors could access. So one day, Colonel Harry Shoup received a call from a kid looking for Santa. And he, doesn't want to destroy this child's dreams and hopes in Santa Claus, and just kind of went along with it, a little ho-ho-hoing, and, "Oh, let me speak to your mother, kid." Oh, I'm so glad it wasn't me. So the mother gets on and says, "Yeah, you see the ad? It was in the paper. This is the phone number for Santa." And he said,
by himself.
Yeah. So this is Santa. I'm Santa.
Oh, that hurts.
That's basically some quick thinking. Colonel Shoup saying, "We're Santa. We track where Santa is going, and yes, we're doing." And that's basically where the tradition came from. Now they kind of do it in kind of a joking, tongue-in-cheek, for the kids. What have you? It's not actually an official duty of NORAD. Right, yeah.
It's kind of weird to me that after that ad was printed, no one at Sears thought, maybe we should test the number to see if it actually works. That would have been the way to go, Sears. Yeah.
Back in the day when Sears was a big deal. Right. Where everybody went to shop. They made so many different items. People could spend whole days at Sears. It wasn't as it is today, which is kind of
yeah, it is. But it was a big deal. That's shocking, and then I'm shocked that, how did they find out that they actually called NORAD? It's not like this guy pick up the phone and he's like, "Colonel from NORAD speaking, how can I help you?"
Yeah, we're helping. We're attacking Santa. Yeah, it's good.
It's like, even if it was just this colonel or whatever, if that was me in that super top secret situation, I would have played it off as Santa. But how did they find out they were actually calling NORAD is what I'm wondering. And how did this actually come into
your favorite play of the 90s
I think originally he answered the phone not as Santa.
Number 2.
Thing to Colonel Shoup's Terry, who was talking about this researcher, said he was a straight-laced and disciplined man, got annoyed by this, I was praying, but then he said the little voice started crying, and he realized it wasn't a joke, and he had to play along. And it's nice that he did, but it also created this tradition that we're doing decades later.
I just wonder why, like, this top secret facility, like NORAD, said, "Oh yes, this is the correct phone number that you accidentally misprinted. That is our number, and that was me, a colonel in this top secret facility that answered and caused this to happen, and it caused a tradition, decades later." Like, that's the part that's confusing to me.
Number one, the Charlotte shop.
Like, that's what has a couple other, I mean, I think things have changed today. We're beyond 1950s technology and communication at this point, which might be a little bit more comforting to you, at least. There have been times where typos have changed history. I have a couple examples. One is 1997 with Larry Page and John Anderson. They're sitting on a table at Stanford University. They're wanting to brainstorm names for their search engine that they were coming up. They suggested Google, G-O-O-G-O-L-P-L-E-S, and they thought, turn it to Google. But then there was a typo. Now we call it Google, G-O-O-G-L-E. Huh?
And I asked the
that was a typo. That was a typo. They also have in 1870 a German chemist accidentally printed a decimal point on spinach's iron content. One spot too far to the right. Instead of having 3.5 grams of iron, it said 35 grams, and everybody went crazy over spinach.
Number three, the karate pass from Rondo.
It's a decent amount of iron, but we're still like, we still think of iron to this day as being, that's spinach.
Keep your eyes in a certain position and focus.
This is not unprecedented. This has happened before. Right. That's why a top military government tracking group
number one
every year.
And
we're still doing it to this day. Hey, you know what? Joy and wonderment. That's what we do here in the government. What do you think of this story? Does it warm your heart, or does it make you feel a little more scared and suspicious like our friend Jeff? Let us know below in the comments, and please like and subscribe to the channel. Between the United States now more than ever, with the horror holiday movie coming out just recently. There are these misconceptions about what Krampus is called, but
no, this is actually for me, because this is a flash jack back. He shoots his first free throw, he makes it, and he's gone.
There are some little misunderstandings. I've heard people describe it as the killer version of Santa, which is not true. There's actually a history that sticks. I'm totally behind. I would like to chat about today. In tradition, there's a map that's carved, it's very ornate, it's very special, and it's worn and used, and it's like this one. I don't think this one is made out of wood, like the traditional sense, but I'm worried I'm going to drop this, so here you go. So yeah, that's actually a valuable thing of folk art, in the tradition of a valuable there are other interesting traditions as well. Krampus Christmas evening is not Santa's wedding per se. You're not seeing Santa. Typically, Krampus is a demonic character. He appears around the holiday season, but not necessarily Christmas. Krampus' day is Krampus' night.
Ever seen in your life? We call him popcorn. Oh my!
Pronunciation. When he rains, it's people might have parties or balls celebrating this while young men run around in Krampus poop, which again, taught
the mask mama tries to get position on Damon
canes,
Wilkins,
and they do a Krampus walk, which is running around, and like I mentioned earlier, hitting people with sticks. So basically, one of his trademarks is a bundle of sticks. So he might leave a bundle of sticks at your house, he might hit you with it, he might hit you in the leg, he might toss you in a sack or basket on his back, he might throw you in a stream, or he might straight up take you to hell. I mean, depending on your interpretation.
I got some nachos.
I got a cheese. Actually,
I want it. Wow, that's nacho night.
Which is
my favorite guy. 2 weeks ago.
I'm sorry. Which is St. Nicholas Day, Santa's Day. Caesar Claus. Other way, this is the day that would go around. Kids would survive the night, not been thrown in a stream or in the depths of hell, which is great for children. Concerts would also leave around some traditions, reminders, decorations for the whole year round. Perhaps instead of a bundle of sticks, you would get a painted bundle of sticks that your parents can put up in your house to remind you to be good, and that the threat of being hit is always there. In some traditions, he wasn't purely pagan creation, the son of Hel, H-E-L, H-E-L-L, from Norse mythology, but he did kind of exact from the Christmas tradition with paired with St. Nicholas, Peter in the Netherlands, which is a whole other thing to talk about. We're not going to touch today. And the two have been kind of linked. Santa as kind of a yin-yang. Right.
Number 2, Byron Mullins, Bobcat, Big Man, Patrick.
So let's use some negative reinforcement. The threat of being hit was so apparently in parade, Krampus resistance will actually hurt you. And there are people that describe it as being bad. To just having their legs with the stick. Some teenage boys have been sat upon and hit with the stick. What's happening? That's what's going on. They're described as savage beatings. I mean, I kind of feel like adopting the naughty or nice for children has replaced the terrifying history that is Krampus. Hey, stop blaming your kids. I can think like I do. I don't have kids. So, yeah, and then what's also funny is for a period in Austria between the 1934 and 1938 when fascists they banned Krampus because they viewed him as a symbol of sin, of anti-Christian values, of social democrats. So he was banned for a while. People were forbidding people from going around dressing like him and participating in the run, and actually Santa's or St. Nicholas is meant to be inside the city. That is fascist stuff, y'all. If you don't like fascism, you run around the city in this mask. You hit some kids with sticks. Don't do that. The owners of the Young Turks and Nurler do not promote violence of any kind. This is gnarly. This is a gnarly history. I mean, obviously I know the movie is coming out and all of that, but I had no idea that the lore behind this guy. It's a deep and rich history that goes back to keeping kids in line. Audience, what do you think of Krampus? Should he make a big comeback the way that Santa Claus has? Let us know below in the comments, and be good or we'll hit you with a stick.
Silly man, watch the hand that pops in from behind. Rub it in, lotion, rub it in. Santa's that.